Good morning. I am Councilmember Carlina Rivera. I am chair of the Council's Criminal Justice Committee. I'd like to welcome everyone who is here today, and of course those joining us remotely to discuss this important legislation. I want to thank Speaker Adrienne Adams for scheduling this critical hearing and supporting this legislation. And I also want to make sure that I set the tone in this space. We will allow people to testify, share their experiences, and be respectful. What transpired outside in many cases was unacceptable. There are people here to share their stories. Whether they are incarcerated, officers, everyone will get a chance to speak, and we will be respectful. We are in the People's House, we are in the chambers of the New York City Council, and we will conduct this hearing with respect and dignity. Intro number 549, which I introduced with Public Advocate Williams and is supported by a clear majority of our council colleagues, bans solitary confinement and modifies other forms of restrictive housing in our city jails. And I want to recognize my colleagues who are here, Council Members Borelli, Farias, Abreu, Krishnan, Nycc, Public Advocate Williams, Shulman, Hanif, Ayala, Nurse, Carr, Holden, Ariola, Ressler, Palladino, and of course, Speaker Adrienne Adams. Okay, you're here. It's for you. Solitary confinement, which often keeps incarcerated individuals isolated in a cell barely large enough to hold a bed and toilet for 23 hours a day for months on end, has devastating consequences and dramatically increases incidences of self-harm, including fatal self-harm for those who are forced to endure it. We know that solitary can cause hallucinations, panic attacks, and paranoia. We also know that too many people, and I do not invoke these names lightly, but Layleen Polanco, Jason Echevarria, Bradley Ballard, Khalif Browder, are among those who might be alive today if the city of New York had not put them in solitary. I want to acknowledge their suffering, the suffering of their families and friends, as well as the countless others who have endured the brutal and intolerable practice of solitary confinement over the many decades it has been used in our city jails. I additionally want to thank the advocates that have worked tirelessly for years to draw attention to this crisis and help develop the legislation we are hearing today. Solitary confinement does not keep anyone safe. It exacerbates mental illness and destabilizes people in a way that increases the likelihood of violence, which undoubtedly runs counter to all of our goals. Safety is not a zero-sum game. Treating people in detention with dignity and care does not inherently mean exposing others to harm, but rather, the data shows it keeps everyone safer. Nearly half of people on Rikers Island receive treatment for mental illness, subjecting them to solitary confinement, which has shown time and time again to further harm people with pre-existing mental illness, and then releasing them back to their communities is not a sound public safety strategy. The risks to mental and physical health persist long after solitary confinement ends. A study of more than 200,000 people released from prison found that those who spent any time in solitary were 78% more likely to die from suicide within the first year of release compared to people who had been incarcerated but not placed in solitary. Further proving the beneficial impact on all people in any given jail system, ending or reducing the use of solitary confinement has had a hugely positive impact on people in detention and people who work in the jails. An American Journal of Public Health 2015 study of solitary confinement found that working in solitary units is a stressful and demoralizing experience that can breed distrust, frustration, anger, psychological damage, and sometimes violence on the part of both incarcerated people and officers. In a 2019 op-ed for the Washington Post, Cook County Sheriff Tom Dart looked back 3 years after Cook County eliminated solitary confinement in its jail. He described the hugely positive impact eliminating solitary confinement has had on everyone, stating that these new practices have not just benefited our detainees, they have also improved our working conditions. Since we introduced this model to our jail, detainee on detainee assaults have dropped significantly and assaults on staff plummeted. It's important to note that New York City will not be the first major city to end the use of solitary confinement in its jails. Chicago and San Francisco moved away from solitary confinement years ago. And while the decision to do so was met with skepticism and anger by correctional staff, ultimately new protocols reduced violent incidents and made the jails safer for everyone. At a national level, key correctional experts have deemed solitary cruel and ineffective. Intro 549 would implement concrete and evidence-based practices by ensuring access to appropriate programs and services. New York City-based organizations, such as the Fortune Society, are doing this work, have the data to prove it. People in city jails who engage with services provided by the Fortune Society and are then discharged into the community are 5 times more likely to continue to engage with the Fortune Society after being released than are people who did not access such services while in jail. This supports the point that access to programming and services while in jail has an important impact on people's continued engagement with services once they've returned to their communities. Such access should be encouraged, not denied, as presently happens when people are held in the functional equivalent of solitary confinement. I want to acknowledge the efforts of the corrections officers, deputy wardens, and others that have dedicated their working lives to providing for the safety and security of those who work and live in our jails. At the same time, I must note that the Department of Correction leadership, despite some improvements over the course of time, has failed in their efforts to provide for safety and security for incarcerated individuals and correction staff alike in a humane manner that offers treatment to incarcerated people instead of exacerbating harm through the trauma of prolonged isolation. I also want to recognize and I want to thank former council member Danny Drum, who worked very hard to develop prior versions of this bill and whose efforts have undoubtedly brought us here today. Finally, I want to thank the staff of the committee for their incredible work in organizing this hearing. Thank you. We will be hearing from those impacted by solitary confinement and the loved ones of those that can tragically no longer testify for themselves. We will hear from the Department of Correction, the Board of Correction, correction union representatives, and those that have advocated for long overdue change and the true and unambiguous end to solitary confinement, recognizing plainly and simply that solitary confinement in any form is torture and has no place in our city, our state, and our country. Before we begin to take testimony, Speaker Adams has some opening remarks, followed by Public Advocate Williams. Speaker Adams.
Thank you, Chair Rivera. Good morning, everyone. I am Speaker Adrienne Adams, and once again, I'd like to thank Chair Carlina Rivera for convening this hearing today on Introduction 549, which would ban solitary confinement in city jails. I'd like to acknowledge my colleagues and everyone here today participating in this hearing, including families and individuals who have been affected by solitary confinement, the workers and officers in our jail system, advocates, and the general public. I want to acknowledge that I know this is a very emotional and difficult topic for many, but respect must be maintained in this chamber. Our goal must be to ensure everyone in our jail system is safe, those who are detained and those who work in the jails every single day. We all should have a shared objective of safety, and our focus should be on achieving it for all. The abusive use of solitary confinement has been showed by data and study after study to be ineffective at both reducing violence by individuals and increasing safety across correctional facilities. The practice also has negative impacts on a person's health, creating and exacerbating mental health conditions, which we have all too often seen lead to devastating and deadly outcomes. This only undermines safety within our jail system and outside of it when individuals are released back into their communities. As Chair Rivera stated, in Illinois' Cook County Jail, where the use of solitary confinement was eliminated in place of alternative solutions, assaults on people in custody and staff plummeted. Other states that have moved away from solitary confinement, such as Colorado, Mississippi, and Maine, have seen corresponding reductions in assaults and other violent behavior. We have to move towards practices that help make everyone in our jail safer, and we have to do that together, with safety as our driving motivation, one that should bring us together in agreement towards this shared outcome. This cannot be about demonizing or punishing people on either side, but rather keeping everyone safe. We must realize that there are solutions that serve everyone's best interests, and there are best practices that should be a bridge. We don't want to see anyone harmed, and I know families throughout our city share that sentiment. As the daughter of a former Department of Correction officer, I care equally for the workers and officers in our system and those who are detained within it. I learned that from my mother, who modeled it for me. Despite her no longer being here with me, with us, the commitment remains with me. The abusive use of solitary confinement is a false solution and a counterproductive practice. That does not mean that when there is violence in our jails, we sit idly by and allow harm to continue. We have to hold people accountable for harm and violence and enact solutions that reduce violence in the first place by taking proven rehabilitative approaches. Our goal is to move our city towards policies and practices that are in the best interest of all New Yorkers. We must always maintain a focus on safety and be driven by it, with a parallel commitment to our laws and the mission of the Department of Correction. These are not in conflict. The Department of Correction's stated mission to create a safe and supportive environment while providing individuals in its care with a path to successfully re-enter their communities is a demonstration of that reality. We know there is much work to do on this front, and we're prepared to contribute to solutions, working together with all committed stakeholders. When we're guided by safeguarding the fundamental rights deserved for every person and their safety, excluding no one, we can succeed. The abusive use of solitary confinement does everyone in jail systems and outside of them a disservice. New York State recognized the traumatic impact of solitary confinement in 2021 and passed the Humane Alternatives to Long-Term Solitary Confinement Act, or HALT, which limited the use of segregated confinement and restricted the amount of time that an individual could be placed in solitary confinement. Similarly, the New York City Board of Correction has also recognized the need for changes. The Department of Correction itself has undergone changes to these practices throughout the years, which certainly have not been without their challenges. We have an opportunity to move forward in a way that is responsible and serves all New Yorkers, the families of people who work in our system and those detained within the system, who at the end of the day simply want to see their loved ones return home healthy and safe. As the city moves to close Rikers by 2027, it is important that we end practices that fail to keep people healthy and safe and undermine rehabilitation and severely threaten successful re-entry into communities. Instead, we must be enacting policies and practices that fulfill those goals. As I said when announcing my support for the need for New York City to pass a law on solitary confinement, we're seeking to facilitate a comprehensive and sensible legislative process that gathers input from all stakeholders and is guided by data, evidence, and best practices. This hearing is the first step in that process, and I welcome all who will testify before this committee today. I look forward to hearing from all stakeholders today, seeking broad expertise and remaining engaged in this process. Thank you all once again for being here today, for your participation in this important, very, very important hearing. Thank you, Chair Rivera, and thank you, committee.
Thank you, Speaker Adams. Public Advocate Williams.
Thank you, Madam Chair and the Speaker. Before I go to my prepared remarks, I just want to say something because I know that some folks either don't believe me or haven't heard me say it, so I want to make sure I say it clearly. To the corrections officers in Tacoma, I see you. I know that there is real harm being done to you, and there's real cause for concern, which is why you are here. I have heard of officers who have had heart attack while on the job. I've heard of officers who have committed suicide. I know there are female officers who are being sexually assaulted on a regular basis. While there is misinformation being sent around about my bill, I know that the harm is real, and I want to make sure that I lift that up. And it's important that we remember that on both sides of those bars, most of those folks look like me. It is primarily black and brown people, and they generally come from the same communities. And in just a few differences of circumstances, the role could be on the other foot. It's important that I point it out because I know the job is tough. I know I don't work there on a regular basis. And I understand that there has to be accountability. I want it always when an officer harms someone who's incarcerated and when someone who's incarcerated harms an officer. There has to be accountability. There has to be a way to keep people safe. But what I want to be clear is that cannot be based in torture. And that is all that this bill is saying. We have to find a way where we're producing safety for everyone who's on that island, an island that is not safe to be produced. But I want you to know that I see you and I hear you, and I know that the pain is very real. I also want to make sure it's clear that this bill will not solve the problems on Rikers Island. I want to be clear about that. But it is dealing with one particular issue that is also very real, and that is the torture of people that we have to prevent. And when it comes to solitary, I'm going to bring my prepared statements right now. Also, we have to make sure that we're humanizing everyone. Because when we dehumanize people, bad things happen. I don't want to dehumanize our correction officers. I also don't want to dehumanize people who are accused of a crime. Our society is going to be based on how much we do or don't dehumanize people, even people who are accused of committing harm. So I want to begin my prepared statements by saying solitary is torture. It is cruel. It is inhumane. It can ruin people's lives, and too many do not survive it. We know that people try to mask the isolation that is solitary with euphemistic names, and that these names are used interchangeably. But prolonged isolation that looks like, feels like, and acts like solitary confinement is solitary confinement. Physical isolation coupled with the lack of meaningful social interaction causes or exacerbates already existing trauma or creates other ones, as well as other mental health issues. Solitary confinement does not only impact the individual, entire communities mourn the loss of their parents, siblings, children, and friends. We have already lost 16 people in the jail on Rikers so far, and I'm committed to doing everything in my power to end this crisis. People who experience isolation in jails and prisons suffer socially, mentally, emotionally, and financially, both while incarcerated and after their release. No one leaves solitary confinement whole. They struggle with the lasting effects of trauma and are disproportionately more likely to die by suicide or homicide. They are also at increased risk for homelessness and substance abuse. A 2019 North Carolina study found that survivors of solitary confinement were 127 times more likely to die from an opioid overdose within 2 weeks of their release. That's why I introduced this legislation, which should and would ban the use of solitary confinement in city jails as implemented by the Department of Corrections, as well as provide individuals in DOC custody due process. I want to thank Speaker Adams, the chair, and all my colleagues for supporting the bill. And I'm urging the mayor to do the same, to reevaluate the position on solitary confinement. Ending this practice in our jails is not silly, as was expressed. It is life-saving, it is needed, and it is very long overdue. What we are trying to do is create a system of jails that doesn't exist. I want to be clear about that. And every time we try to re-change how we deal with safety, we hear the same arguments over and over and over again. We have to take the time to create a safety that's not based on torture or oppressive policies. Under the legislation, DOC shall not be placing an incarcerated individual in a cell other than night for sleep for more than 8 hours in any 24-hour period, or during the day for more than 2 hours in any 24-hour period, unless such confinement is necessary to de-escalate immediate conflict that has caused injury or possesses an immediate danger to a person's safety. We should be agreeing on a few things. All of us should be agreeing that we cannot lock up human beings for 20, 23, 24 hours a day on a prolonged basis, even as accountability. That causes harm. We should also agree that we have to be able to separate people to help others be safe. And the discussion should be about how we do that and making sure that there are due processes in place. To be clear, this bill ends the harmful practice of solitary confinement. If solitary confinement is no longer being done, then there should be no reason to oppose this bill. We should just be discussing how we can humanely separate people when needed and provide the services that are needed. It does not ban separation when it is necessary to protect incarcerated individuals and staff. This bill outlines a simple process: separate, de-escalate, and investigate. This bill will not be an instant solution for the increased violence and self-harm and suicides. And I want to be clear, I know the pictures that I saw out there are real, and there are real people who want to get back home to their families the same way they came to work. But those pictures were not created because of this bill. They are created with what already exists. And what already exists is not keeping that island safe, so we have to change it. Like many things we once thought kept us safe, solitary confinement increases problems and violence, both inside our jails and outside in the community. There's an obligation to keep New Yorkers safe on both sides of the bars, and we must continue to move away from outdated practices that just create more harm. I think everybody would agree that more harm is being created. Solitary confinement is implemented by the DOC at odds with the ultimate goal of reform and rehabilitation and falls under the definition of torture by the United Nations. As lawyer and activist Brian Stevenson once said, the true measure of our character is how we treat the poor, the disfavored, the accused, the incarcerated, and the condemned. We are failing on almost all of those accounts all across this city and this country. We are all implicated when we allow other people to be mistreated. I look forward to working with all of you in creating a more safe and just city. I look forward to speaking with all of you, including corrections, like I continually do, even though other folks saying that I'm not. I want to hear from all sides because all harm is valid. We came to this with lived experiences. I'm looking forward to hearing those lived experiences and figuring out how we can make this bill actually keep people safe, hold people accountable while not torturing them. Thank you.
Good morning. Alex Polinoff, Senior Counsel. I'll now swear in representatives from the administration who have signed up to testify today. From the Department of Correction, we have Commissioner Louis Molina, Paul Schechtman, and Dr. James Austin. From New York City Health and Hospitals Correctional Health Services, we have Jeanette Merrill and Carlos Castellanos. Would you please raise your right hands? Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in your testimony today, and to respond honestly to council member questions? Thank you. You may begin when ready.
Good morning, Chair Rivera, Speaker Adams, Public Advocate Williams, members of the Committee on Criminal Justice, and other council members joining us this morning. I'm Louis Molina, Commissioner of the Department of Correction. I am joined today by the Department's General Counsel, Paul Schechtman, and a renowned correctional expert, Dr. James Austin, who was recommended to the Department by the Federal Monitor in the Nycc case to develop additional measures to protect incarcerated individuals and our correctional officers from violence. I want to thank you for giving me the opportunity to testify today on introduction number 549, which is described as a bill to ban solitary confinement in city jails. This legislation is extraordinarily important to the department as we work to implement the Nycc Action Plan and unravel the legacy of decades of mismanagement that have led to an environment of violence and fear within our jails. As I hope to explain, if enacted, Intro 549 would have grave consequences. It would make the job of running a humane and safe jail system far more difficult. Let me begin by saying that we fundamentally agree on a very important point. Our jails should be humane, and solitary confinement is inhumane. For too long, it was an accepted correctional practice to lock individuals in small cells for 23 hours a day, for months or years at a time, without any contact with other human beings. That practice was wrong. Let me be clear again, I strongly oppose solitary confinement. Not only is it inhumane, it does not make our jails safe. I will not permit anything like it on my watch. I think we can also fundamentally agree that our jails must be safe. Humane treatment and safety are not two separate goals or parallel tracks. They are inextricably linked. When we talk about humane jails, we are talking about safe jails. A jail cannot be humane if it is not safe. Likewise, providing people with an environment that is safe, that is not overrun with fear and violence, that is stable and ordered, is humane. That principle has guided our work over the course of the past 9 months, and it will continue to guide our work in the months to come. If this bill solely bans solitary confinement, it would have my total, unwavering support. But that is not what this bill is about. It does much, much more. The consequences of this bill, if enacted, are profound and benefit neither people in custody, nor staff, nor the public at large. That is what I want to address this morning. I'd like to tell you my understanding of the bill and its consequences. If I get something wrong, I hope that you will correct me. First, the bill seems to allow for some form of restrictive housing that is more restrictive than general population, but I don't think that it actually does. The bill states that incarcerated individuals must have access to at least 14 out-of-cell hours every day, except for individuals placed in confinement for de-escalation and emergency lock-in. Individuals housed in general population in our facilities currently have 14 hours out of cell every day. Thus, under the bill, individuals in so-called restrictive housing would be out of cell for the same length of time as those in general population. Second, under the bill, individuals placed in restrictive housing must have comparable interaction with other individuals and access to comparable congregate programming and comparable amenities to those housed outside of restrictive housing. That means they must be treated no differently from those in general population. Under the bill, the department would be prohibited from placing limitations on commissary and other privileges. If you take both of these points together, that individuals in restrictive housing must have 14 hours out of cell and that they must have comparable amenities, then restrictive housing under this bill is not restrictive at all. It is general population. To put it bluntly, Intro 549 would make it impossible for the department to impose any sanction or measure of accountability on an incarcerated individual who has committed a violent act against another incarcerated individual or against our staff. It would not be possible to manage a jail under such constraints. No one could work there or live there safely, yet the bill goes further. Third, the bill states that the department must use positive incentives to encourage good behavior in restrictive housing and may use disciplinary sanctions only as a last resort. If I am right that restrictive housing under the bill is no different than general population, same time out of cell, same amenities, then a requirement to provide positive incentives to those in restrictive housing means restrictive housing areas would actually be better, more desirable places to be housed in than general population. In essence, the bill would incentivize individuals in our custody to commit violent acts in order to be placed in a more desirable setting. That makes no sense. Fourth, the bill would prohibit pre-hearing detention. Pre-hearing detention refers to a practice in which a perpetrator of a violent act is removed from general population and placed in restrictive housing immediately following the act, pending the outcome of an adjudication hearing. This is done for the safety of staff and other people in custody, including the victim of the attack. Intro 549 states that the department cannot place an incarcerated individual in restrictive housing until a hearing is held and the individual is found guilty of committing a violent offense. Further, the bill states that the incarcerated individual has a right to counsel at the hearing and to a reasonable adjournment, which can easily mean delays of 7 to 10 days or more. Let me tell you in plain language what that means. The department would have no ability to meaningfully separate perpetrators of violent acts from the rest of the population prior to a hearing. Every person working with that individual, uniformed staff, non-uniformed staff, external providers, medical providers, mental health providers, and every person housed with that individual would be forced to share congregate space with them, to share a recreation yard with them, or a visit floor, knowing they had just committed a violent offense. One that they could do again. Our hands would be tied for possibly 10 days or more. With bail reform, our facilities house a high concentration of individuals charged with violent crimes. Here are the statistics. As the chart shows, roughly 30% of the individuals in our custody are awaiting trial on charges of murder, attempted murder, or manslaughter. A great many are gang affiliated. They are capable of extreme acts of violence. Let me underscore this point with these short videos of recent incidences in our facilities. This incident occurred in RNDC, in our young adult general population housing unit. The victim of this incident was another person in custody, as he was slashed and gang assaulted by a number of members that are affiliated with the Violent Bloods gang. This second incident occurred in GRVC and our adult general population housing unit. The victim was a correction officer, assaulted brutally, kicked to the head and face. And the perpetrator, the detainee, took the officer's pepper spray, his chemical agent. This detainee was a member of the violent Crips gang and is in our custody for felony assault that he committed in our communities. This third video occurred at MDC, which is now closed, but it was in our adult general population housing unit. The victim, a female correction officer whose lip was lacerated. She suffered a slash to the face with a 6-inch metal plate. The detainee that did this violent act had been in our custody after committing violent felony assault in the first degree in our community. This fourth incident occurred in AMKC in our adult general population unit. The victim, a mental health discharge planner, one of our non-uniformed staff, punched in the face, kicked to the body while she lay on the floor helpless. The detainee that did this act had committed felony assault in the second degree in our community. To repeat, as drafted, the bill would not allow the department to take any action against any of these individuals until after a hearing with counsel. Until then, they would remain in general population. In addition to these videos, I would like to direct you to photos behind me so you can get a sense of the violence that our officers in the facilities endure. These officers were seriously injured by people in custody during the course of their regular duties at work. The first image, female officer, lips significantly lacerated. Second image, male correction officer laying and being loaded into an ambulance after a serious violent assault. Third photograph is of a female correction officer's hand, which is impaled by a jail-made knife. The detainee that did this act was in our custody because he committed murder in the second degree in our community. And the fourth photograph is of a male correction officer slashed by an individual in custody. And this individual was in our custody because they had committed felony assault on a police officer with a deadly weapon in our community. The perpetrators of such egregious acts must be held accountable, not in solitary confinement, but in some form of restrictive housing that sends a clear message that their conduct is unacceptable and aims to prevent future occurrences. As you undoubtedly know, in June of 2021, the Board of Correction promulgated a rule requiring the department to implement a risk management and accountability system, also known as RMAS. The chart on the screen compares RMAS to the current bill. Under RMAS, pre-hearing was permissible. Under the bill, it would not be permissible. RMAS out-of-cell time for restrictive housing was 10 to 12 hours. Under the bill, it would be 14 hours, the same as general population. In their June 2022 report, the federal monitor wrote this about RMAS, and I quote, "The monitoring team's collective 100 years of experience in correctional management, expertise in the development of credible programs serving as alternatives to punitive segregation, and deep knowledge of the department has led to a consensus that proceeding with RMAS is not prudent and poses significant safety concerns. Accordingly, the monitoring team does not at this juncture approve the implementation of RMAS. If the federal monitor concluded that RMAS posed significant safety concerns, it is a certainty that he would be opposed to this bill as well. As with RMAS, he would find that the bill puts people in custody and correction officers at greater risk of serious harm. This bill also undermines the authority of the federal court, which has directed that the department develop a new restrictive housing system that adheres to the best correctional practices subject to the monitor's approval. For the last 9 months, my team and I have been working tirelessly to improve conditions in our jails, and we have seen successes. However, during that time, we have also seen tragedy. There have been 16 deaths. One death is one too many. Obviously, we still have work ahead of us. Our goal is the same as yours. Our jails must be humane. The only way to make them humane is to ensure that they are safe. This bill, if enacted, would make our facilities far less safe for every person that enters to do their jobs. It would endanger every person in our custody, and I urge you not to endorse it. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. Dr. Austin has brief testimony, and then we are available to answer any questions that you may have.
Good morning. My name is Dr. James Austin, and I am pleased to testify before you today. I have been retained by the department to consult on the creation of a housing model in response to the level of violence at Rikers Island as required by the Nycc Action Plan. In doing so, I have been reviewing the current DOC policies and practices, as well as analyzing patterns of assaults and stabbings and slashings. During this time, I've also been consulting with both the monitor and the deputy monitor, Steve Martin and Anna Friedberg, to gain their perspective. Based on this work, a plan is being readied for implementation that will create a more effective restrictive housing model. The single goal of this plan is to quickly reduce the unacceptable level of violence that is occurring on a regular basis at Rikers. But this plan will only be successful with the assistance of the federal judge overseeing the consent decree, the criminal courts, and I want to come back to that topic, why they're important in this issue, and of course the Board of Correction and the City Council. It cannot be successfully implemented by the department alone. In terms of my background, I'm a criminologist who began my work in the Illinois Department of Corrections, where I worked at the Joliet and Stateville maximum security prisons. I actually worked in one of the first restricted housing programs in the country. Since then, I've earned my PhD in sociology from the University of California and have directed several research and policy development organizations. I have designed and evaluated restrictive housing programs in many correctional systems for both plaintiffs and defendants, including the Federal Bureau of Prisons and the states of Ohio, Illinois, Mississippi, Colorado, which have been referenced already today, California, New Mexico, Kentucky. I'm currently involved at the request of the federal judge in Rhode Island, and local California jails, including Sacramento, Santa Clara, and Alameda counties. The goal of this work that I've been involved with has been to eliminate solitary confinement, which has occurred in all of these locations. It's also to increase out-of-cell time, increase access to rehabilitative programs, reduce the number of people assigned to restrictive housing, and I think most importantly, reduce the level of violence in these systems. So these projects I've been involved with have worked. My history with the department began last year when I designed and installed the jail classification system. Classification system is designed to determine the custody level, and it's very important that that be functioning properly so we can get people separated properly. That system is currently being used to balance housing within units across the department. Most recently, at the direction of the federal monitor and the judge, the department asked me to develop a restricted housing plan and strategy to address the extreme level of violence at Rikers. So let's first talk about the level of violence that's occurring. The department's population is about 5,800. In 2015, the population was over 10,000. So we've gone from 10,000 to 5,800. This significant reduction in the jail population has been largely driven by a dramatic decline in jail admissions. If you look at Table 1, you'll see that in 2015, there were 5,181 monthly bookings. That's been reduced to 1,605. Population has dropped by nearly 50%. And most importantly, the length of stay, the average length of stay, has increased from 58 days to 108 days. That 108 days is being driven in part in the change in the attributes of the population that's now in the jail. They are increasingly, as the commissioner says, they are increasingly charged with violent crimes which take longer to dispose of. But I do want to add that 108 days is approximately 3 to 4 times the national average. And that's why I mentioned the criminal courts. We do have a big problem in people staying in the jail for excessive periods of time in pretrial detention. And the criminal courts need to help us reduce that length of stay. I point this out because the reduction in the jail population has several important management implications. Current population largely consists of people charged with violent crimes. A large percentage, at least half, will be convicted and sentenced to state prison. So even though if you look at that 5,800 today, and they're in pretrial, we know that about half of them will eventually be sentenced to state prison. The other portion largely will be sentenced to credit for time served or some other sentence. But that will happen after spending months or years of incarceration in pretrial status. Number 3, the jail population requires higher levels of custody consistent with their more severe disciplinary and criminal history. The most significant challenge is the excessive rate of violence that permeates each jail at Rikers. As shown in the figure below, the current rate of assaults at the department grossly exceeds other correctional systems. I really want you to absorb this chart. These are rates of assaults, inmate on inmate, inmate on staff, in 3 jurisdictions, all of which I've been involved with now: Los Angeles County, New York City Department of Corrections, and the New York State Department of Corrections. That orange bar is Rikers. So the inmate on inmate staff rate is 47 per 100 inmate population, as opposed to 3 in LA and New York State. Inmate on inmate is 114 versus 18 and 3. And the total is 163 per 100 population versus 21 and 3. This is such an excessive rate of violence. It's unheard of in any correctional system I know of. Table 2 looks at the level of violence as occurring at Rikers in 2022 to date. At this rate, if we look at Table 2, there will be an estimated 6,000 serious assaults that'll occur this year. 6,000. There'll be 500 slashings and stabbings. I can safely say, and I shouldn't use that word safely, that there is no other jail or prison system in the United States that's even close to experiencing this level of violence on a daily basis. This is a crisis this city needs to deal with immediately. Who is involved in these violent acts? Well, fortunately, it's a minority of the jail population. Most of the jail populations in the general population, and they are classified as minimum or medium. But there is a group that we can identify that is involved in these very serious violent acts, either repeatedly, often repeatedly. Table 3 shows that on August 24th, we took a snapshot of the jail population. There are 767 people who had been involved in at least one slashing, stabbing, or one use of force assault in the 6 months prior to that date of August 24th. So we looked at who's in custody, and we said, look, let's find the people that are involved in these assaults that have occurred in the last 6 months. The majority of these people or individuals committing these violent acts are males who are 30 years or younger, associated with a gang, classified as maximum custody, and have been incarcerated to date for about a year. However, and this is the key point, only 130 were in the Enhanced Supervision Housing Program, which is the restricted housing program. The rest of them are in the general population. And they shouldn't be in the general population because of what they've done. They are out of their cells, as the commissioner says, 14 hours per day, 7 days a week, and allowed to congregate with one another. Essentially, the individuals who are causing the violence are being properly identified. We know who they are, and they're properly classified, but they're in the general population. Clearly, the challenge is to expand and modify, not reduce, the capacity of the current restricted housing program. So what does the proposed model look like that we've been working on? It's designed to meet the following standards. Number one, it forbids the use of solitary confinement. It complies with the New York State HALT Solitary Confinement Act. It complies with the consent decree. And lastly, it applies the best practices that have worked in other correctional systems that will reduce the violence in the correctional facilities. So this plan will work. It will reduce the violence. It incorporates the following key components. Placement limited to people who have recently been involved in violent behavior toward other incarcerated people or correctional staff. There is a structured referral and review process that will be fully transparent and consistent with due process guidelines. It will consist of 2 program levels in a single facility that will allow the individual to progress through the program in a timely manner based on compliance with an individualized case plan that's been developed for them and allows for structured and safe periods of daily out-of-cell time. The individualized case plan will list the positive behavior and violence reduction programs the individual must complete before being released to the general population. And lastly, the staff, and this is on the department, the staff will have to assign people to this unit that have received specialized training in the management of this population. Detailed data will be collected and reported on who is being admitted to the restricted housing unit, the types of services being provided to them, their length of stay in the program, and their subsequent disciplinary behavior after they've been released, so we can see, is the program working? But the most important statistic will be the monthly rate of violence that is occurring within each facility, as this is the indication of the program's effectiveness. Looking at the risk management and accountability system, I reviewed that, a restrictive housing model that was designed by the Board of Correction. I concluded that RMAS as designed should not be implemented. There were good aspects about the proposed RMAS, but there are also some serious design flaws. Among its issues, RMAS did not require individuals to participate in programming as a condition of progression and allowed one to be released to the general population within 30 days. This meant that effectively RMAS was not a behavior change model, it was a model of brief segregation from the general population as a consequence of an act of violence. As indicated above, the people that would be admitted to RMAS have recently committed very violent and often life-threatening assaults and stabbings. Expecting them to change their violent behavior within 30 days with no requirement to participate in any form of rehabilitative program or exhibit positive conduct is unrealistic. But RMAS would have allowed an individual to move quickly through the system, having never once engaged in programming, and be forced to be placed back in the general population in 30 days. Intro 539 proposes a model for restrictive housing that is even less restrictive than RMAS. That is, in fact, not restrictive at all. The stated goal of Intro 549 is to eliminate solitary confinement. Again, a goal that the department and I agree with. But eliminating solitary confinement should not also mean eliminating the core societal principle of holding people accountable for their dangerous behavior, especially those who have repeatedly assaulted and stabbed others. Further, a core duty of the department is to protect the vast majority of the jail's population who are not management problems and are not violent to others. This is done by identifying and managing those who are violent in separate and secure housing units. Under Intro 549, people who have attempted to assault or murder other residents must be allowed to be out of their cells for at least 14 hours a day, with large numbers of other people who have also tried to murder or harm others. I know of no other restrictive housing program in the United States, including those agreed to by prisoner rights groups, that would allow for people who have just assaulted, stabbed, or slashed another person to be out of their cells for 14 hours a day, 7 days a week. The 14 hours per day is what well-behaved detainees in general population receive. And this is the current problem. This is what we have now. People who commit violent crimes against others are not being placed in restrictive housing programs. And violence is the predictive result. So under 549, as presently constituted, there would be no significant consequences for violent behavior. Incarcerated individuals would have no motive to participate in rehabilitative programs to mitigate the probability of future violence. If this is allowed to happen, there will be more, not less, violence occurring at Rikers. I cannot emphasize enough that passing this bill as constituted is likely to increase violence at Rikers Island. It would create a serious safety concern for the department and simply is not sound correctional practice. Correctional systems that have significantly lowered their rates of violence and have banned solitary confinement would never adopt such a policy. I would ask you to allow the department to implement the plan that we've been working on so we can show you that we can reduce the violence in a logical, realistic manner. Thank you for your time today. I'm available for any questions you might have.
Thank you very much. I'm going to turn to our Speaker, Adrian Adams, for a couple questions.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Thank you all once again very much for being here this morning. Let's just stay on the enhanced supervision housing piece of it. How many young adults are currently in ESH?
None.
0.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. What would the current average length of stay be in ESH?
The current average length of stay with those that have been have been in ESH has been 53 days.
Okay. What's the minimum lockout for each level of ESH?
7 hours.
Okay. And under what, if any, circumstances would individuals in ESH receive less than minimum lockout?
There may be a possibility that someone in ESH, while they're in their out-of-cell lockout congregate setting, possibly would attack another detainee or possibly attack a staff member. In that incident, they would be removed from ESH in that housing unit for that moment, and they would likely be taken to our de-escalation housing unit, where we can keep them there locked in for up to 6 hours to determine the appropriate housing setting that would come next.
Could I add something to that, which is, I've been through the units, through there yesterday and several times before. At any given time, you'll see the ones that are out or can be out, I'd say maybe a third of them are in their cells voluntarily. They do not want to be out into the general population. This is very common in restricted housing units. A lot of the people there prefer to be in their cells for periods of time because of the tension and issues that can happen in the congregating with other people.
What does that, I mean, I visited a few times the facilities. Can you just tell us broadly what that space looks like? What is comprised in that space? And in addition to that, what does the time spent look like for the detainee within that space?
Sure, thank you for your question. So while the detainee has his out-of-cell time in restrictive housing in the 7-hour lockout, we have removed all restraint desks. So when I got to the department, there were restraint desks that people were restrained to when they were out of their cell, and we eliminated that practice. Individuals the census in level 1 is capped out at 20 individuals in that housing unit, and they alternately lock out for 7 hours, 10 at a time, if they elect to do so. They still have access to be able to buy hygiene commissary products if they choose. They have 5 hours of programming for targeting their behavior so that we can help them resolve issues of conflict without violence. They have 1 hour of TV time during non-programmatic times, and they have regular weekly engagements where we review their cases to determine if they're ready to move on to the next level and to be released back to general population.
I'd like to add also that on the plan that we're developing, I think it's fair to say that the structured programming has been lacking in the units.
That's where I was going.
Pardon?
That's where I was going.
Yeah, and in my testimony, what we are doing, we're going to require an individual case plan be established for each person. That case plan requires interactions or sessions with program people in private settings. So we're looking at the units to modify what we call the day room areas, and there's other rooms in the unit that we can modify, because we recognize that the programs to work have to be done in a professional manner. They just can't be out, playing chess or something like that, or card games. You have to have a serious period of time, and it's got to be happening regularly, like on a weekly basis or bi-weekly basis. So I think that's one of the benefits of the new plan, is really going to ramp up the services that they will be experiencing.
So, Dr. Austin, I mean, you just hit on something that the place exactly where I was going with this, and that comes to the time spent, the value of the time spent, the semantics around solitary confinement, punitive segregation, something that I would like to see change to rehabilitative something. So the current programming is what you're saying is not effective programming. Who are the program?
The delivery.
The delivery of the program.
Yeah, the programs would work, but they're not being delivered properly.
Who are the programming people, and what does that program look like?
Well, the programs vary. I mean, I'm not a psychologist.
No, I just want
that's
to know
not my thing.
who's in there delivering the services to the detainees, and what types of services are being delivered to the detainees that are in.
They would be a combination of individual and small group sessions that are targeting, anger management classes, impulse control classes, things like that.
Are they social
my
workers?
recommendation.
Are they psychologists? Are they psychiatrists? Social workers? Are they PhDs?
Madam Speaker, just so I could just let you know what's currently taking place. Each unit has a program counselor providing approximately 6 hours of program activities available to the detainee if they so choose to want to participate. We assign social workers one-on-one so they can be engaging with the population to address issues. We have associate correctional counselors who provide jail-based social services. They continue to have access to minimum standards like legal coordinators to assist them with their law library issues. We've also have brought in like animal therapy, so dog therapy has been utilized in the service, as well as faith-based ministerial services have also been brought in.
That's good. And how many hours is this again for the time that they're in?
We have programming available for 5 or 6 hours during the 7 hours of lockout time that is available every day for those that are in restrictive housing.
And I think Dr. Austin was just alluding to perhaps extending that or expanding that programming or that time frame for that programming.
I don't think that was Dr. Austin's position.
I'm sorry, what did you say?
I thought that you were referencing modifying that, the programming, or extending it, or something along those lines.
No, this is the delivery of the services.
delivery.
Yeah, so that for these services, as he's described, we have to have semi-private or private settings for that to happen. If you're doing a counseling session with someone talking about their anger management issues, you can't do that effectively in an open area where other people are congregating or can hear what's going on. It has to be a private or semi-private setting, so we have to bump that up.
Sure. And Commissioner, how many people are involved in the programming aspect? Do you know?
Well, we have hundreds of people involved in programming, so we have a blended model of programming. We have programmatic staff that actually works directly for the department in our programs division throughout all of our facilities. In addition to, we have contracted providers. Some of those providers are nonprofit. Some of them are faith-based providers that come in also to do programming activities, not only in our restrictive housing units, but also in our general population units and other housing units.
Under your current, under your current folks that are in there working, have you seen any substantial behavior modification as a result of this programming and the folks that are currently used?
Well, given that our length of stay has reduced during my tenure there of individuals inside restrictive housing, the length of stay was in the 70-day time frame prior to arriving, we're having impact because we're doing regular weekly evaluations. That evaluation is chaired and driven by our programs division so that we have the right subject matter experts evaluating individuals' progression, as well as input from our officers that work in those housing units of behaviors that they may want to share with the program providers so that they can address them with those individuals. We also do have sections within the housing unit that can serve for private moments between a provider and a single individual to have one-on-one. We also have expanded the use of violence interrupters. We've had a lot of success with credible messengers, and we're looking to adopt credible messengers even within our restrictive housing units.
That's good. I just want to touch on one thing, and I'll pass it back on to my colleagues. You mentioned the aspect of this bill in its current state, speaking about a hearing and speaking about time frame for a hearing, which we get that. A hearing is required presently, correct?
That is correct.
Is that being followed up?
Yeah, so an individual is placed in what I would categorize as pre-hearing detention. So immediately following an act of violence, we would place that person in enhanced supervisory housing, in our restrictive housing. Within 5 days of that, a hearing occurs, and within 7 days of that incident happening, a determination would be made if the person was guilty or innocent.
So is the person put in restrictive housing prior to the hearing as is, or no?
Yes.
Yes, they're put into, and they're still awaiting a hearing, but they're put into.
They're put into restrictive housing
Okay.
because the goal of that, and it's called pre-hearing detention within restrictive housing, because we have to remove that violent individual from the general population so that others can be safe.
Got it. Okay, thank you. Chair?
I just want to acknowledge we've been joined by council members Stevens and De La Rosa. And these questions are really for the commissioner, since you are the manager of these jails. So, Dr. Austin, thank you for your testimony. I'll let you know if I need you to chime in. At the meeting of the Board of Correction Jails Oversight Body on Tuesday, July 12th, you and your leadership team did not dispute that in multiple units you continue to lock people alone 23 hours a day indefinitely without due process or any information on when or how they can get out. And at that meeting, board member Felipe Frankel described how people, including young adults in North Infirmary Command Units 3B and 3C, as well as West Facility, were being locked in their cell area 23 hours a day without human contact, without leaving their cell area, and without group programming, and were being held in these units indefinitely without any due process and without any knowledge of when or how to get out of the units. Board member Franco called these awful spaces and described how he met young people who were decompensating and would be worse off than when they went into these units. You and other DOC administrators admitted that dozens of people are being locked in these units in these conditions. Now, evidence indicates that the social isolation of locking someone in such conditions can have devastating physical and psychological effects on people. And mental health experts have said this is solitary confinement and causes the same harm as other forms of solitary confinement. In your testimony, you said that it was indeed inhumane. Do you agree that people should not be locked in the conditions such as what I described?
Yes, I do agree, and those are not the conditions that the individuals are being held in. Those individuals are in involuntary protective custody. The current number of individuals that are in that setting is 27. Those individuals get 14 hours out of cell time in a personalized day room, which has access to television, telephone, commissary privileges. They get outside recreation. They can communicate with others that are in that same tier of that housing unit. So they are not locked in for 23 hours a day with no human contact.
They're not.
No.
Locking people up for that long is in direct violation of many components of the binding state halt solitary law, including the 15-day limit on solitary for all people the ban on special populations in solitary, the due process requirements for being placed in solitary, the out-of-cell and programming requirements for people while in solitary, the congregate programming requirements, and any alternatives to solitary. Has the department been blatantly violating the halt solitary law? Are those due process hearings actually happening?
Due process hearings are happening for those that are placed in restrictive housing, involuntary protective custody, which these individuals are in, because they're very violent, they're violent individuals that if we put them in general population, they would be at significant risk of retaliatory acts. And those individuals are not in solitary confinement. They get out of cell time in private day rooms for up to 14 hours a day if they choose, with all the amenities of general population to include outside recreation.
In previous testimony, you yourself have stated that those very units do not provide actual or meaningful out-of-cell time. In early 2022, you urged patience and more time to implement the Board of Corrections rules related to RMAS until July 1 so that people have actual out-of-cell time in a group setting. And I know Dr. Austin is assisting with some sort of new restrictive housing model of which we have no timeline. But why have you continued to place young adults and other people in these units at NIC?
Like I've stated earlier, it's an involuntary protective custody housing unit. These are very violent individuals that have conducted very violent acts to other persons. And if we would have placed them back in general population, their own safety would be at significant risk. It is not solitary confinement. They have 14 hours out of cell in a private day room, with access to the amenities that individuals in general population have. It is my duty to keep individuals there safe, and that's what I'm doing.
What is the longest total time that a person has been in one of those units at West Facility this year?
The average length of stay in total for those that have been in that unit and out of that unit has been 25 days.
That's average. Do you know the longest time?
I'd have to follow up with you to let you know what that is.
Okay, please do so. How many people in DOC custody today are in a unit where they do not have 7 hours of actual out-of-cell time in a shared space with other people?
Well, as I've stated before, our restrictive housing model provides for 7 hours out of cell. Like Dr. Austin has stated, some individuals elect to stay in their cell. We don't force individuals to come out of their cell if they do not want to. There's nobody that's there under 23 hours of solitary confinement. It does not exist.
Do you know how many people?
None.
How many people are in DOC custody today in a unit where they do not have access to the board's minimum standard of at least 14 hours out of cell per day?
We have approximately 117 individuals that are in restrictive housing, and those individuals get 7 hours out of cell time under the restrictive housing rules.
So Commissioner Molina, you actually have stated a commitment to operationalizing sustainable criminal justice reform practices and advancing the principles of social justice by implementing meaningful change through the introduction of integral programs that aid and navigate vulnerable populations. You've also stated that you believe that in order to improve the criminal justice system and enhance the impact of social services, these systems need strategic disruption in how they are managed. Evidence has shown that alternatives to solitary confinement and other forms of separation that involve full days of out-of-cell group programming and activities reduce violence, reduce self-harm, and improve people's well-being. And you've testified at previous hearings that you agree with this evidence and that providing people with real out-of-cell programming opportunities and engagement helps to reduce violence. Is that still your belief and vision?
Oh, absolutely, it is my belief. And you had referenced Cook County and what Sheriff Dart did in Cook County, and I will tell you, I went to Cook County, and our restrictive housing is significantly less restrictive than Cook County. In Cook County, their restrictive housing out of cell time is 4 hours, and ours is 7 hours.
Can you tell us more about what you think the benefits are of having people having out-of-cell programming and activities? if you have like examples of where you've seen out-of-cell group programming and activities help people's mental health and well-being and improve safety.
Well, I've seen it, and we've used it in our violence reduction plan at RNDC. I'll remind this body that RNDC, our young adult facility, was our leading, most violent facility when I took over as commissioner of the Department of Corrections. And what we implemented there at RNDC in our violence reduction plan touched in 4 areas: security practices with tactical search operations, embedding credible messengers in that facility, programming education, and having faith-based leaders engage with these individuals. In many cases, sometimes one-on-one, and others group activities. And it is our officers that do many of these group activities while individuals are out of cell for 14 hours in that young adult facility. And what we've seen over the last few months in our young adult facility at RNDC has been remarkable. If you compare August, where we were in August, to where we were in March, we had an 83% reduction in slashings and stabbings at the facility. We have been seeing declines in slashings and stabbings and violence, to include use of force at that facility, because of exactly the things that you have just stated regarding group programming, educational opportunities to include career technical education, and it has turned that facility around. And what we are doing now is expanding that same strategy in our other facilities at GRVC and AMKC.
So in San Francisco, the Resolve to Stop the Violence Project, RSVP, reduced violence and recidivism by replacing solitary confinement with programming to teach people nonviolent conflict resolution skills. And one study found that RSVP participants were rearrested on violent charges at nearly half the rate of non-participants. Commissioner Molina, could you please speak to your professional experience when you implemented RSVP within the Westchester County Department of Correction?
Absolutely. It was a very successful program in Westchester County. The difference is that individuals in RSVP were not in RSVP after committing a very violent act where they assaulted another person in custody or an officer. The individuals in RSVP were individuals that were charged with very violent crimes. They were mandated to participate in programmings. They had significant out-of-cell time to do group as well as individual programming, but that is a different issue than restrictive housing.
Earlier, you said that the NIC population was 27 2 months ago, and you said you were working to get it to 0. What do you do to document a person who refuses to leave the cell, and how close are you to your goals?
Well, we engage with the population on a regular basis, both our uniform and our non-uniform staff, our contract providers. As Dr. Austin has stated, and as many members of this committee know, as well as the Board of Corrections, none of the programs that we offered are mandated. We cannot force any of these individuals to participate in them. Now, we engage with the population and we try to gain their buy-in so that they can unlearn responding to issues of conflict using violence. It takes a lot of hard work, but I could tell you that our officers and our non-uniform staff are committed to doing that work. And that's why we've seen slashings and stabbings significantly come down to where they were.
I appreciate you emphasizing programming, and we saw a very detailed presentation on the excessive violence that is transpiring within the jails, and we certainly do not want that culture, that environment to continue. I think all of my colleagues have been very clear that this is about safety for everyone. So I just want to ask about, you are asking for time to implement a new model. You are saying you will be more transparent, that you are going to communicate, and even Dr. Austin listed all the partners, including the City Council, that are going to be required to get this right and to be successful ultimately. And I want to believe that this is truly your mission and your belief. So I have to ask, the New York Times reported yesterday that there was a cover-up to avoid scrutiny for another death in custody by telling staff to make sure that Elmore Robert Pondexter was off the department's count. Why was the death not reported to the BOC or the public?
that New York Times article paints a very inaccurate picture of what we were doing to be very compassionate to that individual that was transitioning. And the vernacular used in my email was sent to a group of individuals, and it is correction vernacular, so that it ensured that that gentleman could have the privacy and dignity with his family and loved ones as he transitioned from his health ailment. And I believe in compassionate release for those that are suffering from very serious illnesses that are look very unlikely to make it.
We agree compassionate release is important. There are other tools and mechanisms and strategies that we can certainly implement to reduce the overall population, and I hope that it is also our goal to close Rikers and reduce the population just generally. I do want to turn it over to my colleagues. There are many of them that have questions. I'll return for follow-up. I'm going to go to the public advocate, Jamani Williams. Thank you for your answers.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you so much, and thank you, Commissioner. Sometimes we're using interchangeable terms, and so I just want to, Commissioner, so I understand, what is your definition of solitary confinement?
My definition of solitary confinement is similar to the United Nations. It is keeping an individual in a very small cell for 23 hours a day with very to little no human contact with other persons, and at best, maybe you would get 1 hour a day out of that cell for hygiene.
Okay, and so isolation is a big part of that. I just want to make sure, because we hear restrictive housing, enhanced supervision, punitive segregation, and I think these things are sometimes being used interchangeably, and they're always not. So I want to make sure, like this, what the bill did actually tried to define people's experiences and not use this terminology because they're getting confused. I also want to make clear because I want to make sure we are disagreeing on what we're disagreeing about. And from when I'm listening to people, you and I'm sorry,
Dr. Austin.
yes, there is a lot of agreement. And some of that agreement means that there shouldn't be as much pushback on this bill that we have. So I want to try to make sure we are understanding what it is that we're agreeing about and disagreeing about. There's an agreement that we should not have solitary, if I am correct. There's also an agreement that we may need to separate people to keep people safe. There's also an agreement that there has to be meaningful programming, which didn't exist in some of the other models. I also want to point out that some of the horrific things that were shown there, when they truly are horrific, and even the data and the charts were mind-blowing of how violent Riker is to other places, happened before this bill. So this bill has nothing to do with all of the violence that's occurring right now. If I'm not mistaken, there is agreement on all of those things. Also, length of time is also a huge problem that we do have to address. I'm interested, you don't need to say now, but the people who committed those crimes, I'd be interested to know how long they were in Rikers, because people are being held in Rikers for far too long, and I think everyone agrees that increases the likelihood of violence, as everybody agrees that lack of minimum standards are also helping with the violence that's going on there. So those are things that there's a lot of agreement on. And so I do want to get to some of the points where there's a disagreement, because I'm looking at this chart. And some of it seems like there's a disagreement of how many hours as opposed to the thing. And so I've been very clear, and I'm going to be clear again. My understanding of the bill and what I intend for this bill is that you can isolate someone pre-trial to de-escalate. As you mentioned here, it would go from 6 hours to 4 hours, so that's a difference of 2 hours. You can also put someone in a non-general population that you may define as restrictive housing before there is a trial. What we're saying is that trial has to happen within 7 days to make sure people need to stay in there. That is what, you're not in here, but that is what our intent is, my intent is, and that's what we believe this bill does. So given, if we can get to the point where those two things are agreed upon, what we're arguing now is a couple of hours on de-escalation and how many hours people should be out of cell when they're in some sort of restrictive housing. That's a conversation that I think can happen in a very calm way without some of the back and forth that we're having. I think there's a lot of misinformation that is occurring right now. So just want to pause. Is there anything that I said there that there's a disagreement with?
Yes.
Okay.
Just a couple of technical points. You are correct. If someone commits a violent act, and we have that today, we can bring that individual to a de-escalation housing unit. Currently, under the BOC standards, that time frame is 6 hours, and there's active touring supervision in the de-escalation housing units by uniformed officers every 15 minutes. That de-escalation housing unit, under the language of this bill, is only 4 hours, and is the only opportunity that that individual can be removed from general population and put into the de-escalation unit. Because we cannot have, and again, pre-hearing detention is not allowed under the bill. Yes, the bill does call for there to be a hearing for individuals, and that is something that we support, but that hearing...
When you're saying pre-trial detention, are you talking about putting someone in something that's other than general population?
Yes.
Okay. Well, I'm saying the intent is to be allowed to do that for several days, as long as the hearing occurs within 7 days.
The language of the
Got
bill
it.
does
I
not
got
allow
it.
that to
I
happen.
heard what the language is saying. I'm saying this is the intent of the bill. So assuming that we can get that clear, what we are actually arguing about is a few hours in de-escalation and in some kind of restrictive housing. Because right now, and when I visited, it was, I think you're saying 7 hours, but I saw some that was 10 and some that was 12 hours, and we're saying 14. So again, there, it's just a difference of a few hours that we're arguing about.
I would also like to add that the bill language also requires that medical clinicians tour in the de-escalation housing unit for the violent primary aggressor every 15 minutes.
Yeah.
I can let Correctional Health Services speak to that point, but for the staffing that would be required to be able to do every 15-minute rounding in de-escalation, I don't know if they have the capacity to do that.
Okay, I just want to stick to the thing that's out in the public a lot, which is where we're trying to prevent people from being able to separate people because of safety. That's just not a true thing, and I want to make sure that we have that out in the public, and I want to make sure that we're understanding and have listened to what people are saying about being safe. That's why I want us to try to agree on what it is we're disagreeing about so that we can have a conversation on that, because there's an understanding that we may have to separate people. All we're saying is we don't want to torture them, and all we are saying is the same thing that seems to be being said. We have to make sure people have a humane amount of out-of-cell time and very true services, things that were not occurring. That's agreement on what we agree on. And the rest is what we should be having a discussion about. But we seem to be having a lot of discussion about things that we actually agree on. And that's what I wanted to emphasize, because there are very real human beings that have trauma happening to them. This bill is about the solitary that's happening, trauma that's happening to incarcerated people. But I can see the trauma that's happening on our correction officers. And I don't want to have misinformation further that trauma. I'd rather us have a discussion about what it is that we're disagreeing about. That's very important to me. Also, I have heard bail reform mentioned a lot of times, but my understanding, even without bail reform, those same people who are accused of violent crimes would still be on the island. So I'm not sure how necessarily bail reform would have changed that. So if you want to tell me how that would have changed, I would like to better understand that.
Well, I think what we have with bail reform is a high concentration of very violent individuals in one place. Now, when Rikers had times when we had 15,000 and 20,000 individuals, I agree there were a lot of individuals there that should not have been there. But the number of those individuals that were nonviolent offenders mixed in with that violent population allowed there to be some, for lack of a better way of putting it, diluted the violent individuals that were there. And
So
now
what
what
you're
we have
saying
is a high concentration of
When
violent
we were
individuals
10,
in custody.
15, even 20,000 Rikers, there wasn't violence?
No, there was violence. What I was saying is that the level of violence was not so concentrated because the population of nonviolent offenders over-diluted the violent population. And I'm not saying I want us to be in those days again, because I don't think nonviolent offenders should have to suffer that.
I got it. I will say I would love to see the numbers, particularly in the 90s or so, because I remember a very violent Rikers Island that was full of people who shouldn't have been there, but also had some of these folks as well. I think I forgot my last point. One second. Oh, yes. The other point was that we are not allowing any type of restrictive housing. As you mentioned, as the way the current bill says, there is a similarity between how many people are out of cell, general population, and current restrictive housing. That's what the bill, that you are correct about that. But it doesn't, you are allowed to, there are other certain changes that can happen, like commissary. And so are you saying that commissary is not a good way to deal with some of these things? Because when I saw the level 1 to level 2 that you had, some of the differences weren't some of the differences weren't necessarily the hours that I heard people complain about. I heard about complaining about commissary. So that was a thing that was effective in my opinion.
Yes, so if those that are in restrictive housing, based on the reading of the bill, have to have the same amenities, and we're not talking about minimum standards, we're talking about other amenities and privileges that are in general population, then there are no differences. And currently in our restrictive housing models, we do have max spending caps for individuals that are in restrictive housing if they want to buy commissary products.
Okay. Okay. Like I said, I think there's a lot of agreement here. I also do want to say, when I visited in last September, on the brink of, it was just pure, it was, I don't even know what the right word was for what I saw. When I went back, I hate to say that it was better because what was experienced, I don't want to validate what I saw in September. But I do have to say, even when I went back this August, you may not be able to publicly say that there were people who were in cells for at least 24 hours a day. There was at least one person we saw who was waiting for medical, who was saying that they were in that cell for more than a day. And there were some people who were still, I know you don't want to use the cell within a cell process that was being there, so I applaud that. But there were still people in that cell within a cell, although they were much less. And we're getting news that there are people still being kept in showers for a long time. So you may not be able to say yes, but I did witness at least some of those things while I was there. So even while we're saying we don't want to keep folks in cell for 24 hours, that kind of thing is still happening. We're also hearing that even some of the trials that should be happening in a timely fashion under the current rules, forget our bills, are actually not happening. And so those are some of the things that we really have to address as we try to move forward. I do have some additional questions. I'll wait till the next round, but I did want to just get a basis of where I think we're agreeing, and we're still arguing about that. And I don't want to argue about that. I'd rather argue about what it is that we actually are disagreeing about. Thank you.
Well, I thank you for your visit as always, and I think you categorized it correctly. What I walked into on January 1st of this year was a department on the brink of collapse. And while we have had some successes over the last 9 months, we still have a lot of work to do, given the level of just mismanagement that had occurred in this department for so long. So thank you for coming and visiting.
Thank you, Public Advocate Williams. Commissioner, I feel like you keep saying the bill doesn't allow for de-escalation, and there is language in the bill for de-escalation.
Yeah, let me just, if I was misunderstood, the bill does allow for de-escalation to be used at a maximum of 4 hours. But after that 4-hour time period, what the bill does not allow is for us to place someone in restrictive housing after that.
I just, you want to have time to implement RMAS, and I know there's a restrictive housing model. Are you planning on having firm caps on the replacement for RMAS, 15 days, 30 days, et cetera? I'm trying to nail down whether you're currently providing a system that gives representation at the due process hearing.
So you mentioned caps, and I don't know what that, if you're talking about days or if you're talking about people. Okay, so our average length of stay, like I said earlier, in enhanced supervisory housing has been around in the 50-day mark. So people are progressing through the levels and providing a pathway with engagement with programming back to general population. As we are currently still developing what needs to be approved by the federal monitor regarding our restrictive housing model, as directed by the federal court, the finality of what those details are, we do not have just yet, but we will have in the coming weeks.
One of the criticisms, I guess, of the monitors said regarding RMAS was that they did not feel the department was ready to meet the needs of a system that provided representation. So I know that you're still figuring out details, and you have Dr. Austin as your consultant. So we'll look forward to hearing about that, I guess, in the next few questions from my colleagues as well. I do want to get to the list. There are a number of my colleagues signed up to speak, so please, colleagues, be cognizant of the time. The first four on deck, we have Kaban, Krishnan, Hanif, and Carr. Councilmember Kaban.
Thank you very much. Commissioner, you testified that if you get something wrong, I hope you will correct me, so I am happy to. I think I'll start with, you testified that you will not permit anything like it on my watch, referring to solitary confinement. I can say that I have witnessed the facilities on multiple visits and have seen the functional equivalent of solitary confinement in various ESH units. I think the public advocate similarly witnessed the same. In addition to that, you also testified that it wouldn't be possible to manage a jail under such constraints. And I'm here to say that jails around the country, and in fact, robust empirical evidence says otherwise. And then finally, before I get into some of my questions, you also testified that it would make the job of running a humane and safe jail system far more difficult. But these practices it's disproven, right? It shows that, it is a more effective alternative to reduce violence and increase safety if you increase meaningful out-of-cell time. You add access to medical, mental, and physical health care, which, by the way, I know that the Legal Aid Society has issued has a current lawsuit because the department is failing to provide anywhere near an adequate level of health care and mental health care to the folks that are incarcerated on Rikers Island. And so I think that it's important to note that, one of the things that often gets asked is, what do we do with the violent people on Rikers? And it is fundamentally the wrong question. And I would say it's also a lazy, a negligent, and it's what we have seen, a deadly approach to this problem. And most importantly, it's DOC leadership and the administration skirting responsibility that is owed to both incarcerated people and your staff, instead of doing the hard work of asking and solving the questions of why is the violence occurring in the first place? Why are people resorting to violence? Is it mental health? Is it retaliation? Is it gang violence? Is it transphobia? Is it extreme stress? Is it hunger? Is it lack of health care? And taking the time and care to identify and address those roots, because I can say that you can list off all of the programming that you would like, but what we see every day when we talk to incarcerated folks is that they're not getting it. And so I know that I'm running out of time, but I'm going to ask you for some quick statistics, so hopefully our partners in the community can use it. And I will start by asking, how many people are currently in CAPS? How many people are currently in PACE? Why haven't you increased that number of units as was planned before you came Commissioner? And the context for this is that, with those programs, there's been a 72% decrease in assaults on staff in CAPS, a 63% decrease in assaults on staff in PACE. And so why aren't we addressing the expansion of those units to start?
Okay, so thank you for your question. And we are doing the hard work. That's why many are applauding Cook County and how they manage restrictive housing, but our housing is far less restrictive. In Cook County, restrictive housing is 4 hours. In the Department of Correction, it's 7. We can follow up with you regarding the census counts of individuals that are in CAPS and PACE, unless my colleague from Correctional Health Services has those numbers available.
And I think you are the only person equipped to answer the question of why haven't you increased the number of those units as was planned before you became Commissioner?
I have the number of units of CAPS and PACE that we have the operational bandwidth to manage. I'm not against increasing access to services, be they medical, physical, or mental health services. Medical services and mental health services are managed by an independent body, Correctional Health Services. And I would work with Correctional Health Services or any medical provider in order to be able to provide those services.
Thank you. Councilmember Kaban, did you want to wrap up? Because I have to get to Councilmember Krishna.
Yes, absolutely. Thank you. Just some basic data questions. I know you said there are no young adults in ESH, but how many people are currently in ESH level 1 and 2? What's the standard for continuing placement in ESH? And what percentage of people are receiving timely reviews? And then finally, how are refusals of services documented? Are they required to be videotaped? Which refusals of which services require videotape, and how long is that tape preserved?
Thank you, Councilmember.
Thank you for your question. So the current population in ESH is 117 individuals. That's less than 2% of our average daily population. We have 45 individuals in level 1 and 72 individuals in level 2. And individuals, like I've said, during the length of stay of approximately about 50 days, persons are journeying through the different levels so that they can find their ways back to general population.
But what percentage are actually receiving timely review?
Timely review, so all the members of ESH are receiving weekly review that's chaired by our programmatic staff. So that's happening every week with all the individuals that are in ESH.
I have to move on,
you.
Councilmember Caban. Thank you. Councilmember Krishnan? Sorry.
Thank you so much, Madam Speaker and Chair Rivera, for hosting today's crucial hearing. It couldn't come soon enough. Thank you so much for bringing attention to this important issue. My first question, I'd like to focus, Commissioner, on the case of Mr. Pondexter. Your testimony is that his release was compassionate release, right? But in an email, is that correct?
I think any time that we can provide families and loved ones with privacy while someone is transitioning is compassionate.
Thank you. But in your email, you stated that the goal was to get him off the department's count, which frankly doesn't sound compassionate to me, but calculating. Why did you not report this death to the Board of Corrections?
Deaths of persons that are in custody and on our count, which means that they are in the custodial control of the Department of Corrections, are reported not only to the media, Department of Investigation, the State Attorney General's Office, and the New York State Commission on Corrections. If someone that is no longer on our count or our custodial control, and again, I want to emphasize that that email was sent to small members of my team, so we speak very plainly in correctional vernacular so that we can allow Mr. Poindexter and his family to have privacy and not be surrounded by correctional officers or him cuffed to a bed while he transitioned.
Thank you. There were 16 prior deaths at Rikers Island. Did you advocate for compassionate release for any of them?
Well, I have advocated for compassionate release on a number of occasions.
Okay, but for any of the
depending
16?
on the time frame of when somebody might have
Just yes or no.
left.
For the prior 16, did you advocate for compassionate release? for any of
Yes.
them? Okay. How many times in total would you say this year that you've advocated for compassionate release?
I couldn't give you an exact number, but we probably don't do it enough.
Okay. And there's an article that came out in Gothamist today that I'd urge the public to read about an August presentation by the Board of Corrections to the Manhattan DA's office regarding horrific conditions at Rikers Island. One of the excerpts from that article in Gothamist say that their conditions included in areas of solitary confinement, quote, fire-singed security doors and flooded corridors with trash. You would agree that that should not be conditions that should exist at Rikers Island, much less in a solitary confinement space, right?
Well, I have not read the article, but that was the condition of the department I inherited in January and rectified many of the issues in those photos that were there.
But you would
Maybe
agree
if
those
the Board of
conditions shouldn't
Corrections came to the Department of Corrections and visited the years of 2020 and 2021 and did their responsibilities as an oversight body, I wouldn't have inherited the department in that level of distress and collapse.
Well, my question is just that you agree that those conditions shouldn't exist at Rikers Island,
And I
right?
corrected them.
Okay. I'll take that as a yes, you agree. And you agree also that we shouldn't have suicides occurring, which have occurred in solitary confinement. You would agree that shouldn't be happening either, right?
We do everything we can to prevent individuals from doing self-harm, whether in general population or any type of other restrictive housing that we have. And again, I want to just remind you, we do not have solitary confinement at the Department of Corrections.
And I think, and I'm just going to conclude by saying, I think your solution, what your testimony today is that the solution would be RMAS. But I'd also like to point out for the record that the Federal Monitor recently expressed serious doubts, as Chair Rivera noted, about RMAS, and also said that for the past 6 years, his monitoring team has seen a pattern of, quote, hastily ill-planned implementations of these types of critical programs that will inevitably fail. I would just want to conclude by saying, and just putting on the record, that you began your testimony, Commissioner, by saying that passage of this legislation will result in managing a jail that could, or would result in the inability to manage a jail under, quote, such constraints. But the videos that I see today show a jail that is deeply mismanaged by this department. The horrific conditions that we hear about in report after report show years of mismanagement. And the fact that this complex is under federal litigation with the federal consent decree, where a federal monitor questions the very program that you propose to implement as an alternative to ending solitary confinement, shows me that the issue really is that Department of Corrections cannot manage this facility, and that this legislation is needed crucially and urgently to end solitary confinement in this city, and frankly raises serious questions about our federal takeover of this facility as well. Thank you. No further questions.
And just for correction, Madam Chair, the monitor objected to the implementation of RMAS because it was drafted not in sound correctional practices.
Thank you. Councilmember Hanif.
Thank you. I'll start by saying I wholeheartedly support Intro 549 and commend Public Advocate Williams, Chair Rivera, and Speaker Adams for their leadership in moving this bill forward. And I also want to add that as a Muslim council member committed to abolition, I want to affirm our commitment, our community's commitment in banning solitary confinement once and for all. And I want to say that solitary confinement, as a faith activist and advocate, is haram. So I want to know, how many people were locked in a decontamination shower in 2022?
Individuals should not be locked in a decontamination shower.
How many were locked in a decontamination shower?
And I don't have a number of that. If anybody was locked in a decontamination shower, then that would be under investigation by our investigations division.
How many people were locked in a decontamination shower in 2021?
I couldn't tell you off the top of my head. If that
Can you
ever
tell me
occurred
how
in
many people in the
2021.
last 10 years?
Well, I haven't been there for the last 10 years.
So you don't know how many people in your custody were locked in what is a medieval cage?
We do not allow individuals to be locked in decontamination showers. And if that occurs,
Could you repeat that one more
it
time?
is investigated and appropriate disciplinary action would be taken.
One of the many reasons we need to pass this bill is to reform how DOC de-escalates immediate conflict that poses an imminent threat to safety. The bill specifies basic standards that must be met in circumstances when people need to be separated from the general population, including medical rounds, mental health evaluations, and caps on time spent confined to a cell. And I'm highlighting this deeply disturbing and inhumane practice where these standards are clearly not being met. The use of so-called decontamination showers or shower cages as confinement cells for extended periods of times. Brandon Rodriguez died inside of one of these cages, and Elijah Muhammad was locked in one prior to his death. So again, you don't have the number of how many people are locked in a decontamination shower in this year.
And I'll repeat what I said earlier, those incidents are under investigation.
In the last BOC meeting, your staff finally said that they would remove the cages around these showers, but did not give a timeline. Have the shower cages been removed? And if not, what is the timeline for removing them? And which facilities still have the shower cages?
So the EMTC shower that you're referring to is not being utilized for the purpose of decontamination.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councilmember. We're going to hear from Carr, Areola, Holden, Nurse. Councilmember Carr.
Thank you, Chair Rivera. Commissioner, it's good to see you. I want to say to you and to the staff of the Corrections Department and Correctional Health Services something that I think they don't often hear enough, which is thank you. Thank you for the work that they do day in and day out under extremely difficult conditions. They do a job few can do, and I think even fewer people choose to do. And I appreciate the work that they do every day. I think that one of the few ways that folks can create safe and orderly conditions in a jail is for there to be consequences. And how do you create consequences for people who are already incarcerated? And to me, this housing program you have is essential to maintaining discipline and order and safety in Rikers, not only for those who work there and serve there, but for those who are also incarcerated there. So I'm extremely dubious and opposed to this legislation. And so I think we have to really be focusing on the terrible conditions that you inherited when you started as commissioner, and principally that is about the capital neglect that occurred at Rikers Island over a number of years in the course of a number of administrations. And so my first question to you is, we heard during the budget hearings that the crumbling conditions at Rikers, individuals were able to convert crumbling infrastructure to weapons. Is that something that's still going on, and what have you been doing to address and address that problem?
Yes. Thank you for the question and for your statement on behalf of my staff and CHS. I will tell you that we have resumed going back to practical best practices and corrections. We have increased tactical search operations that were non-existent under the prior administration. And with tactical search operations and other search operations being done, a lot of the alien infrastructure that was used as contraband weaponry, we have seized over 4,000 contraband weapons in 9 months, in addition to seizing over 700 drug paraphernalia in our facilities over the last 9 months. Has been significant. From an infrastructure standpoint, as you pointed out, for many, many years, going back to, I think, fiscal year 19, there has been little infrastructure investment made in the Department of Corrections. We have been not only repairing or replacing cell doors to make sure that we have cell doors that lock, we have been installing polymer mesh over our plexiglass windows of housing living units so that they're not broken and being made into shrapnel, sharp items in order to stab and assault not only other people in custody, but our staff.
And my last question is, do you know of any other correctional jurisdictions that do not have some form of restrictive housing in place? And if so, is it successful?
No. Every jurisdiction that I have worked with or have seen has some form of restrictive housing available. Cook County was mentioned by the chair, and their restrictive housing only allows for 4 hours of out-of-cell time, and we allow for 7 hours.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Ariola.
Thank you, Chair. I want to put on the record that I also strongly oppose this legislation as it is written. What we saw here today on those videos and in these pictures is not mismanagement. What it is are violent criminals who perpetrated violent crimes, who have been incarcerated, who are now attacking members of staff and members of service and other inmates because they can. And we cannot allow that to continue to happen. There must be consequences, because without consequences, there's chaos. And that is not something that we can have within our criminal justice system and at Rikers Island. So, Commissioner, Mayor de Blasio issued an order in October of 2016 banning punitive segregation for all inmates 21 and under. All the data tracking jail violence in the mayor's management report shows jails violence spiking right after that ban and increasing year after year for the past 8 years. Do you see the connection?
That's why it's important for us to have a restrictive housing model that not only helps from a programmatic standpoint individuals unlearn responding to conflicts with violence, but we also need to do the other practical things in corrections, like having locking mechanisms that work, putting polymer mesh up against windows so that individuals are not breaking glass, plexiglass, and stabbing and hurting other individuals. Restrictive housing is one tool amongst many tools in order to have a humane jail system.
Thank you. And do you have any serious concerns about how this bill would impact the levels of jail violence we are currently dealing with?
They would probably exponentially increase because there would be no way, under the way the bill is currently written, for us to remove an individual from general population. It would allow us only 4 hours to de-escalate that person in that time, but because of the current language related to how pre-hearing detention is not allowed, we'd have to put that violent individual back in general population to highly possibly assault someone else again.
Right. And I know this was answered before, but I think it's worth hearing again. How many inmates are currently in punitive segregation of the nearly 6,000 you currently have?
So, ma'am, I'll just say that punitive segregation is when individuals are only given out-of-cell time, which is 4 hours. So we don't even have punitive segregation in the Department of Corrections. What we have is enhanced supervision, restrictive housing. 117 individuals are currently in restrictive housing, and that's less than 2% of our average daily population.
Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Councilmember Holden?
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Commissioner, again for your service. And I want to echo what Councilmember Carr said about your men and women doing a great job under stressful, let's say, that's an understatement, conditions and horrific conditions that I've seen. I just don't know why we're stuck with calling it solitary confinement, because I don't know when's the last time solitary confinement was used on Rikers. Do you?
If it occurred, it was many, many years ago. We do not have solitary confinement.
Right. But people are they call it that, and I've witnessed what that is. I've witnessed the restrictive housing. It had 3 levels under the de Blasio administration. Am I correct? Does that still exist?
We have 2 levels now, level 1 and level 2.
Okay, so, and when I went there, it was a number of years ago, a couple of years ago, I've been back since, the person was handcuffed to a table, metal table. This was before your time. You said you eliminated that.
That's correct, sir.
Okay, so we have restrictive housing. It's called punitive segregation and not solitary, because they're not alone. They're with other, members, right, of inmates, or if you want to call them, or detainees. They are with others, right?
That's correct. They're in a congregate setting for 7 hours, interacting with each other if they so choose.
Okay, so, but you have to separate them. And to not separate them, for instance, you said something about the 4-hour, it seems reasonable that you would have to lock down a house or unit to conduct a search after an incident or address some other security concerns. This bill would limit the time for a lock-in to 4 hours. What's the ramifications of that?
So lock-ins are a method to reduce violence and initiate issues, to address issues such as investigating a serious incident like a slashing or stabbing, avoid a serious incident if we have intelligence that may lead that there may be a violent incident in a particular housing unit. Like you stated, to conduct search operations, like our tactical search operations, to remove weapons or other narcotics that may be in a housing unit, and most importantly, to restore order or safety. So limiting emergency lock-ins to 4 hours, on average our lock-ins are about 6 hours, would significantly hamper our ability to do that.
All right. So I'm just curious, because as I'm sitting here, were you consulted on Intro 549? Did you have any input on this whatsoever, or give feedback?
I did not give any feedback or provide any input during its authorship. I have, since it's been released, have had a number of conversations with Public Advocate Williams and others about it.
Okay, but so you did say that we don't practice solitary confinement, yet I think the committee report kind of says they're the same thing. Solitary confinement and punitive seg are the same thing. They're not the same thing. Am I correct?
They're not the same thing,
Okay.
and we do not have solitary confinement at the Department of Correction.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. We're going to hear from Councilmember Nurse, followed by Narcisse, Palladino, Stevens, Ressler, and De La Rosa. Councilmember Nurse.
Thank you, Chair. Commissioner, a lot of this is a discussion about safety. Can you tell me how many corrections officers are at work today?
I can't give you an exact number, but we have thousands of people that come to work on a
How about
regular
yesterday?
basis.
When was the last? What's the last day you can say you know how many people were at work?
We have hundreds of people that come into work every day. To give you an exact number of everyone that came in on a day is, I wouldn't have
How
that
many
number.
people do you need to be staffed to have safer conditions in the facilities?
Well, we have allocated 6,000 or so lines that are funded to have correctional officers work, and we have suffered significant attrition since 2019, and over the last year alone, we have lost through attrition almost 1,000 correction officers. So we need every officer that we can in order to carry out our very serious work.
So the couple times I've went there, we heard from a lot of folks in general population that they had come from other floors where they hadn't seen a correcting officers except for maybe once a week. And the first time I went in January, there were folks who said they had not seen an officer on the floor and there was a lot of violence. So do you have a sense of an update on the staffing shortages at Rikers right now?
Yes, I can provide an update.
Okay.
So when I came into the department, we had upwards of over 2,600 individuals, staff, that were out. Today, that number has been significantly reduced, on average of about 800 or so officers that may be out sick. It's a very, very tough job, and like any organization, people get sick.
Just in terms of numbers, that would be helpful.
We've had over 1,500 officers since January come back to work.
Okay, I just have a couple questions. How many people are currently held in non-infirmary units of NIC on the second and third floors?
The number I provided earlier was 27.
Thank you. Those non-infirmary units on the second and third floors have attached cages?
No, what they have is private day room space for the individuals in there to utilize with all of the amenities that are available in general population.
Right, yeah, I visited them. You actually showed them to us. Do you consider that out of cell time in that attached extended cage?
It's 14 hours of out of cell time based on the standards of the SCOC and the Board of Corrections.
Okay. How many people are held at West facility for reasons other than medical reasons or infectious disease?
I'd have to follow up with you to tell you what the count is at West facility.
I would love to get those numbers. Will the department commit to removing people from NIC second and third floors and to stop using West for anything other than medical reasons, including infectious disease control?
My goal is that individuals that are appropriately interacting with individuals and not committing violence be allowed to be successful in engaging in programming within general population.
Okay.
And in some instances, we have individuals that have to be placed in restrictive housing because of the violent acts that they commit on others.
So you will allow folks to be in those facilities other than for medical reasons?
We need those facilities to put individuals that are in voluntary protective custody in order for their own safety and the safety of others.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much. Councilmember Nycc.
Good afternoon. Thank you for being here. And I will tell you, one of the things that struck me when I met you a couple of times is just like I truly believe that you're trying to get something done, and I appreciate that. According to the mayor's own report, 52% of folks at Rikers Island have mental illness, right? So let me come back. The reason that we are here, solitary confinement is destructive, mentally, emotionally, in all aspects, right, to incarcerated folks. And it can cause irreparable harm. You agree that it's cruel. So something got to be done, I'm sure, in agreement. We're in agreement with that, right? Another thing that I want to find out is there's a data on the percentage of individuals housed in solitary confinement with mental illness. Do you have that data?
So I would tell you that we have an exclusion list that's provided by our independent health provider, Correctional Health Services, and those suffering from serious mental illness or Correctional Health Services advises us that an individual isn't fit to be in restrictive housing, and again, we do not have solitary confinement, then that person is not placed in restrictive housing. I don't know if Correctional Health Services has anything else to add.
Hi, this is Jeanette Merrill. I'm with Correctional Health Services, which is the division of New York City Health and Hospitals that provides care in the city's jails. As the commissioner mentioned, people with serious mental illness are not housed in the restrictive housing units. There's also a list of medical exclusions that the New York City Health and Hospitals put forth in June of 2020. There's general criteria, broadly speaking, anyone pregnant, seriously mentally ill, anyone with asthma, seizures, diabetes, heart disease, lung disease, liver disease, kidney disease, transplant status, treatment with blood thinners, and then certain disabilities. Broadly speaking, there are more specific definitions, but those would all be excluded from restrictive housing.
Thank you, but the reason that myself personally, I've been a nurse for reentry program, and I've seen the harm caused by incarcerating folks. When they come out, they're not functional. We have a society that we are responsible, we are legislators, and we have to come up. We have to strike the balance. We have to make sure certain things that are destructive to our people, people in the city, we have to do something about it. And I'm counting on you. There's certain things you said in the bill that you're in a disagreement. So we are reasonable folks, but both parts, because I had seen the officers, I have officers' friends, correctional officers. It's tough for them, and we are aware of that. But one thing, we cannot sit down in peace, knowing all the destruction that can happen, that for us to not do anything about it. So I'm looking forward, and I see Jomani, the public advocate, is willing too. We understand both parts, because we have, now I can ask you, there's so many people that died while being incarcerated, but how many correctional officers that passed? Yes, there is destruction, both parts, but we cannot ignore the fact that people are dying while we're supposed to be responsible for them. So that's all I can say on that. So thank you for your cooperation, for continued support.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Narcisse. Councilmember Palladino.
Good afternoon, and I too want to thank you for being here today. I want to thank you for your bravery. I want to thank you for standing up for what you know is right and trying to do the best job that you could possibly do under the worst conditions. I have several statements I want to make. You know, I'm wondering what kind of alternate universe we live in when we start to put on trial the very people who are trying to help straighten things out. They face danger every single day, and yet we're a little tipsy here. You see, there are violent criminals in this jail. There are violent criminals in this facility, and they are doing the best they can with them. We have restrictive housing, okay? They are working on something. I will not stand by 549 so long as it goes against our corrections officers. This is ridiculous. This is a city who have turned criminals into heroes, and that's enough. When we put these people on trial, what we should be asking is about the conditions of the facility that they are being housed in. Because they're not there because they stole a car or robbed a piece of bread to feed their families. They are there because they murdered or did worse. And this is the way it goes. There are consequences to crime. And this city has gone on long enough where there has been no consequences. And I feel really bad for the city council members that are on this bill without discussing things with these officers and who continually hold people like them on trial. Have you ever visited Rikers Island yourselves? I suggest you. Good for you. That's great. Hold on a minute. Let me make one more suggestion. I suggest you don a uniform. Put a uniform on and do their job. Do their job. You got a big mouth. There's a lot I am sorry. You put on a uniform and walk a mile in their shoes.
Let me.
Okay.
Are you going to ask a question? I don't need your sympathy. I'm proudly on this bill.
Are you ready? Are you ready? I know you are, and I have to say you're handling it beautifully. But the idea that
Just ask your question because you are addressing the council members, and we can address you in the members' lounge after this. I want you to ask questions of the administration so we can get to the point at hand.
Okay, fine. Ready? Okay. Council members, time is up. Next. Good.
Councilmember Stevens.
So I just want to start off by saying part of this, we have to remember that we're all in this together, and we're trying to fix a system that's broken, which is part of the problem, and that's what we should be focused on. I love that the public advocate started out saying that we should be we have more in common in this bill than we have disagreements, and that's where the focus needs to be and continue to be, right? Because we're all talking about human lives. Whether they did a crime or not, they are still humans and they deserve dignity, just like the officers deserve dignity. So we are not saying any of those things, so I want us to make sure that we're focusing on that. I do not have a lot of questions. I have one question. Commissioner, you mentioned multiple times that as the bill's written, you have many concerns, but can you talk about like what are your glaring issues? Because like the advocate pointed out in the beginning, a lot of the things that you're saying that you're doing or working on, you agree with us on. So I'm just trying to understand what are some of the glaring issues that you have, because the things that you're saying that you're doing is what we're trying to do in this bill. So I'm just trying to make sure that we're staying focused on that.
Sure. Thank you for your question. I think there are a couple of technical issues in the bill, which I have stated previously. Pre-hearing detention is one of them. We need a mechanism in place to remove a violent individual who has just committed a violent act, either against someone in custody or a staff member, and be able to remove them from general population immediately. Now, de-escalation in the bill as it's currently drafted allows for that, but only allows for it for 4 hours. After that 4 hours, because we could not put on a hearing instantly, that individual would have to be placed in another general population housing unit where they can commit and have the opportunity to commit another act of violence again on another incarcerated person or staff. Having legal counsel for individuals during the pre-hearing time before we can place someone in will add significant delays, I think, in the process where we would end up having an individual within general population who has shown a propensity for violence and putting other people at serious risk.
So I'm sorry, my time is running out. So I just had another question really quickly. So how long would you actually need? If 4 hours isn't enough, what would the ideal time for you be if you're saying that 4 hours is too short of a time for the de-escalation?
Well, the de-escalation currently is 6 hours, but the real crux of the issue is not that so much the de-escalation, but that we would not have the ability to place someone after de-escalation in restrictive housing. We would have to put them back in general population.
And so what's your solution is that you want to put them in restrictive housing after de-escalation?
As is currently placed right now, we put individuals in restrictive housing. They would get a hearing within 5 days. And I think while a person's in restrictive housing, their out-of-cell time should not exceed 7 hours.
Thank you, Chair. And thank you, Commissioner.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember De La Rosa.
Thank you so much. Well, Commissioner, I want to thank you for stating on the record that you do agree with us that solitary confinement is inhumane. And it is for those reasons that I was proud as a member of the New York State Assembly when I served there to vote in favor of the HALT solitary bill. It's the same reason why I'm in favor of Intro 549, because torture by any other name is still torture. Death by any other name is still death. You've seen the pictures. We've seen the pictures of the officers. You've heard our public advocates say, I think eloquently and with decency, that we do not support anyone behind prison walls, no matter on which side, to be hurt, to be abused, to be killed. I want to state that for the record. That is not our goal here. But the reality of the matter is that there are people dying behind prison walls every single day. And we hang our heads in shame every time one of those articles come out, because those deaths are preventable. Well, what I wanted to ask you about in Dr. Austin's report,
He showed a comparison of inmate to inmate, incarcerated people, we do not call them inmates, and inmate on staff annual assault rates per 100 prison population. There's a chart here that compares the incidents. Is there a chart that speaks to incarcerated people who have been harmed in prisons? Do you have that data? Do you track it?
Yeah, thank you for your question and for your service in the Assembly. And I will tell you that we can follow up with you regarding detainee-on-detainee violence and get you that information. I will tell you that
That's already here. I'm asking, when your officers respond and there is an injury to an incarcerated person, is that data reported?
It is reported, and we can provide you with that information in follow-up. But I just want to also reassure you that we exceed the requirements of the HALT Act, which you helped pass in the Assembly, and that's something that we're in compliance with. This bill, as it is presently written, is even less restrictive than the HALT Act and would not allow us to be able to manage a violent individual after they've done a violent act to someone in custody or a staff member.
I'm aware of what the bill says and also what your opinions on there are. I do have a question about mental health. So when a person is put in restrictive housing, is there an exam that is being done to see if the person's mental health if the person is suffering from mental illness or from a physical illness? Is there an exam that is performed?
So I will give time for CHS to answer that question, but like I stated earlier, the Correctional Health Services does provide an exclusionary list, and if they voice to us from a medical or mental health standpoint that the individual is unfit to be in restrictive housing, then we would not place them there.
And if the person is in restrictive housing and decompensates, what is the process for ending that restrictive housing? I also want to say that I have visited Rikers Island. I have visited many prisons across this state. And punitive segregation, solitary confinement, bathroom cages, they are being used. We've seen them being used. We've seen during this pandemic how solitary confinement was used to isolate people who were sick of COVID. And so, as I said, torture by any other name is still torture. Solitary confinement by any other name is still solitary confinement. If a person is not able to come out of their cell in order to receive the treatments necessary, then they are confined. And that is inhumane in my definition. So I would love to hear the response on the mental health and the evaluations.
Sure. So any medical or mental health evaluation would happen at intake, and then there could be a referral for a more comprehensive mental health evaluation after the intake process. So this would all happen in advance of any use of restrictive housing. In terms of access to care for people in those housing units, it is protocol for the Department of Correction to bring a patient to the clinic to receive treatment, be it medical or mental health. And they are trained to identify particular signs that would indicate that an individual would need to go to clinic, independent of scheduled medical services.
When they are already inside, so if they're in restrictive housing and they decompensate, there is an additional, if they're exhibiting behavior of decompensation, is there an additional test that is run? Thank you.
Yes, so officers are trained to identify, if a patient is talking to himself, if he's self-injuring, that would be a sign for an officer to bring that patient to clinic where he can be treated by our mental health team.
And you're tracking that as a department. You have stats on when that occurs?
We have health access reports, so the department would track the production or escorting of patients to clinic, and then we have our completed medical appointments.
Thank you, Council Member. We're going to hear from Council Member Ressler and then Schulman.
Thank you very much, Chair Rivera, for your leadership, and Public Advocate Williams, to you both for this great legislation that I strongly support. And I also want to thank Speaker Adams for her support and leadership here. It's good to see you, Commissioner Molina. And congratulations, Deputy Commissioner Scheckman, on your appointment. Good to see such a distinguished public servant at DOC. Firstly, I'd just like to ask about the compliance with HALT. Has DOC been fully compliant with HALT since its implementation date of March 22?
Yes.
So no individual in DOC custody has spent more than 15 days in a row in solitary?
We do not have solitary confinement, so nobody has been spent 15 days in solitary confinement. We don't have it.
So based on the definition of punitive segregation in the HALT Act, no individual has spent more than 15 consecutive days in those conditions?
No, sir.
And no individual has spent more than 20 days out of a 60-day period in those conditions?
No, sir.
And the Act also requires that individuals be provided with a hearing before being placed in segregated confinement. Has that been afforded to each individual as well?
We do not have punitive segregated confinement. We have restrictive housing because our individuals that are placed in restrictive housing have 7 hours of out-of-cell time.
Has any oversight body confirmed DOC's self-identified compliance, SEOC, monitor?
Well, I can't speak for the SEOC. The SEOC has oversight responsibilities. Whatever information they ask us to provide, we
But
provide.
as far as you know, has
well
any
as the Board of
oversight entity
Corrections.
confirmed your compliance with the HALT Act over the 6-month period?
Nobody has confirmed that we are non-compliant.
Okay. Could you remind us of the number of PACE and CAP units at DOC today?
We have 175 PACE units. I'd have to follow up with you with the number of CAPS units unless CHS has it.
Sure. So there are 10 PACE units and 2 CAPS units. And actually was able to find the census data. So there are 5 individuals currently in CAPS and then 214 in PACE.
And is that all of the individuals who you would like to have housed in those units?
So we think that
Are there
based
other
on-
individuals who would be well-served or are eligible for that type of housing unit that are not able to access it today?
It is an effective model. It's part
Just
of our.
yes or no on that one.
I think that would be a conversation with the department for potential to expand.
Why are you not able to meet the need in housing as many people as are needed in PACE and CAP units, where we have more, where we better serve people with serious mental illness and other folks with serious challenges?
I think to ensure the integrity of the model, we need to ensure that there's enough staffing.
It's staffing, right? And we continue to have chronic absenteeism in the Department of Correction, and if we had additional staffing showing up every day to work, we would be able to better meet the needs of individuals with housing units such as PACE and CAPS that better serve the needs of people with serious mental illness.
So we have had over 1,500 officers come back to work. Our staff deficiencies have significantly improved from when I started there in January, and we have also, though, suffered significant attrition. When I got there, we had already lost over 2,000 officers, and since I've been there, almost 1,000 officers have either resigned or retired.
Well, I just want to say this. I appreciate that there's been some progress, but not nearly enough. And we have far higher rates of absenteeism at DOC than any other agency in the city, and it is a critical issue that we have to address and address swiftly. I know it's a priority of yours, but there is so much further for us to go. I think research studies have shown clearly that punitive segregation does not improve safety in our jails. It does increase the likelihood of self-harm by detainees. So there are serious detrimental effects to the people who are incarcerated when we impose this practice. And it is a moral imperative for us all to end it once and for all with the passage of Intro 549. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councilmember Ressler. Councilmember Schulman?
Thank you very much. I want to thank the chair, Carlina Rivera, and the public advocate Williams. Thank you, and the speaker. I want to thank Commissioner Molina. I want to thank you. I've heard from advocates, criminal justice advocates in my district, that in your previous position, you did a really good job. I mean, clearly, there's a lot more that needs to be done there, and we're going to provide oversight of that. So we want you to work with us as the council and everybody else. But I also want to mention my late partner worked for the Fortune Society, and I've done a lot of work with the Fortune Society, and so this issue is very important to me. So here's my question. I want to pick up a little bit where Councilmember Nycc and Councilmember De La Rosa came in terms of mental health. So the individuals that committed the acts, the violent acts that you spoke about today, two things. One is, do we know if any of them had mental health issues that were identified that could have been prevented from these actions happening. That's one. The second is that there seems to be a disconnect of, I understand that there's an intake process and everything else, but are we doing anything to see who can maybe perhaps have some violent tendencies? I have family members who've had mental illness who have been violent when they're not on their medication. So I just want to know if there has to be a connection there to help some of these individuals, to prevent them maybe from these kinds of things happening.
Thank you for your question, and I appreciate your partner and yours work with the Fortune Society. They're a critical partner of ours. As commissioner, I've utilized Program 6A, and Fortune has been a good partner in that respect, where we can do a continuum of care for reentry for those that have experienced incarceration. To your question regarding the mental health of the individuals involved in the samples of violence that I shared, I don't know off the top of my head their medical history. I would not want to share that in a public forum because there are HIPAA privacy rights that I want to respect for those individuals. But like I stated earlier, individuals with serious mental illness are excluded from being put in restrictive housing. And if there are other physical or mental health ailments that Correctional Health Services has concerns about a particular individual, and they do not recommend that that individual be placed in restrictive housing, then we do not place them there.
Right, I'm not asking about the restrictive housing aspect of it. I'm asking about making an identification of an individual that has the propensity to maybe do something violent and getting them at that beginning point and helping them with their mental health issues so they don't commit the violence that has been committed.
Yeah, so I'll see CHS, do you want to add to that?
So I think there's a difference between behavioral interventions for people, potentially displaying violence, and then people who may have mental health needs. So we do offer, a spectrum of mental health services in the jails. We have the equivalent of sort of outpatient services where people can come to clinic for treatment and medication. There are also, as you're familiar with, our mental health therapeutic housing units, the PACE and CAPS units, our mental observation units, where we provide individual counseling, group therapy, and other services as needed. But I think that is a different concern or intervention than addressing a violent act.
So I'm just going to make one comment because I know my time is up, but that I think that the correctional health needs to work much closer with the Department of Corrections on this issue so that we can help maybe to prevent some violent acts moving forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember. We have many people sign up to testify, so we will not be doing a second round for council members. I do just want to ask, and I think Councilmember Public Advocate Williams, I know you had a follow-up question. Commissioner, can you clarify what DOC is doing to document people who are refusing to leave their cell? And I ask because if we get reports that someone has been confined 23 hours a day for a week and they believe it's because they refuse to leave the cell, how does DOC document or prove that, and do you record the refusal?
So we do that a number of ways. One is we have our weekly review meetings, especially for restrictive housing. If someone does not leave their cell voluntarily. And officers, as well as our programmatic providers, can do mental health referrals so that CHS can follow up with that individual. In addition to that, we have our security stationary video cameras that we can review to see interactions that persons in custody are having with staff and other persons in custody to see if someone were to come out of a cell. We have instituted the use of body-worn cameras. All officers are now outfitted with body-worn cameras, and we've instructed them to record these engagement with individuals in custody, especially if they're going to refuse to come out of their cell, so that we would have that on record for reference later.
Can you clarify whether you consider an attached area outside of former punitive segregation cells as really out of cell?
Yes, it is out of cell. It is significantly larger than the individual cell. They are accorded all of the amenities that anyone would have in general population for 14 hours a day, to include outside recreation periods to spend time outside as well.
They are attached, though.
They are part of the infrastructure of the building, yes.
They're attached.
Yes.
Just to follow up on a question I asked earlier, do you believe there needs to be any limit to how long someone can be held in a de-escalation unit?
If there aren't limits, what is in place to prevent this unit from being utilized for punitive purposes and becoming solitary by another name?
Well, there are limits, and those limits, based on the Board of Correction rules, are 6 hours.
Can you explain why DOC is confident the new model court requested will be effective in reducing instances of violence when restrictive housing clearly has not stemmed violence over the past few years?
Well, one is, I think that the department has really never engaged at this level with a correctional professional of Dr. Austin's expertise. I think the federal court made a good decision in inserting the federal monitor to be the arbiter of determining what restrictive housing model the department should use based on sound correctional practices. And based on our action plan, we have infused members with hundreds of years of best practices and corrections into the organizational structure of this department, so that this department will never be mismanaged again.
You know, you said that there's a body-worn camera, you document things. If someone refuses, would you share that video with the Board of Corrections?
If the Board of Corrections asks for such video, I don't see myself objecting to it. I mean, they have oversight authority. They, I believe, have access to body-worn camera footage now. So I've never objected to providing them with that level of footage before.
Okay. The Board of Corrections has many requests, and honestly, they're very frustrated with your partnership. So we're going to assist them how best we can. Correctional Health Services, from your perspective, can you please comment on the negative impact that the negative clinical impact solitary presents for people in custody?
So, as has been mentioned, the use of restrictive housing is purely a security-based decision. It's a form of custody management by the department. There's no health benefits, only potential clinical risks. So, in terms of commenting on the practice, the department really is best to speak to that. But, you know, as has been noted, there aren't any health benefits to the practice.
I think there's some health benefits to the victims that are attacked.
I was
We have
talking to
an active-
Correctional Health Services Commissioner. I have a question for you, though.
Sure.
Regarding HALT, to clarify, are you saying you do everything HALT requires, like have a hearing with counsel prior to isolation, or are you saying because you don't plan to restrict anyone beyond 7 hours that HALT doesn't apply?
Yeah, HALT does not apply because we do not have punitive segregation, and those requirements under HALT are for punitive segregation confinement, which we do not do. Our restrictive housing allows for 7 hours of out-of-cell time, so those HALT requirements are not applicable.
I'm going to turn over to the public advocate. I know you had a couple of follow-up before we go to public testimony. I want to thank the public for their patience. I know you've been here many hours, and we're going to get to your time in a second.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair. And first, I did want to say it was slightly amusing to hear some of the folks who were giving accolades to COBA. Not because they may not deserve it, but I mean, I know that I'm not a fan favorite in that union. But I do know that for years, COBA, which is primarily black and brown law enforcement, has been treated much differently than other law enforcement, and I've heard people lift that up. I do know that they actually have been raising issues of a devolving jail for many, many years. They're actually the ones that told me about the minimum standards not being met to people who are housed there. And even during COVID, they were treated much differently than other law enforcement, and I heard no one say anything. So I just wanted to point that out. But also, just really quick, because the chair mentioned something that was interesting. I just want to be clear, Commissioner, what I think the chair was asking about, the cell within a cell. Mm-hmm. You support the cell within a cell system? As to you, that small cell, and they come out into a slightly bigger cell, you consider that out of cell time?
Yes.
Okay, that's just a huge problem. There's no way, and I'm going to make it clear, even as we're trying to discuss, there is no way that that can be considered out of cell time, period. And that might be the crux of the problem. We do have to make sure we get to a point where we agree, and I think we can, but that ain't going to be it. That cell within a cell that I saw, it is literally a cell. They step out a few feet into another cell. There may be a time that people have to remain in there for their safety or as we're going through things, but it's going to be very hard to consider that out of cell when there's still another cell. So I just wanted to be clear about that.
And if I could just thank you for your remarks regarding our department, which is majority, minority, black and brown, like you've referenced. For many, many years, there was not an organizational health strategy to support the men and women, both uniform and non-uniform, that work for this department. And we've done a lot of work in that endeavor to support the people that work in our department that have the toughest job managing the most vulnerable population of this city that's in the Department of Corrections custody. So thank you for your supportive words.
Councilman, Public Advocate.
It's okay.
No, you're gonna continue. I am just saying I have to just step out for a quick, just a few minute break, and Councilmember Nycc is gonna take over. I'll be right back, okay?
Thank you. And while I agree 100% that what I saw in September was remarkably different than what I saw in August, as noted, there have been more people that have died in Rikers now than did last year. And so there's still some form of crisis there. As was mentioned, that we have some of the highest violence in Rikers than we do in other facilities across the country. We also do have some of the highest staff ratios than in most places. So I'm not understanding why those two things are going together. But I do also agree that staffing may be an issue here. So I did want to ask if part of the problem is, does DOC feel it doesn't or does have enough staff to comply with the procedures that are put in this bill?
I think until the technical language is finalized on the bill, it's hard to answer that question. I think the requirement of medical clinicians to round every 15 minutes, either in de-escalation housing or during an emergency lock-in, I would say Correctional Health Services, I don't want to speak for them, I would presume they would need significant staffing resources in order to manage that, as well as the other responsibilities that they have.
One of the reasons that we want to make sure there's medical people who are visiting is because people have actually died and people did not correctly assess whether someone needed medical intervention. So that's one of the reasons that is there. And I do want to make clear, I know there's a difference here, but our intent, or my intent, is not to prevent us from being able to separate someone and putting them in some place other than general population that may be defined, because we're using terms all over, as restrictive housing for a set time. So I just want to be clear about that. But there is a problem of how long that can be and of due process. I just want to be clear also what I think I heard you, Chair, or maybe it was Councilmember Stevens. So you're saying you would need to be able to put someone in some kind of non-general population housing for 5 days. Is that what you said?
Sorry, I would need to be able to immediately put someone who just committed a violent act in restrictive housing pending their hearing determination of whether or not.
For how long?
Well, on average now, we have it done within 5 days, and within 7 days, a person's given a determination.
Okay. Because from my intent is to have 7 days, so you're saying even 5 days is even better. And I do want to mention, I know there was a question about having needed legal services during that due process. There has to be someone there that has the incarcerated person's interest at hand as well. Right now, it is, my understanding, a captain or someone higher of the corrections office, of the correction officers that are actually doing the adjudication. That doesn't sound like a fair process. And so we have to change that process so we can make sure that when the adjudication happens, that someone has their interest in mind is actually there.
Well, facilitators are provided to persons in custody during that process, that hearing determination, if the person wants that. And the significant majority of all these hearings are captured on video, these violent acts. So it's beyond proven that the violent act occurred.
I got it. I still think it's good to have, if we're going to try to, and I think what we're saying here, everybody's saying here, we're trying to create something that doesn't exist, something that's better than what we have now, because there's a lot of violence here. And I think in that something, we want to make sure that everyone's interest is being heard, and we know that legal representation does that. But again, I just want to be clear, because it keeps being repeated, the intent is not to prevent anyone from being de-escalated or being put in some kind of housing, but we need a hearing to happen very quickly. We hear that it is not actually happening very quickly, and we want to make sure that there's due process there that protects everyone. And I do have to repeat, I know you're saying it doesn't happen. Whether it's happening as a par for the course or accidentally, there is forms of solitary that is happening now. It has decreased, thankfully, but we have to make sure that we ban that and create something that helps keep everyone safe. And I've heard a lot of, I want to be careful when we talk about, I heard a lot of talk about there are violent criminals there. Most of the time, those words are used before we begin to dehumanize people and bad things happen. So I do want to be clear that most of the people there haven't been found guilty of something. I do also want to say, if they have been found guilty of something, if I was on the other end of that, or my family was, I want to make sure there's accountability. I want to make sure there's some kind of consequences for that. We also have to make sure that I don't ask you to torture them, because in my head, I might ask for that because I'm in so much pain. But we have to create a society that doesn't allow that to happen, and that's what it is that I think we're trying to prevent. And it is a delicate balance. But these things are happening there, and we have to do our best to try to prevent it. Also, consequences versus trying to stop the violent behavior from happening. We have to be clear that that is not always the same thing. And so I am clear that I want to make sure there are consequences to people's actions on all sides. My biggest thing is to try to make the violence stop. And so when I hear people saying there has to be consequences, they drive that home because it is part of the dehumanization of certain communities, that all they need is a whooping, all they need is some consequences and things would change. But these communities haven't changed in decades. So I'm hoping we can really try, and it's a wasted opportunity to come out of a pandemic and not try something new. That's frustrating to me. We have to really try to stop the behavior from happening. And if that's not what we're all focused on, if we're all gonna focus only on consequences, we're not gonna bring those numbers down. And Commissioner, I think you agree with most of what I'm saying. And it is important that we refocus that, because those pictures are real, but so are the pictures of the people who are being held up over there who died in custody. And I know Mr. Bosquio has mentioned that I'm a public advocate for criminals previously, but I'm actually not. And I know he'll be up here. And Mr. Bosquio's main role is to try to move things that are best for his members. That is the focus. My job as public advocate is to encapsulate everybody and make sure that everybody is safe, including the corrections officers, including the people who are housed there, including all New Yorkers. This bill, by the way, is not going to solve that. But right now, we're just trying to figure out how to keep people safe and not torture them. And I just have to keep repeating that because there is agreement here. But I thank you for the opportunity. I thank you for your comments and answering these questions.
Yeah, and I thank you for, I think there are a lot of shared points of agreement that we have. I would tell you that as commissioner, it is my responsibility to keep my staff safe, as well as the people that are entrusted into my custodial care. You have a commissioner in me that whose family members have been housed on Rikers Island as adolescents. So I know what the impact of having a family member in incarceration and that feeling of hopelessness. So I will share with this body that I bring that lens to this work as we try to rebuild this department to make sure that we have a humane jail system in this city.
Thank you. I'm sorry, I had one more question and comment. The first one was because Councilman De La Rosa said to ask, and I think you answered right now, if someone is found not to be fit to be in restrictive housing, you would not put them in restrictive housing. Is that correct?
That is correct. There's an exclusion list, and we're guided by Correctional Health Services input on who is not fit to be in restrictive housing.
So assuming you're saying this is what you need to keep people safe, where do you then put them?
Well, there are a number of units. I mean, CHS can share with PACE and CAPS and others.
Sure. So individuals with mental illness who cannot be placed into restrictive housing, they can go into part of our mental health therapeutic housing unit continuum. So that would be the CAPS units. Those are individuals.
And those are working?
It is a successful model, yes.
So why don't we try to do that more?
Those are tailored to the clinical needs of individuals in custody. So if they have identified mental health needs, intellectual disabilities, it's independent, of particular infractions or behavioral concerns.
Okay. I don't want to dive in, but there may be opportunities there that actually can work for other people who are showing behaviors that we think are contrary to what should be happening. The last thing I wanted to say, I just wanted to point out, because people are saying, or mentioning the RNDC violence is going down, which may be true. There is a concern that there's an overuse of emergency lockdowns, which could constitute the type of solitary we're talking about. And so I just wanted to make sure I mentioned that and flag that. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Public Advocate. And one thing I have to say, we are really in a civilized nation. Thank you for your patience and your understanding, despite outside. So thank you, and we're moving forward to hear from some other members. Members here, people that's testifying.
We'll now move to the public testimony portion of the hearing. Each panelist will be given 2 minutes to speak. For panelists who are testifying in person, please come to the dais as your name is called.
Quiet. Shh. Completely. Thank you. Appreciate you. Civilized nation.
Thank you. For panelists who are testifying remotely, once your name is called, a member of our staff will
I will
unmute you.
encourage, I wish I can encourage.
Go ahead.
Encourage the commissioner to stay, but if you have to go, so I understand, so we have to move forward.
Some members of the administration are still.
Huh?
Some members of the
Oh, some members of the administration is still here. Thank you. Yes, they are here. I see this young lady when I went visit that she was there supporting us. Thank you.
So each panelist will be given 2 minutes to speak. For panelists testifying in person, please come to the dais as soon as your name is called and wait for your turn to speak. For panelists who are testifying remotely, once your name is called, a member of our staff will unmute you and the sergeant at arms will give you the go-ahead to begin. Please wait for the sergeant to announce that you may begin before delivering your testimony. First, I would like to call Melania Brown to testify on Zoom, followed by Akeem Browder, Tamara Carter, and Candy, who are here in person. Feel free to come to the dais if your name was called, and we'll begin with Melania Brown as soon as the sergeants unmute you.
Good afternoon, everyone. Do you guys hear me clear?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay. My name is Melania Brown. I'm a community advocate, and I am the sister of Leilene Polanco. I took a step back because I was dealing with mental health issues. Mental health issues that are left with families that lost loved ones in a tragic way, the way that I did. Councilmember Palladino, it is clear that you are one of the reasons why our system is very broken. You didn't even get to take a chance to being held, and they're innocent until proven guilty. My baby sister was not a criminal. My baby sister was placed in Rikers Island because of the injustice that she had in this world as a transgender woman. My sister couldn't get a job. Okay, she was turned away from every door, and she turned to sex work to survive in this cold world. My sister was not a criminal. She was not a criminal. My sister worked. My sister worked, and whether that is not a job that Uncle Sam was getting taxes on, my sister was a human. My sister was an aunt. My sister was the love of my life, and my sister's no longer with me. Yet another holiday is here, and I have my sister's not here with me. I got my sister around my neck in ashes, because that's how she was given back to me. You didn't take the chance to even ask questions. It's very clear that this is why our system is so broken, because of individuals and people with power, such as Councilmember Palladino. And let me reassure you, madam, that I will take a correctional officer application and I will fill it out. And I would like for you to hire me, because I want to show you how you treat people in a humane way. Okay, my sister was treated in an inhumane way. My sister wasn't treated like human. There was notes of actual correctional officers stating that she needed to be evaluated because of mental health issues, and everything was disregarded. I'm not saying
time has expired.
I'm not saying that every correctional officer out there it's unfair. My best friend just became a correctional officer, and she has incarcerated people that come up to her and talk to her. The majority of them are there to inflict pain. And as long as I'm living, I will fight depression, and I will keep coming back. Because thank you so much, Councilmember Palladino. Thank you so much, because you reminded me why it's so important for me to show up. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next, we will hear from Akeem Browder, followed by Candy and Tamara Carter.
Time has begun.
No.
Akeem Browder. I just wanted to say, one, I think it's extremely unfair that the representatives that was for the Department of Corrections are not here, not all of them, and not our people. In fact, I want to make clear that the confusion of what we're wanting to get done with this bill isn't just for the detainees, it's for both parties. On that note, one, I don't know why we're fighting each other. This should be a done deal. Human rights or humanity should be exempted for all people, not just officers and not just detainees. However, one, my brother, if I could speak for my mother, which I wouldn't really want to, but my mother isn't here because of the trauma that happened through Rikers Island, through the Department of Corrections and the justice system while using solitary confinement on my brother. This took my family's life away. And what it did was also destroy communities. You guys want to fight for the rights to continue to torture people, and yet we've heard inexplicable facts, proof, statistics, analytics that this does not work. And yet, why are we fighting each other? We don't want you sliced up, but yet your officers also are bringing in weapons for them to get to be used against inmates and correctional officers. But yet, we're fighting to say that we should continue to harm the people that are in there because they are accused of a crime. You could be in the same shoes. You just took a different route. However, that being said, my brother took his life because of the trauma that happened and occurred to him on Rikers. And yet for this to still happen, he passed in 2015, he was there in 2010, and we're still fighting for this. The city has an obligation to do what's right, not just to the people on the streets or for the people on the streets, but the people on Rikers as well. Detainees, not inmates. They are not inmates technically. Please, listen. My mother's not here to speak to y'all, but y'all are black and brown people just like we are. We come from the same communities, and yes, they did crime, or they're accused of a crime. That does not mean we should harm them and treat them less humane. They are human beings, and your brothers and sisters. And guess what? The lieutenants and captains that are not here that order y'all around, you are still subordinates to them too. You're no better. You're not better, and you're not in a better position than them. But yet we're fighting each other, and then you go back to your communities. You think they live in your communities? No.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we'll hear from Candy and Tamara Carter, and then William Wagstaff.
Hello, my name is
Candy. Make sure your microphone is on. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Candy, AKA Solitary Survivor. And I use the alias Solitary Survivor because I spent over 3 years consecutively in solitary confinement. I can't tell you about prison, I can't tell you about Rikers, but I can tell you about solitary confinement and what I saw behind the doors of solitary in that little window. And it was absolute torture. Whenever someone asked me to describe solitary confinement, I tell them it's torture. I was denied showers, I was denied recreation, I was denied food. And when I did get food, I was food poisoned. So sometimes it was a blessing that I was starved. And it's a miracle that I'm here now because I tried to commit suicide every day I was in there by cutting myself for whatever I can find, breaking the lights fixture. One time they put me in a cell and the cell already had glass in it. And I said, it's glass in there. And they said, you know what, just don't cut yourself. And guess what? That's exactly what I did. I cut myself. I saved my pills and I swallowed pills and I passed out in my cell, and the officers will walk past and say things like, oh, we have 8 hours until the body gets cold. And they did the same thing to Laleen Polanco. That's why I have these 2 pictures up, because they touched my heart. Khalif and Laleen, it's like I'm telling their story. They can't tell you what goes on and the torture that goes on. So I'm here to speak for them. They're in a better place now. They don't have to go through the nightmares. That's why people commit suicide while they're in there and when they go home, because they was tortured in there. I was sexually abused by a captain, the officers. They would say they're putting my handcuffs on and they're fondling my butt, fondling my breast, but what can I do if I'm rear cuffed to the back? And then they say the officers are being abused, but the officers are the biggest gang in the neighborhood. I had officers there that was claiming they were blood and claiming they were Crip on this inmate side, having inmates fight with each other. Solitary confinement is absolute torture, and I just want to say one thing. Out of 10 officers, there's at least 3 nice ones and 7 mean ones, so they're not all evil, like Depp Johnson. Depp Johnson made sure I got showers, and Depp Johnson made sure I got sanitary napkins, because he came to my cell and I had blood all over the cell, and he thought I had cut myself again. And I said, no, I've been asking for sanitary napkins for 6 days because I bleed for 6 days. I said, they have not given me one, nor a shower, and he made sure I got sanitary napkins and a shower that day. So they're not all bad. I just think they need to end solitary. It did nothing but give me nightmares. I haven't slept in 2 days because I'm afraid to go to sleep because of the nightmares. It's been over 7 years, and I've been telling my story, and it seems like a broken record, but no one's listening to me. I'm begging to please end solitary. Save lives. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next, we'll hear from Tamara Carter, then William Wagstaff, and then
Just make sure the red light is on.
Chair Rivera, if I may, counsel to Ms. Carter, I'm supposed to speak second. If you would allow me to yield my time to her so you can hear from her for 4 minutes instead of 2, please.
Are you signed up to testify?
Yes, right after her.
Okay.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Tamara Carter. I'm the mother of Brandon Rodriguez, and I'm also a Freedom Agenda member. I'm a little nervous, and I haven't slept. I'm a little bit angry because I wrote this statement 2 weeks ago, and the commissioner came very unprepared for your questions, but I came prepared. It has been a year since I last testified, and nothing has changed but more deaths. Humans are dying. PETA protects animals better than we do. The humans on Rikers are screaming for help. How many times does a mother have to testify and be in pain until you do something? I'm begging you to please stop solitary confinement. I'm sick of hearing sorry for your loss. If you're so sorry, do something to help. And as I'm reading this in the front, it's a picture of my son. I'm holding all of you accountable for my son's death. You've seen the report. Brendan yelled for hours. He was going to kill himself, screaming for help, and he was ignored, and now he's dead. I came here in peace today, and we were met by COs, COBA, very disrespectful. They were barbaric, and I think that shows you how they act on the island.
Yes. Yes.
Okay? My son died in a shower cell.
He was killed.
Absolutely. He was murdered. He talked to 8 to 9 different officers and asked for help. Other detainees heard him screaming that he was going to kill himself. They did nothing about it. That lady that was for the health services, she sat here and lied to you about intake and how they do their intake for the mental health. My son was emotionally disturbed. He had multiple sclerosis, and he was not helped. And now he's gone. I will never be a grandmother from him. Never. When I'm old, who's gonna take care of me? Yeah, I have other kids, but Brandon was that one. Mom, you need help getting up? Because I have issues. He always helped me. And I don't have that. And I'm sorry for the ones that are for the bill or not for the bill. I hold you all accountable for my son's death. I hold the COs accountable for my son's death. Because when Khalif Browder died, you had the chance to change it, and you didn't do anything. When Laylene Polanco died, you had another chance to change it, and you did nothing. And now my baby is gone. So please, I beg you, do something about it now and have them destroy the shower cells that my son died in. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we'll hear from Gina Poindexter, followed by Madeline Feliciano.
It's an extreme disservice that they get a lot of time to speak and we get rushed.
Thank you. Thank you so much to all of you for your testimony.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Gina Poindexter, and I am the sister of the 16th victim of Rikers Island, Elmore Robert Poindexter. I came here with all this written stuff to say, but after listening, I have to just change what I'm going to say. I'm past the point of being appalled. I'm past the point of being mortified. I am actually sitting here right now feeling very disrespected. These people didn't even have the courtesy to sit and listen to our voices and what we have to say about our family members. I want to read the words of Mr. Louis Molina, who couldn't stand here and listen. His words in this leaked email about my brother: do whatever you can to get this man off my account. He's going to sit here and tell you that he gave us that compassionate release for my brother because it was in the benefit of my family and us having access to my brother. I was in the hospital for 4 days and had complete access to my brother before that proposal was brought to me. They did not deny me any interest or access to my brother. They came to me when we were vulnerable, grieving, and made this proposal. I just wanted my family member to die with a little bit of dignity. It does not relinquish the Department of Corrections for the condition that my brother was in and what has happened to him. They didn't even have the respect to call my family and tell us our brother was in a health issue, a health crisis. 2 days before I was notified, and notified by the hospital, not the Department of Corrections. My brother was a fantastic human being. He was a father, an uncle, a son. He was my best friend and my protector. And I feel the need to sit here and advocate for him. He had mental illness that was not addressed. He had physical ailments that were not addressed. And every time he asked for help, just like so many people in here, he was ignored and looked over. For this woman right here that's sitting at the desk, there's no such thing as being a criminal until you have been tried by a jury of your peers. My brother was being detained, and he, as any other United States citizen, is innocent. Innocent until proven guilty, and how dare you say otherwise?
Let me just hold up. I just want to let you know, we just need you to wrap up your testimony.
Yes.
And we hear you. I believe the council member's in agreement with that last bit. And if you could please wrap up, because we do have many, many people here to speak, okay?
I will not stop fighting and talking about this until I see some change. I don't want my brother's death to be in vain. I want someone held accountable and to answer. Thank you for letting me have this time.
Thank you, and the city does owe you that. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we'll hear from Madeline Feliciano on Zoom, followed by Dr. Robert Cohen, and then Allison Sikowski.
Hi, everybody. My name is Madeline Feliciano, and I'm the grandmother of Nicholas Feliciano. Back in November 27, 2019, my grandson Nicholas, he was put in a holding pen by himself for 6 hours. Earlier that day, there was a fight, and instead of Department of Corrections getting him the medical attention that he needed, they put him in a holding pen knowing that he suffered from mental illness and suicidal ideations. There was 4 officers at that post, and they left him hanging for 7 minutes and 51 seconds. They did not intervene. They didn't help my grandson. An investigation was done by the Board of Corrections, and it concluded that the attempt suicide of Nicholas highlights many aspects of New York City jails. I'm sorry, I'm just very emotional. Relating to young adults, mental health treatment, self-harm, and dangerous intake conditions persist today. It is the board's hope that the public of DOC and CHS can learn from our findings and agencies can implement the recommendations to prevent future tragedies. The last mayor had promised to end solitary, but nothing has changed. They just continue to put people in solitary confinement or other forms of names. Knowing the prices at Rikers Island is just making it worse. It worsens people's safety. It causes harm to a person's mental and physical health. It causes anxiety, depression, hopelessness. It deprives a person's life. There needs to be a growth. The conditions are inhumane. It took away my grandson's
Time has
civil
expired.
rights. Intro 549 needs to be implemented so no more lives will be lost, no more torture. The city needs to end all forms of solitary confinement. Solitary confinement has killed several lives. Khalif Browder, Leilene Polanco, Brandon Rodriguez, Elijah Muhammad, and many others. Changes need to be implemented, and you are innocent until you're proven guilty. No one deserves the rights to be labeled or have their lives taken away. Accountability needs to be done. People continue to die today. It's an ongoing problem. Intro 549 will end solitary confinement in all forms to better enhance safety, health, and well-being of an incarcerated person. Changes need to be done. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next, we'll hear from Dr. Robert Cohen, followed by Allison Sikowski.
Thank you very much. It's very hard to speak after what we just heard. I have prepared remarks. I don't know if they'll make much sense at this point. I want to congratulate and endorse your bill. I want to, Public Advocate Williams, the area you were talking about in NIC is not habitable, and Commissioner Molina told me so. He was there. He knows that it's not habitable, and he just changed his mind for the purposes of this hearing. It's there's essentially no human contact there. You know, the Board of Correction. I'm on the Board of Correction for many years as your representative of the City Council, and I spent 17 years on the National Commission. I was a federally appointed monitor in New York, Ohio, Florida, Michigan. It's time to end solitary confinement. The restrictive housing on Rikers Island is a serious problem right now. The restrictive housing that's used for just 6 hours is generally used for more than 6 hours. We were told about this after the fact, that the department asked for variances that after they had kept people in there for more than 6 hours. They're dangerous, they're harmful, and they increase the risk of self-harm and suicide. As was mentioned, Elijah Muhammad died on July 10th while during an emergency lockdown. And the B officer assigned to make rounds within the housing area was not on his post for the 90 minutes before Mr. Muhammad's death. And the board was informed that the B post officer noticed that Mr. Muhammad seemed incoherent and sluggish, but no medical evaluation occurred. That's what you're talking about in terms of having medical evaluation of all the people in special housing. I strongly support Intro 549. The mayor has suspended by continuing emergency executive order the Board of Corrections rule ending solitary confinement and limiting restrictive housing. The city council action will prevent harm and saves lives. It will make the jail safer for all the people who live and work there. And I look forward to helping you implement this. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Cohen, for your years of service on the board. We appreciate you.
Thank you. Next, we'll hear from Allison Sikowski, followed by Benny Bashio, Keisha Williams, Ashaki Antoine, Lasha Mayo, Stephanie Tynes, and Gilsey Antigua.
Folks, if your name was called, please come down. If you have copies of the statements, I'll take them.
Sure. I only have one. Thank you.
The microphone is on. Begin with your name, please.
Sure. Allison Slokowski, Policy Director with the Controller's Office. Sorry, I'm just taking a minute because I'm a mom as well. So.
I think, is your mic on?
Oh, is it?
Bring it a little closer to you.
Is it on now? I think it was on before.
Just try to speak up a little bit, because it's, you know.
Sorry. I was just saying I was going to take a moment to pause because I'm a mom as well. And so I appreciate the testimony. Thank you, Chair Rivera and Public Advocate Williams and the Speaker and the members of the Committee on Criminal Justice for convening this hearing and for providing the opportunity to testify today. On behalf of New York City Comptroller Brad Lander, I'm Allison Slokowski, Policy Director and Senior Advisor on Family Economic Security in his office. As we convene today with the shared aim of eliminating all forms of solitary confinement in New York City's jail system, I think it's worth taking stock of how we got here. Over many years, the efforts of criminal justice reform advocates and stakeholders, as well as the survivors of solitary confinement and loved ones of those in custody, compelled us to end this practice and to imagine alternative humane forms of housing. Last June, the Board of Correction approved rules establishing RMAS, which we discussed today, which set minimum hours of out-of-cell time, among other requirements. The implementation date, November 1st, 2021, has long come and gone. In the intervening months, the Halt Solitary Confinement Act, which limits segregated confinement to 15 days, also went into effect. And yet, despite past good faith efforts both to legislate and to regulate an end to solitary confinement, RMAS has not been put into practice, and the Comptroller's Office continues to hear reports of people in custody being held indefinitely in environments that the letter of the law and any casual observer would consider segregated confinement. On a visit to Rikers Island on August 29th, during which the Comptroller toured 4 facilities, Comptroller Lander observed 7 individuals in protective custody who, as he reported last month to the Board of Correction, were being held in dark, double vestibule cells, not much larger than their beds. This has been covered at length already today. But they had no access to meaningful engagement with other people or to congregate programming. And there was no deadline or end in sight, confined well beyond 15 days for weeks on end. We cannot allow this to continue. We know that prolonged isolation does significant physiological and psychological harm. And we also know that alternatives are possible. Housing models such as RSVP in San Francisco show the benefits of a programming-rich, non-punitive approach. So the Comptroller commends the Council for advancing legislation that accepts nothing short of the elimination of all forms of solitary confinement In particular, we are glad to see that several provisions of Intro 549 exceed the minimum requirements that were established in Chapter 6 of the Board of Corrections rules. Importantly, the bill requires that all people in custody have 14 hours of out-of-cell time, consistent with the existing minimum standard, and defines out-of-cell time as time spent in a space conducive to meaningful social interaction. This would explicitly prohibit the use of cells like those the comptroller observed last month. Additionally, the comptroller supports restricting de-escalation and emergency lock-ins to a maximum of 4 hours with regular rounding and mental health checks required. The bill also codifies vital protections with respect to due process, including the requirement that individuals be placed in restrictive housing are afforded a hearing at which they are entitled to have legal representation, and that refusals to attend hearings be videotaped. The comptroller, who remains deeply committed to increasing public transparency of DOC operations and recently released a data dashboard to track key metrics within the jails, also welcomes the reporting requirements in the bill. It is critical that any legislation purporting to end solitary confinement in New York City include these minimum requirements. Our office remains committed to thoughtful, ongoing oversight to ensure the final legislation, once enacted, is actualized. I'll sit in my room.
Thank you.
Thank you. For our next panel, we'll start with Benny Bascio, followed by Keisha Williams, Ashaki Antoine, Lasha Mayo, Stephanie Tynes, and Gilsey Antigua.
Good morning, Chairwoman Rivera and members of the Criminal Justice Committee. My name is Benny Bascio. I am the president of the Correction Officers Benevolent Association. New York City correction officers are essential first responders who provide care, custody, and control of nearly 6,000 inmates in our custody. As you are well aware, the gross mismanagement and epic failures of the previous administration have created one of the worst crises our jails has ever faced. At the core of this crisis lies an epidemic of jail violence fueled by the previous administration's failure to restore safety and security in our jails. If there are any meaningful lessons learned from the failures of the past, it's that prioritizing a political ideology over safety and security and governing by activism instead of pragmatism has failed everyone in our jails. And yet here we are before you today as this council, led by 36 of its members, are pushing forward with a piece of legislation that is driven solely by a political ideology rather than by data and hard facts. I am here today to talk about the hard facts that this committee, the Council Speaker Adrian Adams, and the Public Advocate Jumaane Williams simply choose to ignore. A report issued by the City Comptroller last year analyzed jail violence indicators going back to 2011. The report provides a glimpse into the steady rise in violence every year. The rate of inmate fights nearly quadrupled since 2011, with an 18% increase in fiscal year 21. Assaults on staff more than quintupled since 2011, with an increase of 24% last year. In addition, there were 247 stabbings and slashings in fiscal year 21, up from 123 the previous year. And only until recently has the Department of Corrections started tracking sexual assaults on correction officers, approximately 35 of which occurred since January of 21. Fast forward to this year, and since January, there has been over 1,100 correction officers assaulted by violent inmates. Slashings and stabbings were also up 99% in fiscal year 22 over fiscal year 21, according to the most recent Mayor's Management Report. I have brought with me today victims and pictures of these brutal assaults. Not one of you has ever taken the time to speak to one of our officers who have been physically or sexually assaulted or slashed with a weapon. Not one of you has had to rush to the emergency room and witness the pain and anguish on a family member's face seeing what their relative went through. And yet, have the nerve to push through a bill that will only lead to more carnage in our jails, just so you can score political points with the progressive activists that continue to hold you and many of your fellow council members hostage. Despite your unwillingness to hear our pleas for help or to understand the catastrophe you are causing, you continue to justify your support of banning punitive segregation by falsely labeling it as solitary confinement and torture.
To wrap up, please.
For the record, we do not have a Hollywood depiction of solitary confinement in our jails, where inmates waste away in windowless cells, are fed loaf of bread or a cup of water. Punitive segregation is simply a jail within a jail that exists solely for violent offenders who attack our officers and non-violent inmates. The cells in punitive segregation are the same cells that other inmates are in. Inmates in punitive segregation are given, please allow me more time.
I did
Other
give you more
inmates
time.
that are still have family visits via video, please.
And we have questions, too.
The fact is that nonviolent inmates who never attack anyone else and simply serve their time never end up in punitive segregation, which is why of the approximately 6,000 in our custody, only approximately 160 currently belong in punitive segregation. That's roughly 2% of the total inmate population.
I can cut off the mic, but I'm giving you 30 seconds to wrap up so we can get to the other people. I've handled this hearing thus far.
When violent inmates rape, murder, stab, cut, and assault innocent people on the streets of New York, each of you supports having that perpetrator immediately arrested and removed from our neighborhoods. Yet when they commit the very same violent crimes in jail, you believe that they should get an 8-hour timeout and then return to the scene of their crimes? That's not just hypocrisy, that's plain reckless. I ask each and every one of you that are sponsors of this bill, what do we do with the individuals in our custody who continue to cut, stab, sexually assault, and brutally assault our officers and non-violent inmates?
Okay, I'm gonna get to the other people on the panel.
Next up is Keisha Williams.
Good afternoon, everyone, and thank you for giving me the opportunity to testify. My name is Keisha Williams, and I'm the third vice president of the Corrections Officers Benevolent Association. I've heard today many heartfelt testimonies. Now I'm going to give mine. As a correction officer assigned to the Eric M. Taylor Center on Rikers Island in 2016, I was performing my duties when an inmate suddenly assaulted me by forcibly touching my breasts. Immediately, I felt violated, I felt ashamed, and I felt humiliated. I was in a total state of shock, asking myself, why did this happen to me? And how could this happen to me? In the weeks and months that followed, I experienced nightmares, anxiety, guilt, and other forms of PTSD. My assailant was given a slap on the wrist and even discharged the very next day while never being fully charged with an actual sexual assault. While I, on the other hand, I have been forced to relive the burden of that trauma every single day of my life. My story is so many other stories of sexual assault and sexual harassment that have become all too common and all too familiar day after day, week after week, month after month, year after year in our city's jails. On any given day, our correction officers are subjected to confront disgusting verbal sexual harassment, lewd gestures, inmates literally masturbating in front of them, throwing semen on them, to extreme violent sexual assaults, including attempted rape, and not forgetting broken eye sockets and broken noses. Failure to hold these sexual predators and violent inmates accountable only embolden these individuals to continue to insult us with impunity. These sexual predators and violent inmates need to be separated from general population because of their deviant behavior. Those who are against punitive segregation should want nonviolent incarcerated inmates protected protected, as well as correction officers and civilians. Safety should always be first for everyone. Everyone. Punitive segregation is a necessary tool for inmates to correct their behavior and reduce violence in the jails. And I will close with this. Punitive segregation is for all staff and incarcerated individuals' safety. Without this form of deterrent, the behavior of violent inmates and sexual predators in our city's jails will become a vicious cycle, everyone, that will truly never, never end. Thank you very, very much.
Thank you. Next, we'll hear from Ashaki Antoine.
Good afternoon. My name is Asaki Antoine. I'm the first citywide trustee of the Correction Officers Benevolent Association. Thank you for the opportunity to testify before you today. By voting to end punitive segregation in the city's jails, you, the City Council, send a clear message to every sexual predator and violent offender detained in the city's jails that you, the City Council, condone their deviant behaviors, and that you, the City Council, have aligned yourself with their views, and also that you, the City Council, agree with the normalizing of sexual assaults such as groping and fondling of a woman's breasts, vagina, buttocks, and penises. Yes, we have our male officers that are sexually assaulted as well. You send a clear message to every inmate that physically assaults a correction officer, resulting in permanent disfigurement, that your actions and that their actions are acceptable by you, the City Council. This is disgraceful and unacceptable, and that is the definition of torture. The same way you put your activism in ending punitive segregation is the same activism needed for protecting women in the jails who are sexually assaulted and sexually harassed daily, who, I may add, look just like me. The same activism is needed in protecting nonviolent inmates who become victims of assaults daily. And most importantly, the same activism is needed to protect correction officers from physical assaults by inmates. It is essential that all sexual predators and violent inmates are separated from nonviolent inmates and that they are held accountable for their violent behavior while detained. This tool will be the pathway to safer jails for everyone. And I'll close with this. The rights to work free from violence, especially sexual violence towards our female officers in the jails, should never be one-sided, and in this case, politically driven.
Thank you.
Emotional intelligence is the key, and most importantly, we must practice morals over politics. Thank you.
I hear you. I hear you. I think we share your goal in making sure every woman has a safe workplace environment they deserve. That's why we do need legislation that follows the evidence and considers
Our women are not
everyone's
safe.
safety.
Our
Thank
women
you very
correctional
much.
officers are not safe.
Mr. Farello?
Yes, thank you very much. I have submitted written...
Just make sure your microphone is on, the red light.
Thank you. I have submitted written testimony to council. I'm going to speak from my heart. If you're interested in reading it, everybody has a copy of it. I've been serving the department since 1982. I served in Otis Bantam Correctional Facility. I was a punitive segregation captain. I've seen punitive segregation at its worst. Today, everybody keeps mentioning punitive segregation. Commissioner Molina did not stand up here or sit down here and say that he endorses punitive segregation or any form of it. We're talking about restrictive housing. We're talking about taking whatever you want to call them, inmates, you want to call them whatever you want. But we're talking about individuals that cannot live in the general population. Now, to Jamani Williams, public advocate, a question was posed about the 1990s. I lived the 1990s on Rikers Island. I could tell you with 22,000 inmates, from the Dinkins administration up until the Giuliani administration, I never went into a building and didn't feel safe. The violence that occurs today against correction officers and other inmates is far surpassed the 1990s. Statistically, I could prove that to you. There's not a correction officer that worked then will ever tell you that they felt threatened when they went into the facilities. So what I'm asking is this. I'm asking to work with you. I'm asking to curtail this bill that we could all be safe. I'm asking for everybody here to acknowledge that correction officers and my captains work the toughest jails in all of the country, and they deserve accolades, not, people talking about how they do terrible things. They go to work with one intention, that is to take care of their families and care, custody, and control of inmates.
Thank you very much. I know we have your written testimony, correct?
I know you do, and just let me end by saying this. We all watch TV. We watch the violence and all of the horrible things that have been happening in the city of New York. What do you think happens when those individuals wind up on Rikers Island? We're dealing with a very violent population of inmates. Thank you.
Thank you. We have a couple questions from the council members, if you'd like to stay and answer them. Council members, I have many people signed up to testify, so I'm going to ask you, please, brevity is key here. However, we got Public Advocate Williams, Council Member Nurse Caban, and Holden.
Thank you so much. Thank you, everybody, for the testimony. And thank you for sharing your personal stories. First, I do want to say, Benny, you know that I have spoken to corrections officers, including those who have been harmed, and I continue to try to make sure I'm hearing their stories. And I also have tried to help when people have reached out to me about corrections officers who weren't being treated the way they should be. I do want to understand, because we are throwing away a lot of names, what is your definition of punitive segregation?
It's restrictive housing. Anybody that commits a crime or violates rules in an assault somebody, cuts somebody, has to be segregated and taken away from general population.
Okay, it's important because I think there is agreement, and you can tell me, do you believe that we should be locking people up 20, 23, 24 hours a day for long-term periods?
We're not doing that in Rikers.
Okay.
We're not doing that.
Then there's agreement that that's what we should not be doing. There's also agreement that we do have to find a way to separate people. So I just want to be clear on what it is that we are actually disagreeing about, because the terms are being thrown out, whether you call it punitive seg, whether restrictive seg, whatever it is. There's agreement that we should not be locking people up 23, 24 hours a day on a regular basis. And there's also an agreement that we have to separate people to keep folks safe. That is important. I also just want to lift up black women who are speaking about sexual assault. Thank you for bringing that up. It's something I've been hearing about for a long time, and I'm hoping that the media covers it, because I think it is a real issue, and I do think people need to be charged when it is happening. I don't want to just washed under the rug. But I want to be clear, I don't think solitary confinement or torture is going to prevent that from happening. I think everybody there would agree with me, even the folks that we kind of want to dismiss are not better off after they've been locked up for a long time period, 23, 24 hours a day. That is not going to be the thing that keeps us safe.
Is it not torture?
Yeah, but I'm not.
Are their faces, are those scars? Or when women are raped or sexually assaulted? Is that not?
I'm agreeing with you that.
So the victims there should be no consequences.
But I want to be clear.
But it's almost like you're saying that if you commit a crime and you rape somebody or kill somebody, that you should go to jail for 8 hours and then be able to return to the scene of the crime.
So I just want to be clear.
I'm going to just ask the public, just
Benny, let me
please
just
wrap up.
address
Public Advocate Williams, they're going to give their answers.
My time is up. I just want to say, I want to be 100% clear, because I've repeated it. That is unacceptable. That cannot be happening. That has to have accountability and consequences.
In the bill.
None of those things can be solitary confinement.
So we
there
talk
can be and must be separation, and I believe some of that separation has to occur.
But I believe that
immediately.
you are trying to make the public depict solitary confinement, that we're putting people in holes and we're throwing down a bucket of water and tossing bread. That's not what's happening. It's the
Not at
same
all.
cell.
Not at all.
That's not what we're
I
doing.
know my time is up. but
So
thank
let
you.
me just
This
get
is
to-
not the short, like, this is not the movies.
I never said it was. And
Yeah,
I've
but
never
you've
said
been
that
to
publicly.
Rikers. You toured
I
and you
toured with
saw
you.
an inmate, a shank fall out of an inmate's pocket.
Absolutely.
Right when you were touring with me.
That's correct.
That's okay?
That's correct.
That's
'cause I
not
told him-
okay.
I'm agreeing with you.
Yeah, but you didn't come to speak to any of us before you submitted this bill to the council. None of these council members had conversations with the union before this
I've
bill
never
was,
had
was
conversations with the
sponsored.
union. I've never had-
And we're here to
But this
discuss
is why
the
we feel that this is
legislation.
very one-sided. Because even your tone, Councilwoman Rivera, when you set off this,
Let me
hearing, with all due
correct you.
respect,
No,
it's
that's not
very
respectful.
one-sided. It's very one-sided.
Let me tell
ma'am.
you right now, just because you preempt something with all due respect doesn't mean you're being respectful to me.
I am being
And in this
respectful.
chamber, while I am chairing this committee hearing, I am going to facilitate as best I can. So here's what I'm going to say. Mr. Public Advocate, thank you for your questions. Thank you for those answers. I guess that's what we're going to call them for right now. And now I'm going to move on to my council colleagues.
Can I just?
No,
could
sir.
I just?
No, sir.
I want to just finish the question.
Here is what I'm going to say. For the
Please.
members of the public, if you wish to testify, you could fill out a sheet of paper and you could get in the queue with the other people that have been waiting hours to have their voices and
But
experiences
there was a
heard.
question
No,
asked
sir.
about how we could work on this bill,
And
right?
we will probably get to asking you that specifically at some point. But for now, we're going to go to Councilmember Nurse.
And all I'm saying is, why didn't we have the
Mister-
conversation before the bill was sponsored, right? We could have had all of those conversations, Councilwoman.
And here's what I'm going to tell you.
Can I start?
You have my phone number. You can call me. This is a hearing to discuss this legislation. If you don't agree with the timeline at which we arrived to this moment, then that's your prerogative. But right now, my council members are on stack to ask questions. Councilmember Nurse.
Thank you. I just wanted to put on the table that I am also someone who has been sexually assaulted and fondled and physically assaulted by a person wearing a uniform. So I want to lay that vulnerability that we share an experience, and it's not okay and it's not acceptable. The idea that personally I stand by any policy that tries to excuse that behavior or create anybody to escape from that kind of accountability, I personally reject. And I just want to share that. But I would be curious, I would love for you to share a little bit about what are the conversations that you all have with each other and among your union officers about safety and about showing up to work and protecting each other in the situation where you have a lot of people out. I would like to know, I have talked to corrections officers in my community, who live in my community, but I would just love to hear a little bit more about how you all talk with each other about solidarity and safety when you have folks who are on the floor, maybe one person on the floor, or don't want to go to the floor because there's not enough people at work to protect each other.
May I address that?
Yeah, I'm
sure.
I'm just
Okay,
asking. Thank
so when Commissioner Schiraldi became the commissioner of the Department of Corrections, myself and President Basio went to see him, and we asked him, because we had 3,000 correction officers plus captains out sick, and we asked him to work collectively with us to do town hall meetings, send out correspondence with all our names on them, assuring their safety, assuring that we'd work together with the administration and with the union to get men and women to try to come back to work. You had COVID, you had assaults, and you had people just simply afraid to come to work, okay? There was a lot of things going on. He refused to do that. When Commissioner Molina came, we came to him with the same suggestions, and we did that together, collectively. And we had a town hall meeting, and we had almost 700 correction officers plus captains attend that were out sick, that were given the day to come and listen to the ideas that we had. With that, we are at 11% out sick from almost 40% out sick because they heard what we had to say. At every union meeting, and as we walk the facilities, we talk to our members and we tell them what to do and what not to do, as far as how to treat inmates, give them their programs. Actually, if you read this, if you read my testimony, it's in here, okay? So we advocate that on a regular basis, but it is very hard when you tell somebody, give an inmate a program, make sure they get what they have coming to them, and all of a sudden, this happens to them. You know, they're only human, okay? It's not easy. It's a horrible job. And, but we work on it. So, yeah, there's been plans put in motion, and we've done a lot in the last 6 months since Molina's been in office.
And also, Councilmember Nurse, we just don't have a regular job where if you get assaulted and you get cut like that, if you get a torn shoulder, a broken limb, we're not coming to work the next day. And when there's no consequences for inmate actions, then the inmates become more emboldened and the assaults are on a rise. 1,100 of us have been assaulted since January of this year alone. You think the sick rate is not gonna be through the roof? No other city agency is treated the way we are treated, and no other city agency is dealing with the amount of assaults that we have to deal with on an everyday basis. And I think that each of you need to understand that. We come from the same communities. We look just like you and just like the inmates in our custody, and we're not looking to treat anybody any different than we want to be treated.
I understand that. I understand that. There's also, I believe, Rikers has the most amount of officers on payroll than any other facility in this country. Is that correct?
We're down
I'm
to
happy
6,000.
Right.
So
but
it's
at
one
max
to one,
capacity,
and not
that's what it would
everybody's
be.
at work in the same
Okay.
time.
I
We
just
have to
wanted to get
provide,
that correct.
all these inmate
statistics are
programs
not
require additional correctional staff that you guys denied us from getting. So I don't understand, how is it that you would deny us to get staff so that we can provide more programming for the inmates?
I think
Like, that doesn't make sense. You
we
think
hear
we
you.
want to run unmanned areas? We run unmanned areas because we don't have a correction officer to put in that housing area.
I've lost
And we
400
have-
captains through attrition.
And we understand
400.
about the staffing crisis, and we have covered that in other hearings, and we've mentioned that today. So we fully acknowledge that, and again, it's safety for all. Councilmember Caban?
Thank you. I would like to point out that during the budget hearings, the Department of Corrections showed up and had no answers to any of our questions and then asked for more money. And so, you know, that's a fair question to ask. And I also want to echo the thing that the public advocate said, and because you said none of us have spoken to y'all, we have had more than one meeting. I have met with other corrections officers, not to mention the fact that I have been to the facilities over 4 times since taking office and spent countless hours there as a public defender, making attorney visits and representing over 1,000 clients on the island. But you talked about political ideology, data, hard facts, activism versus pragmatism, and you know, the numbers that I am seeing here are horrific. We shouldn't be seeing violence on any side, but what you are showing us are outcomes. And what is behind this legislation is changing the conditions to get better and different outcomes, because what we are doing is not working. And so, in fact, you have a piece of legislation that has been drafted using decades of empirical evidence, data, and research to support these changes to get better outcomes for your people and the people who are caged. So, you know, my question for you is, and this one is a little bit rhetorical, is do you care about outcomes? Because either you care about the outcomes or you don't. You care more about the individual punishment, not caring whether it works or not. But these are the actual questions I have for you. 32 people have died in city jails since early 2021, including 16 people, far exceeds the horrific death toll last year. I just want to ask you, do you believe that having fewer people incarcerated would ease the burden on the system and ensure people who are in the jails could get the services, treatment, and protection they need? There was a lot of agreement, even from the Department of Corrections, that a lot of the programming that has been disrupted and hasn't been robust enough is proven to reduce violence. So do you agree that having fewer people or decarcerating would ease the burden? And, you know, because the number of people serving city sentences at Rikers, which are misdemeanors, have increased 180% since last year, do you support using things like 6A to reduce the population, to ease the burden on your staff and better be able to deliver the services that are scientifically, empirically data proven to reduce violence.
Well, Councilwoman Rivera, you sound like you want to live in a society where there are no consequences. I mean,
I didn't say that.
Caban, there are
I didn't
no
say that, but could you
consequences
answer
for
my
inmate
question?
actions.
I didn't say that.
Or for crime.
I actually
Did
said
you
I want to
see-
live in a
did you see-
society
did you
where we're
see the-
implementing strategies that get us different outcomes than that.
Well, it's not working. It's what
We
what
haven't done it
the
yet.
data's not working.
What do you mean?
Violence
We
has
haven't done it yet.
steadily risen. We have to live in a society where there's consequences. So do you think the individual that kicked the woman in a Howard Beach train station, threw her up against the wall and kicked her to the face repeatedly, or kicked the officer that you saw in the video that
Mr.
no
Bassi, are you gonna
consequences
answer
should
my
happen
question?
to that?
May I answer it?
Like, we don't
May I
dictate how
answer?
many, we don't dictate
Mr.
how many
Basio, are you
inmates
gonna
are
answer
in
my
our custody.
Let me answer the question. Let me answer the question.
I'm
The
gonna
answer
just,
is-
can you both hold on? I'm gonna ask the public. We are gonna get through
So-
this panel and get onto the next panel. If you could just give us a minute.
Yes.
And here's what I'm gonna say to the panel. I'm gonna ask you to answer the question, and then we're gonna wrap up, and Councilmember Holden's on deck. Please, a 30-second response. Thank you.
Yes. So the answer to your question is no. And the answer,
no.
Okay.
I know, sir.
Yeah, okay.
Thank you for being here. They're not gonna lock you up, sir.
So your question was, do you think that less
And
incarceration?
can you answer it briefly, please?
No. I have been. Okay. So the answer to your question is no, I do not believe that. And I'll tell you why. Number one, we have more crime in the city of New York, so you're going to have more incarceration. Number two, the problem is that the city, through budget cuts over the last 20 years, has closed mental institutions. The problem is we have mental observation inmates, guys that need psychiatrist care, mixed in with the general population. Until you fix that problem, until you have real state-of-the-art mental institutions and you get every mental observation off of Rikers Island, it's not going to work, okay? I hope you agree with that. So really, no. You still need to incarcerate individuals that are committing crimes because we need the cities of New York safe, okay? But you can't run it the way it's been being run.
That's why we're here to discuss the legislation today. Councilmember Holden?
Thank you, and thank you, panel. And I just want to ask a general question. And anybody can answer this, after you're assaulted in jail, with a correction officer or anybody else, what happens? Tell me what happens. Does the DA come in? Are there charges? And if this bill passes, if 549 passes, and there's no restrictive housing, what happens to the individual?
So,
Two questions there.
right now, when the inmate sexually assaults or physically assaults an officer, they're removed temporarily out of the housing area, they get rearrested, and they come back to the same housing area to repeat the same behavior. So in essence, there is no accountability, no immediate accountability for their behavior.
And how do you feel when the person who just assaulted you is back 2 or 3 days later and you have to deal with that person?
It's disgusting. It's disgusting. It's disgusting. It should not be, right? As they should be held accountable. Everyone should be held accountable, but they should be held accountable. It's a form of torture because women that are sexually assaulted in jail, our male officers that's physically and female physically assaulted, there is PTSD that comes behind that. There is mental breakdown and physical breakdown. It's not just that you get assaulted on Monday and you come back to work on Tuesday. It is unrealistic for you guys to even think that way. It's unrealistic.
Councilman Holden, the second part of your question was the arrest. So we do have an arrest unit on Rikers Island. Many times when one of my captains are assaulted on Rikers Island, I have to push for the arrest, okay? Because the answer is, well, you know what? the DA is just going to drop it anyways. And it happens quite often. Yes, there are rearrests on Rikers Island. Another issue becomes, does it run concurrent or does it run consecutive, okay? And that's a major issue, and it's always been a major issue. So, yeah, it is rearrest, but many times we have to push for them. And many times when it gets down to the Bronx District Attorney, the charges get dropped.
Nothing happens. They have 800 backlog cases of rearrests so what would give an incentive to change behavior when they're not even really facing any additional time for the crimes they're committing?
All right, thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councilmember.
Thank you. Next, we'll hear from Lasha Mayo, followed by Stephanie Tynes, Gilcy Antigua, and Joseph Rousseau.
Can you feel free to begin? Can you call the first name?
Mayo?
Lasha Mayo. Lasha Mayo, you can begin when ready.
Good afternoon. My name is Officer Mayo, and I am a correction officer with the New York City Department of Corrections. On June 9, 2021, I was brutally assaulted by an inmate on Rikers Island. This day started off as any other day. After working 16 hours the day before, I woke up, said a prayer, got dressed, and began my commute to Rikers Island. Upon arrival, I immediately took my post, which was located in AMKC. Hours later, at approximately 10:15 a.m. or so, an inmate walked past me and began to argue with my partner in a very aggressive manner. He then went to the housing area hot pot and filled the institutional green cup full of hot water and threw it at the door toward my partner. I gave him clear and direct instructions to stop, to calm down, and have a seat on his bed, to which he did not comply. I then attempted to utilize IPC skills to talk to him and ask him what the issue was, but he didn't want to hear any of that. His anger immediately turned toward me. I activated my body camera and told my partner to contact my area supervisor because it was clear that he was not responding to me in any sort of manner that was positive. He had his fist clenched and continued to make threats while demanding me to sit down, to which I refused. When I refused to sit down as he had ordered me to, he seemed to become even more irate and began walking towards me. As I stood there, 5'5", 125 pounds, faced with approximately 6'3", 230-pound inmate, I immediately began to fear for my life as my chest began to pound so tight. I tried everything in my power to remain calm, but I couldn't help but to wonder if I would make it home this night. I'm somebody's daughter. I'm somebody's mother. So I began to think of all sort of ways that I could survive. I created a safe distance between myself and an inmate. I put my back against the wall and tried to remember every directive I ever read, every tactical training I ever took. I began to allow my eyes to wander around the housing area and search for a way to escape his rage, but there was no escaping his rage. He continued to approach me in an aggressive manner, saying that he was going to kill me until eventually he did strike. Eventually, his fist hit my face so hard that I thought every bone in my face was crushed. The blood trickled down my face. I was on the floor with this inmate straddled over me, begging and pleading for someone to help me. So as we sit here and we think about what should be the consequences these inmates or individuals that are incarcerated face, we need to think about the correction officers that don the uniform every day. We are not what the media portrays. We are not people who are there to assault people. We are not looking to harm anyone. We come to provide for our families, and that's all we want to do. We want to come to work and go home safely. So I'm asking, when you make your decision, think about me. I am somebody's child. I have a child. And when I went home with my face crushed, with stitches in my face, 2 swollen eye sockets, my child could not look at my face. So that is what I want you to think about. We are not here to hurt officers. We do our job, and even in spite of the situations we face daily, we still show up. We still show up. So please consider me, consider my partners. We matter. It's not okay to assault us. We didn't come here for that.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Good afternoon. My name is Antigua. I've been a correction officer for 10 years in New York City. December 31st, 2020 is a day I will never forget. Not because it was New Year's Eve, but because it was a day when I thought I was going to be killed at work. On this dreadful day, I was brutally assaulted by an inmate only because I was performing my job duties as a correction officer and did not open a janitor closet when asked to do so. This inmate, without warning, provocation, of course, intentionally and aggressively punched me multiple times in the face with a closed fist punch. That day, I sustained multiple physical and psychological injuries that resulted in me being out of work for 6 months. No actions, no charges were lodged against the violent recidivist offender who, without remorse, scarred me for life. Today, I'm asking for justice against my perpetrator. I'm asking for consecutive sentences. I'm asking to fix the poor and defective policy within our agency. I'm asking for accountability of violent acts committed while confined to DOC custody. It's not okay to assault a correction officer. Correction officers are not expendable. We are human beings too. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Officer Tynes. November 6, 2022. Is this 2021, I'm sorry. I was sexually assaulted by multiple inmates. I was conducting my tour, and as I'm walking back out of the housing area, one of the inmates, he came behind me and started grabbing on my head. Another inmate also started doing that, and they started slapping me on my buttocks and then groping my breast. If it wasn't for my partner who pulled me out of the housing area, I felt like I could have been raped. Since then, they have been rearrested, but nothing has come about. Every day, I take medication just to go to work. And I'm asking y'all, something has to be done. They're still in jail, and nothing has happened to them. So I'm just asking y'all to consider us as officers, captains, whomever, the civilians who walk the jail, to understand what we go through every day. That's just what I have to say.
Thank you. Thank you very much. And I just want to be clear that we are trying to do our best to acknowledge, focus, and absolutely reiterate the humanity in this crisis and in this situation. So I just want to thank you for sharing your story, for doing that publicly. I know that wasn't easy, and for being here and for your testimony. Thank you. Oh, okay. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, ladies. Would you answer a couple questions? Is that okay? All right, we're going to go Palladino and then Williams.
Good afternoon, ladies, and thank you very, very much. That was very strong testimony. You got me on the steps, you got me now, and I just want to ask you, when you return to work and being in your situation, are you faced with these people again and again, day in and day out, those that assaulted you?
In my case, the individual was rearrested and recharged. He's now upstate, so I don't have to see him again at this present moment.
But are they removed from Rikers? Are they removed from the island, or are they left to go?
No, they remain on Rikers Island, where you have to see them every day.
Explain to what happened, like if you could explain what happens in a typical situation when you're assaulted and you go back to work, and brutally assaulted, and you go back to work. What happens from that point going forward when you have to see that assailant again?
Okay, so let's be honest, right? We would like to think that when these things transpire, that swift action is taken, that these inmates are quickly removed, and that they are prosecuted to the fullest extent. But that's not what happens. As we stated earlier, it's a constant fight for them to be for them to face any consequences for what they do. And the fact of the matter is that they know that. So you will have an inmate assault you and tell you that nothing's gonna happen. And they were right. I wish that you guys had an opportunity to listen to my body cam, because if you did, you would hear the inmate, even in my situation, say, oh, you're gonna use your chemical agents. Oh, they're gonna see that as you're antagonizing me. I'm antagonizing you when you've been telling me you're gonna kill me for over 20 minutes, and I've been taking multiple steps back, trying to resolve the issue, not engage with you, just letting you have your way, and you still assaulted me. And even after you assaulted me, nothing happens. You know what did happen? They brought him right back to the housing area where he was given a Game Boy and a tablet and said, have a good day,
There
while
you
I
go.
went out in the ambulance.
There you
That is what we're talking about. That is the reality.
The other question I have is, how are you allowed to retaliate? Are you allowed to defend yourselves?
Absolutely not.
Absolutely not. So you got to take a beating, and you got to take a brutal, brutal sexual assault, and you are in no way, shape, or form allowed to defend yourselves against these violent criminals who are already in jail for having violent crimes out on the street. They're there for a reason.
Thank you,
and you are not
Councilmember.
allowed to defend yourselves, is that correct?
Thank you, Councilmember. I think she's asking, and also if there's a grievance process, and I'm gonna cut it there.
No, there is no grievance process. We have to go back to work right away and deal with the same individuals and look us in our face every day.
There is no accountability, no swift accountability. So in essence, they come back to the housing area, they may be transferred to another facility within Rikers Island to repeat the same behavior. That is the issue. The behavior is repetitive. They beat on us, they touch us, they grope us with no accountability. No consequences, no accountability. And they tell you, I can do it because I can. Nothing is going to happen. That is a smack in the face. That is insult to injury.
So 549 will
Councilmember.
perpetuate this even further, correct?
Correct.
Thank you. Let's make that very clear to the 37 individuals who signed on to this bill. Thank you.
Public Advocate Williams.
Thank you so much, and thank you for sharing your story. I think it's really important, even as I'm talking about humanizing folks. I do know that sometimes a uniform prevents that, and so I'm happy that you have come today, and I know it must be hard, so I just want to say thank you. And if anything I'm saying causes any kind of re-traumatization or is not honoring your story, please just tell me to stop, and I apologize. What I'm hearing repeatedly in the story is a lack of accountability and that nothing is happening. And I just want to say that that is a problem. And if there is a way to fix that, that the union or others have that can bring, I actually want to hear it. The thing that I want to point out is that with this bill or without this bill, it doesn't address that issue. It doesn't address the issue of why people aren't being arrested and why they aren't being charged. And so I don't have an answer for that. Hopefully we can come up with one together that deals with the accountability that should be happening and also deals with trying to change your behavior. All this bill is trying to do is make sure that we're not doing something that everybody is telling me we're not doing anyway, and trying to find a way to change this behavior that doesn't include the type of torture that we're saying is with solitary. This not dismissing any torture that you're enduring or any kind of trauma that you're enduring, because both things can be real at the same time. And so I just want to be clear about that, because when they're listening, it sounded like our bill somehow is going to prevent something from happening that our bill just doesn't address at all. And there needs to be something that addresses that, because it's a problem. And as I look at you and see Black and brown women, like my mom, like my wife, I would be horrified. And everybody should be horrified about what you endured. And I'll end with saying, I keep seeing Black and brown people arguing and fighting with each other when I think there's a systemic problem that continues a cycle of violence that I'm hoping we can all work on to address. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Public Advocate. Councilmember Caban.
Yes, thank you. First of all, I just want to thank you for sharing your stories. Again, I know that must have been very, very difficult. And my question is related to the questions that the public advocate were asking, right? These horrific things have happened with the jail in the conditions, procedures, strategies that are in place in this moment. So I think that there's agreement that it cannot continue in the same way. And my question for you is, and it is a very earnest, genuine question, is I want to see those numbers change. I want to see that there aren't additional people with stories like yours, or that you are not re-victimized in any way. And so, you know, what we think about outside of this legislation are like, what are the things that we can implement that will prevent these acts, that will actually change people's behavior, and exploring what empirical evidence there is to support different kinds of strategies. And so my question for you is there, you know, do you have any thoughts on there? Is there an openness or a willingness to say, well, things are not okay as they are. Can we try some different things and implement and try things that we haven't done before, that we have reason to believe could work to prevent the same thing that happened to you from happening to somebody else, or the same thing that happened to either of you to happen to somebody,
Ms. Caban,
happen to somebody
while
else?
we play trial and error, officers are being assaulted every day. While we do this trial and error thing, officers are being sexually assaulted every day. So it's not about, can we try this and can we try that? They have to be separated. Violent inmates must be separated from correction officers and nonviolent inmates. Bottom line, this trial and error, lives is on the line. Look at her face. Look at her. Look at my partner.
And what I'm asking, again, very respectfully, what I am asking is that something that there is a desire for, to implement different things or different conditions in the jail that could help reduce violence, that we'd use a multifaceted approach so that these things are happening less and less and less, and with the goal being to eventually one day eradicate them?
You guys speak about programming, and we're not against programming, but what do you do with an individual who basically is not receptive to programming? What do you do with them? I ask you, what do you do with an inmate, incarcerated individual who is not receptive? They've gotten 6 months of programming and their behavior has not changed. Actually, they may have escalated. What do you do with that individual? What?
So I won't take up any more of the time because I want to be respectful of it, but happy to have that conversation. Again, you know, what we are hearing is that there is a disruption in programming, which I'm assuming that the violence is contributing to the disruption of service provision. But again, it simply was just a question on like, is there a desire to change physical conditions and policies if it means that there's like a likelihood or a good chance that it would reduce violence, that something would give?
Thank you, Councilmember.
Thank you.
Thank you to the panel. Next, we'll hear from Donna Hilton, followed by Audrey Johnson.
All right. We called him. He's just. I'm gonna call you Straggler because that's where you're at right now. But you got 2 minutes, okay? And then the panel that we just called, you are up right after this gentleman. We called his name. He is here. He is testifying. Please begin.
Good afternoon, City Council. I'm Joseph Russo. I'm the president of the union that represents the assistant deputy wardens, and deputy wardens in command on Rikers Island. Thank you for giving me a chance to speak. I heard for the past several hours about all the problems many of the problems on Rikers Island. I hear about it on TV regularly. I see it on TV, and I hear and see about it up close and personal because I'm there and have been for the past 26 years. And I've also seen in the past 10 years, approximately, how the changes that have been enforced on us have made our working conditions consistently worse and worse. You have not you, but the changes that came through the previous administration have diminished our authority more and more over the years, and you've taken away tools that are necessary for us to maintain safety and control over our inmates. And without that, the inmates are not safe, and certainly we're not safe. And we've had a number of problems because of this on a regular basis. Politics, unfortunately, has driven this change, and I ask, you see the conditions we're working in. You've heard from the people that have been directly affected. The inmates and their families representing them here today have told about stories, terrible stories, disturbing stories. I was here, and so there are many people here today that have been around at a time where we had positive control. And when you take away, if you were to give us back our authority and our ability to control the inmate population, and that includes restrictive housing, things were much safer, much more so in control. And I'll say this, I realize that the clock rang for me. I concede, I do not normally speak for the inmates. I'm not an inmate advocate. However, there is no group
Please wrap up.
more affected by these changes, including what you're suggesting here today, Mr. Williams. There's no bigger group than the inmates that are on Rikers Island that are not violent and not problematic. They are preyed upon more so than anybody else. If you truly mean you are for, and I believe you are, and I believe you have good intentions, but if you're truly for safety for all, we need restrictive housing.
Thank you so much. I just want to, there are people that have been waiting nearly 5 hours to testify. This is a hearing about Intro 549. So while I appreciate everyone's testimony, please let's try to stay as focused as possible. Mr. Public Advocate, did you want to ask a question? There are people waiting nearly 5 hours to testify.
Yes, thank you. I'll just say, and I do have to leave, so I apologize. But there's an issue that was raised, which is the $1 million question, which is what happens to repeat offenders. And what we know is that if there's a repeat offender, there is probably an issue there. Locking them up 24 hours a day is not going to help. That is also the same with people who have mental health crises. And we should agree with where we agree. We have to separate people for safety at times. And I keep hearing the same words being repeated: restrictive housing, punitive seg, solitary. Just to be clear again, there is agreement that we at times need to separate people. There should be an agreement that that cannot be locking someone up 20, 23, 24 hours a day for a long time. So that's it, and I appreciate it.
Thank you very much.
Chair,
Mr. Williams, if I may just address that.
I don't know if
And
that's
that may be true, that it's not healthy to lock them up 23 hours a day. But what is the priority here? What about the person they viciously attacked that has to still engage with the person? What about that factor?
I'm going to end it there because this. Thank you so much for your testimony. Thank you for waiting this long. We're going to call up those 4 names that we said earlier. Can you please come up to the panel? There are 4 following it, and go ahead and read it.
Yep, sure. So it's Donna Hilton, Audrey Johnson, Rabbi Margot Hughes Robinson, and Eileen Marr is the first panel. And then the next one, you're on deck, is Natalie Forenzo, Diana Griffith, Lucas Marquez, and Jared Trujillo.
Please begin.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Audrey Johnson. I'm a formerly incarcerated woman. I'm from one of the 1980s. I've been home 24 years. But I tell you what's been happening today was happening then. It just got worse. What I'm recognizing as well today is this, that we both are in agreement with everything, and I see the common denominator, which is the safety. When we get personal, when we get too personal and we want to look at the I instead of the we, this is where the conflict come in.
So I'm here to like speak on my behalf, my personal experience. I was denied medication. We talk about sexual abuse. I was denied medication because I wouldn't have sexual act with a female officer. So we can go back and forth about what happened to you, and I can tell you what happened to me. But like Public Advocate Williams said, the underlying issue is come to a medium right here, and let's make an amendment. Let's come to some type of common ground. Because we can sit here and all day long, every day, and come to every hearing and continue to talk about all the abuse that not only the correctional officers went through, but how about other staff members? How about the detainees, because I'm not going to say inmates. We've all been harmed here. And at some point, can we sit at the table? Can we sit at the table for the safety of everyone? Because we want everybody to come home the way they went to work. And yes, there's a lot of violent people. I have a brother who's in there now, 25 years to life. I had a brother that just came home. They are violent people. But guess what? They had to do the time. I'm not here to say release them. I'm not going to call him a monster, but I am going to call him violent. There are consequences for people with violent crimes. There are. But like everyone said here, let's separate the difference. Let's separate here. Because there's a lot of people like myself. When I was incarcerated, I went in here because I had a drug addiction. Not because I wanted to be a drug dealer, not because I wanted to run the streets and harm the citizens here. I had a problem. And we talking about programming? There was no programming. None. And there's programming today, but guess what? It's nothing enforced. I heard one of the correction officers said, what do we do when they don't want to go? But how about, I'm going to give a suggestion here on the table. How about we talk about mandatory programming? And there's consequences behind people not doing the programming. Because when I was upstate, it was mandatory that I did ASAP. It's mandatory when you get on state grounds that you do these programs. You could be held back and not go home.
Thank you.
So there's the consequences behind this, and we could come together collectively if we just put both our heads together. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Donna Hilton. You know, I've been home 10 years, and since I walked out the prison gates, I've been at these hearings, these conversations, and nothing's changed. First of all, I'm tired of us being last. I'm tired of those of us that with the lived experience and really impacted being last, because you that have titles and roles need to be first. But the Bible says the last will be first and the first will be last. So that's your day of reckoning. But I want to say, I was an adolescent on Rikers Island in 1985. Half the room wasn't even working corrections because you weren't even born in 1985. So that's how long this issue has been going on. This inhumane crisis has been going on. I was an adolescent who was approached by a captain for sexual favors. And because I didn't even understand, because I've never been in the prison system, I didn't know what was going on. And so she took that, I don't know who took that as a refusal. When I went to court, I was set up. So allegedly. I still haven't seen the evidence of a shank, a razor, all kinds of things. I've told all kinds of things. Nothing was ever introduced as evidence. But guess what? Because I was a high-profile case and placed in involuntary protective custody, not a violent person, didn't do anything violent on Rikers Island, had no recourse, could not come out of that situation, told I had to go to court to do that. Court didn't even understand what was going on. And then I was forced to take mental medication, which I've never taken in my life, because I was having nightmares because it was the first time being in the system, and I was an adolescent, and I was raped. And because no one wanted to do anything, they kept me in involuntary protective custody for my own betterment. I was forced to drink toilet water because nobody would bring me something to drink, because you forced me to take mental medication. So I hear all this stuff about sexual abuse, sexual harassment, violence, but what about when it happens to us? When do our lives matter? I sympathize with those correctional officers that sat here and those that didn't speak up, because you're human beings. That's what I see first, and that's what we see first. Human beings. When are we seen as human beings? Stop the rhetoric and stop the BS. Treat us like human beings. Come to the table. I personally asked a whole bunch of correctional officers to come to the table to have conversations about certain legislation that we were writing. You have yet to come. You have yet to come. But you tell stories to have people to believe that we are the monsters. But when I walked into City Hall this morning, I didn't try to attack you. You tried to attack me.
Thank you.
My name is Rabbi Margot Hughes Robinson, and I'm grateful for the opportunity to testify today before this committee. I'm the New York organizer at TRUA, the Rabbinic Call for Human Rights, and we're a member of the Halt Solitary Coalition. I organize hundreds of Jewish clergy all over the city, as well as over 2,300 Jewish clergy nationwide, and our most urgent priorities include the ending of the use of solitary confinement. It is not only a violation of human rights of the New Yorkers in DOC custody, it is torture. Early in the book of Genesis, we read that it is not good for a human being to be alone. Solitary confinement destroys souls and bodies, leading not only to anxiety, depression, and psychosis in many individuals, but also self-mutilation and heart disease. It leads to both jail conditions and outside communities who are less safe. Our long-term partnerships with Nycc, Jails Action Coalition, and other groups led by the New Yorkers most directly affected by these issues also demand that we follow the biblical injunction of Leviticus 19:16, do not stand idly by the blood of your neighbor. Solitary confinement is predominantly inflicted, we know, upon our Black and Latina neighbors, and is stolen to many people from their families, including Khalif Browder and Leilene Polanco. In the Mishnah, a foundational text in the Jewish tradition, we learn that whoever destroys a single life, it is as if they have destroyed an entire world. Through its use of solitary, New York has destroyed countless worlds and then promised again and again in their names to end this practice that still continues. I implore you on the council to consider the weight of each of these losses and the inhumanity that surrounded their deaths. This practice of isolated confinement also includes the use of shower cages so small a person cannot sit down. Brandes Rodriguez died in August 2021 after he was locked in solitary in a shower cage. City jails locked Elijah Muhammad in solitary in those same shower cages until the point he was found with a ligature around his neck, and then they placed him in another form of solitary confinement, which led to his death this summer. It's been a part of a broader humanitarian crisis that we've already discussed of abuse and brutality that has killed 16 people this year and 32 people since early 2021. That is 32 worlds destroyed. I will end with sharing that innumerable Jewish sources insist that when an opportunity to do the right thing arises, we must not delay. The time to pass Intro 549 and end all forms of solitary confinement in New York City jails is now. I'm so grateful to be in this conversation with you about the ways we can seek justice in this city and move towards a place of real decarceration that supports the safety, dignity, and well-being of every New Yorker.
Thank you. Thank you.
Okay. Good afternoon. My name is Eileen Marr. I'm a social worker, community activist, and a civil rights union leader from Vocal, New York. I am a woman who was formerly incarcerated and a survivor of both New York City and New York State Departments of Corrections. I am a woman who is a criminalized survivor of domestic violence. In 2021, the use of solitary confinement in all jails and prisons in New York State was officially and legally banned. However, we are here today because rather than acknowledge the law, New York City Docs has decided to double down and demand to be exempt from such a law, and would even like to increase their use of this torturous practice. Thank God above that the City Council has seen the voice of reason, and today we are here to discuss Intro 549. Over the past 10 months, 16 people have died on Rikers Island, most of which who had not been convicted of a crime, and all who had not been sentenced to anything, much less the death penalty. which is really what they received. Most of those individuals were in some kind of illegal solitary or solo setting for hours upon hours, sometimes days or weeks. For example, Layleen Polanco was illegally placed in solitary confinement despite her medically documented and long-standing epilepsy diagnosis. This diagnosis alone should have legally exempt her from the torturous practice. It did not. She was left alone in such confinement, and it is what ended up causing her unnecessary and untimely death. She had a seizure alone, which was not noticed or treated by those entrusted to maintain her safety, and she died, murdered. Last year, I lost a dear friend. He was also formerly incarcerated. His name was Michael. He spent 12 mind and spirit-crushing years in solitary confinement, which for him began in the Bing on Rikers. It was in that Bing where he was repeatedly raped by male corrections officers and a DEP. There had been no other reason to place him in solitary other than for their entertainment. Years after his release from incarceration, that time in solitary confinement continuously reared its ugly head, causing post-traumatic stress disorder ripe with nightmares, psychiatric illnesses, self-medication, and a myriad of other physical and psychiatric problems. He died as a result of the trauma caused by solitary confinement. And if you really want to get down to it, he too was murdered by New York City docs and New York State, who chose to torture him and thousands of others like him. The moniker correction officer would indicate that they are there to aid in helping the individual who is incarcerated improve and begin to learn coping skills or whatever they need to help them so they can survive on the outside. However, DOC always chooses the opposite, torture. Michael used to say, and I'm paraphrasing, what kind of sense does it make to take a person who is supposed to be in some kind of treatment or program for whatever their alleged infraction is, rather than making sure they continue with and go to that program or be treated, they remove the person and lock them in a box, not only without treatment, but in an environment that exacerbates their issues and or illnesses and ultimately makes the person's problems worse. That is not correction.
You can just wrap up, please. We have a lot of people waiting to go.
Okay. As you see, solitary confinement is not only the torture for the individual who is placed in settings, and this setting is torture for those who love and care for he or she. Mothers are left without children. The universe are left without creative and unique souls prematurely. And I'm being a little selfish here, I'm left without a dear friend. The only other person in the world who understood my own PTSD, also caused by DOC, when it would catch the better of me and I would have an anxiety attack, he was someone who had been damaged and dehumanized just as I was, albeit more and for longer, but he still made it his mission that it would not let it get the best of me.
All right.
That's not a criminal or a monster.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you to this panel.
Thank you. Next, we will hear from Natalie Fiorenzo, Diana Griffith, Lucas Marquez, Jared Trujillo, and Darlene McDay.
And if anyone is in need of Spanish translation, we have someone available via Zoom. Our next panel will be via Zoom, and I want to thank everyone for being in the chambers in this moment. We can get an extra chair for anyone that needs one. Thank you, Ralph. Can we start with Darlene McDay, please? Thank you for waiting.
Hi, my name is Darlene McDay. I'm here today to testify when we were outside, we were met with a lot of aggression. It made me sick to see my friend Tamara Carter couldn't even speak about what happened to her son without the correction officers screaming and yelling over her. And myself, being a mother that lost their son, I felt for her, and I went over and asked who was in charge, and I begged them to stop yelling over a grieving mother. But they didn't care. They didn't even look at me. My son, Dante, in 2017, was violently beaten by several correction officers in Wendy Correctional Facility. He was beaten so badly that he had blunt force trauma all over his entire body. His head and face were completely deformed by the beating. He couldn't eat, he couldn't see, and he could barely sign his name. And after that beating, they threw him in a solitary cell and claimed that he killed himself. I only knew what happened because people there, a person that was incarcerated, called me and told me about the beating way before I ever got the call from the Department of Correction. I called them, they gave me the runaround, and hours later, I finally got a call from a priest saying to sit down. Their own agency found that the officers lied on official documents, that they actually assaulted my son, that the report was substantiated, and that the officers falsified documents. But what was their punishment? Nothing. They continued to keep their jobs. The sergeant continued to make overtime $250,000 a year after beating my son. That was 5 years ago. He was 22 years old, unidentifiable by that beating, and there were no consequences. So when we talk about consequences, yes, there need to be consequences. There need to be consequences on both sides. And I think one of the problems here that people are forgetting is that for a long time, the Department of Corrections was in disarray. There were many, many problems that were ignored for way too long. And now people are very angry. And I understand that the correction officers have a difficult job. But when you let people be abused and do nothing, and there's no recourse for that abuse, it makes people enraged. My son was 22 years old and lost his life. He was my only child. To this day, 5 years later, there has not been 1 ounce of accountability. There has not been 1 ounce of transparency. And I feel for every single person, every single family of someone that lost their life at Rikers Island. But we've seen it happen over and over and over again. And what have we done? Last year, 16, this year, 14, 15, I don't know, I've lost count at this point. And while they're trying to figure things out, what have we done? And the last thing I want to say, because I've heard Benny Basio say this so many times, every time someone dies, Louis Molina, Benny Basio say that they feel for the families and all of this stuff. Benny Basio always says, but. I don't want to hear but anymore. But does not do anything for those people that are going to continue to lose their lives, and nothing is being done. We are begging and begging, and as families, I can tell you for any family, I can speak for all of them, I'm sure, that what we want is for this problem to be fixed. That was my only child. I don't have other children. I will never have grandchildren. But we want that problem to be fixed so our children haven't died in vain. That's all we could possibly ask for. Because even if there's a civil judgment in the end, that's not going to bring my son back. The fact that they substantiated what happened to him and did nothing. These people got more money. That is disgusting that could keep happening. And I think one of the major problems is the union protecting people no matter what they do. No one should be protected. People that harm officers should not be protected if they harm an officer. They should be punished for that appropriately. But officers that harm people need to be punished. They need to be fired. It shouldn't be so hard to fire an officer. I feel like these officers are not working for the Department of Corrections, they're working for the union. They are holding the city hostage. The fact that we have all these officers on the payroll and they choose not to come to work. I know I need to wrap up, so I just want to say this. I am a nurse practitioner. I have to deal with people with psychiatric issues that have problems. I have to de-escalate. I've never punched someone, hit someone, knocked someone down. I make sure that I'm protected. My colleagues make sure they're protected. I don't need to torture someone. I don't tie people to beds. People with dementia, they don't know what they're doing. And they can be very violent. But I don't tie them to a bed. I figure out other ways to help them. And that's what we need to do. Help people in other ways to protect everyone.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Diana Griffith, and I'm testifying on behalf of the Prisoners' Rights Project at the Bronx Offenders. Survivors of solitary, impacted family members, and other advocates have been speaking out about the harms of this practice in New York City for years. But solitary confinement continues to exist, causing irreparable harm in our communities. The experience of Bronx Defender's former client, who I will call M, is an indisputable example of the harms of isolation and the ripple effects of those harms. He was incarcerated at Rikers from age 18 through 21 and spent about 90% of that time in restrictive housing. M was placed in punitive segregation even though he was categorically ineligible due to his age. He spent nearly 2 months in what was then referred to as the box, despite his legal team's repeated attempts to correct the error by sharing his birth certificate. He was moved to enhanced supervision housing, which was for young adults at the time, and then to the units at NIC. DOC does not label these NIC units as restrictive, calling them general population, but they are simply solitary by another name. He would spend the better part of that year in a cage. During this time, M shared with his social worker the following: "Me being in a cage 24/7 is starting to take a toll. I wake up there, I sleep there, I want to move around, but I don't know how to operate." After his release from Rikers, M struggled to engage with people and was a muted, disorganized version of himself. If M was able to enjoy a personalized day room and amenities as described by DOC, his mental health would not have suffered so gravely. Another important part of this bill is access to counsel during disciplinary hearings. Access to counsel is going to help preserve our clients' most basic yet most critical rights. One of our clients lost access to video conference privileges after a video teleconference coordinator decided to impose this discretionary measure before the client was even served with an infraction ticket. This means our client was being punished before his adjudication hearing took place. Our client is now unable to communicate with his legal team, and a robust check on DOC's power to restrict, isolate, fine, and reprimand people in custody in the form of right to counsel in disciplinary proceedings would send a clear message that abuses of this power will not be tolerated.
If you could just please wrap up.
Any disciplinary system created in response to the seemingly intractable violence of Rikers Island must include the person in custody's legal team. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Jared Trujillo. I'm policy counsel at the New York Civil Liberties Union, and we will be submitting written testimony that really extols the virtues of this bill and also addresses some of the comments that we've heard from COBA and from DOC. But I just briefly want to talk about what the history of solitary confinement looks like in this country. We have known that solitary has been torture. It has been documented that solitary confinement is torture since the 1800s, since the mid-1800s. The Supreme Court of the United States noted how harmful, how psychologically harmful solitary confinement is, dating back all the way to 1890. In the early 1900s, solitary confinement wasn't completely eradicated, but the use of it was very rare. And it was very rare because people knew that it didn't work. People knew that it tortured people. People knew that once people left carceral facilities, they were worse off because they were put in solitary confinement. That was a policy choice. Solitary confinement really ramped up in this country and in this state around the same time as the Rockefeller drug laws. At the same time when we were calling black kids super predators for merely having the audacity to exist. It really ramped up in this country when we determined that black and brown folks were enemies and that we should cage them. And that was a policy choice. Solitary confinement persists today in this city, despite the fact that rates of violence, and I'm not talking about incarcerated person versus incarcerated person violence, I'm talking about guard violence against incarcerated people, when those rates of violence are 8 times higher than at similar jails in this country. Solitary confinement is a policy choice. When we know that CAPS works better, when we can look at San Francisco and see that the RSVP program works better to actually support people for once they're released. And I see my time is over. I'll just note that we speak about the bill and address COBA's comments in our written testimony. I'll just end in saying, this is a policy choice that we don't have to make. Solitary confinement is not something that's always existed, and it is something that has never worked. We have more information now than we had in the 1800s when people first knew that solitary confinement was problematic. New York City needs to eradicate this. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, everyone. Good afternoon. My name is Natalie Fiorenzo. I'm a corrections specialist at New York County Defender Services. I just wanted to start off by saying that DOC made it very clear earlier how dangerous their jails are now and how what is happening isn't working, yet their proposed plan that they've been working on to comply with the monitor and comply with everything else that BOC has been asking for is exactly ESH, the 2-tier system of the so-claimed 15-day intervals. No, that isn't working. It's what's not working now, and it's what's going to continue to not work. In my position, it is really customary that if we find out someone who is in a solitary setting, we'll set up a wellness check on them because we know how deadly and how torturous that setting can be for them. So we know firsthand what, from our clients, what that looks like. Intro 549 will absolutely save lives, no doubt about that. It'll make solitary settings in all circumstances illegal. The 117 people in ESH are not the only people on Rikers Island who are in restrictive housing settings. The cages at Nycc were mentioned earlier, West Facility, involuntary PC. Those aren't even all of them. There's also involuntary lock-ins that are used in non-punitive settings. DOC staff have the discretion to impose lock-ins due to an incident, because they don't have adequate staff to post or just because they feel like it sometimes, our clients have told us. And during these lock-ins, food is not provided for hours, sometimes for days. Family members fear the worst because their kids and their siblings have no access to the phones. They can't reach them for days on end. Medical and mental health emergencies go completely ignored. This past July, we had a young adult client housed in a mental observation unit in Rose M. Singer Center, where she was locked in her cell for 24 hours a day, not permitted to shower, no recreation, no programming for weeks. And she ended up attempting suicide after those conditions. She thankfully survived that attempt, but this happened actually just a week after Michael Lopez killed himself in those same exact conditions. The opponents of 549 will scream safe jails now outside in our faces, but 32 people have died in the past 2 years, not even. So what about that is safe? That's not safe. This is deadly. This is deadly for our clients, for our loved ones. Please make this a thing of the past. Honor the lives of Brandon Rodriguez, Leilin Polanco, Elijah Muhammad, and all of the others who have been killed by solitary confinement by passing Intro 549. Thank you.
Thank you to this panel, and thank you for your partnership over the years. I know one more.
Good afternoon. My name is Lucas Marquez, and I'm the Associate Director of Civil Rights and Law Reform at Brooklyn Defender Services. We've submitted some written testimony that sets forth why we support this bill so strongly and some recommendations. There is a dire urgency now for concrete change. We are seeing the continued inability of DOC to ensure the safety of people in its custody, with record-breaking loss of life, 32 people in just under 2 years. The department in COBA demonizes people in its custody to try to bully the board and the public into allowing the department to continue ignoring existing rules, laws, and basic standards of human decency. Despite the vast evidence that has been repeated throughout the course of the testimony that solitary confinement exacerbates conditions in jails, does not curb violence, and does not promote safety. Despite these realities, DOC maintains a complex of sprawling network of solitary confinement units, and each time one unit is shuttered or limited by the council or the board, another version replaces it. And that is one reason why this bill, which contains functional definitions of solitary confinement, is so important. Because we have seen people held in isolation, in solitary confinement, where DOC would not admit that that's restrictive housing. Outside of ESH, we've seen people locked in shower cells in isolation, and also entire general population units that were in lockdown. We've seen these lockdowns of entire units last sometimes multiple days in a row, around a week or more. During this time, there's no access to showers, hygiene, commissary, phone, or council visits or medical treatment. And there's not always a correlation between these lockdowns and use of and increased violence. There's not always a correlation between these lockdowns and incidents of violence, the timing, frequency, and lengths of these lockdowns. Brandon Rodriguez and Elijah Mohammed, who recently died after being held in solitary confinement, were held in areas that DOC does not recognize as restrictive housing, but under this bill would rightfully qualify as solitary confinement. And just to finish, we represent people along with their families, friends, and advocates who have all been severely impacted by the serious trauma caused by the department restrictive housing policies. And we also urge the council to put pressure and call for decarceration and really put stakeholders, including the mayor, district attorney, and judges, to work together to release people, to use 6A, and to stop sending people into Rikers.
Thank you, Lucas, also for the recommendations to strengthen the legislation. Thank you again to this panel. Thank you.
The next panelists will be on Zoom. First, we'll hear from Mary Lynn Worlwas, then Wayne Bayun, followed by Danielle Girard and Lexi Aviles. Ms. Worlwas, you may begin when the sergeants announce the timer.
Time has begun. I'm Mary Lynn Worlwas of the Legal Aid Society's Prisoners' Rights Project, where for 51 years we've been litigating these abuses in the jails, from the closing of the tombs through to Nunez, and we have seen how the department over-relies on isolation as its primary and it's often exclusive response to misconduct in the jails. The Legal Aid Society applauds the council, the public advocate, the committee for your moral leadership in recognizing that solitary confinement is a human rights abuse that stains the soul of the city and can no longer be sanctioned. Despite changing labels on such confinement, such as rebranding punitive segregation as enhanced supervision housing, the fundamental practice stays the same. Lock people up and ignore the predictable harm that results. The testimony today showed the city clinging to this reflexively violent and blatantly racist past, unwilling and unable to undertake the harder work of preventing violence through other means. It was shocking how Commissioner Molina and Dr. Austin spoke today about violence in a vacuum, divorced from the impact of exorbitant use of force rates and violence by staff, gross incompetence in basic correctional practices, the inability to provide food or medical care. Instead, the city posited a binary choice, isolation or safety, and that's a false choice. Isolation has not worked. The record is clear. It has not made our jails safer. The department does not follow its own rules about isolation. The Nunez Monitor has decried the department's abysmal failure to operate units like ESH with fidelity and integrity. And nothing we heard today offers a reason to expect the next iteration will be different. There are numerous interventions in a well-managed jail system to respond to individuals who cause harm without reliance on isolation. Nothing in the ban on solitary Time has expired. Okay, I'll just wrap up. That precludes the department from using these tools. We strongly support this ban on solitary confinement. Thank you today.
Thank you. Next, we'll hear from Wayne Bayun, followed by Danielle Girard and Lexi Aviles.
Time has begun.
Good afternoon, Chair Rivera, Public Advocate, and members of the Committee on Criminal Justice. My name is Wayne Byun, and I am a campaign manager at Campaign Zero, a national policy organization dedicated to ending police violence and mass incarceration. I've been helping to lead our campaign on ending solitary confinement. I want to reiterate a couple of truths about solitary confinement. First, to echo other panelists in this hearing, solitary confinement is a form of torture and a gross violation of basic human dignity. Second, solitary confinement does not make jail safer. There's little to no evidence that the use of solitary confinement actually helps to stem institutional violence or disorder, nor has it been shown to deter subsequent rule violations or lower post-release recidivism. Grounded in these truths, we commend and support Introduction 549 for advancing important slivers of humanity and fairness in what is otherwise a broken jail system. We in particular applaud the overall clarity of the ban on solitary confinement by ensuring that all incarcerated individuals have access to at least 14 hours of out-of-cell time. We also applaud the bill's provision of due process and legal representation in placement hearings, which is an utter rarity in restrictive housing policies across the rest of the country. We also applaud that the bill requires that the out-of-cell time for those in restrictive housing must be social in nature, taking place in congregate settings. This is also a rarity in the national context, where out-of-cell time in restrictive housing often means an hour of recreation in a slightly bigger cage. If there is an area of feedback, it has to do with the programming during placement in restrictive housing. As we understand the intent of the bill, restrictive housing need not be a form of punishment, but can be an opportunity for rehabilitation for those most in need. Yet the bill has little to say about the types of programming that can and should be offered. In response, we respectfully suggest that the bill at least includes a requirement of a detailed evidence-based programming plan to be developed with input from the community and discussed at a public hearing before the law goes into effect. Such a plan should include a regular public reporting requirements and/or is passed with a commitment from the council to ensure
Time has
such programming
expired.
is adequately resourced and actually received by those placed in restrictive housing. Just in closing, while we have no illusion that the current bill will alter the utter dysfunction and neglect of the Department of Correction and Rikers Island, Intro 549 represents a critical step to reducing the harm that the current system poses. Thank you for the opportunity to testify.
Thank you. Next, we'll hear from Danielle Girard, followed by Lexi Aviles.
Time has begun.
Which we support.
We can hear you now.
Can you hear me?
We hear you now.
I'm getting a notification that you just unmuted. Have you heard me this whole time?
No, we're just hearing you now.
All right, I'm going to start again. If you could please start my clock. I'm Danielle Girard, a senior staff attorney at Children's Rights, a national advocate for youth in state systems. We are a member of the Jails Action Coalition and the Young Adult Task Force and advocate on behalf of young adults on Rikers. We would like to thank Public Advocate Williams, Chair Rivera, Speaker Adams, and all the co-sponsors for Intro 549, which we support. Solitary confinement is torture. It should be abolished outright, no matter the euphemism ESH, secure units, separation status, or lengthy restrictive housing. Today's testimony from Mr. Austin, the DOC, and COBA illustrate the very definition of insanity, doing the same thing over and over and expecting different results. Clamoring against this bill and for punitive segregation perpetuates a system that has proven specifically not to reduce violence or danger to anyone on the island, incarcerated persons, and DOC staff alike. We have heard the DOC complies with HALT, and shortly after that HALT does not apply in certain circumstances. This too does not make sense. More than 70 state legislators have said DOC's current plan violates HALT and have urged council action. A few other points. First, while incarcerated, every young adult deserves 14 hours out of cell time each and every day. Second, it defies math and logic that not all correctional staff posts are filled, because this means there aren't enough officers to enable the provision of programming, education, and mental and medical health services to young adults and others on the island in the requisite sufficiency, quantity, and duration universally acknowledged to reduce violence. Third, our elected officials have a responsibility to spend taxpayer money wisely instead of $500,000 per year to incarcerate someone on Rikers to prop up a penal colony, the majority of whose residents suffer with mental illness and nearly all of whom are people of color who have not even been tried. We urge the City
Time has
Council
expired.
We urge the City Council to pass this bill. People incarcerated in the city's jails and the taxpayers deserve no less. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we'll hear from Lexi Aviles, and then we'll have an in-person panel consisting of Anthony Dixon, Dr. Victoria Phillips, Andre Ward, Robert O'Connor, and 5 Mualim. Lexi Aviles, you may begin when the sergeants announce the time.
Time has begun.
Chair Rivera, good afternoon to you and your constituents. My name is Lexi Avila. I was detained at the Rose M. Singer Center from 2018 to 2019, and now I advocate with the Women's Community Justice Association for the women and gender expansive people at Rosie's. I've seen firsthand the cruelty from solitary confinement and profoundly support intro into the ban of 549 to ban the inhumane practices. I was a suicide prevention aide while working in the Bing at Rose M. Singer Center and worked in the solitary unit for several months. All of this had a long-term effect on me. Layleen Polanco, I overheard recently that the New York Correctional Health Services young lady was making reference to Layleen Polanco's and just the standards in which prevented people from going into that unit. And Layleen Polanco certainly fit that bill. She had several health complications, and I'll never forget the time that we spent together. No one actually listened to me when I aired my concerns due to the fact that she had several medical conditions that she should not be in solitary confinement. Her birthday is coming up in October, and she would have been 30 years old, and she should still be here with us today. You might hear that some sort of form of solitary confinement is necessary for safety. I don't believe it's true whatsoever. It really serves no purpose but to further traumatize people and leave them worse off than when they got to Rose M. Singer Center. There should be a therapeutic environment that connects people with the help that they need. Getting more women and gender expansive people out of Rosie's and connecting them with community-based support is what the city really should be focused on. I did so many stints in Rosie's because I had bipolar disorder that was undiagnosed. When I finally got treatment and housing, I was able to rebuild a stable life. There are 350 women and gender expansive people at Rosie's right now.
Time has expired.
And that is not okay. We need to safely return them to our communities with the resources that I was fortunate enough to finally get to change my life. There needs to be a Women's Center for Justice and Healing in Lincoln, and that is run by nonprofits and provides a therapeutic setting that reduces instead of worsens harm. Thank you very much.
Thank you. This next panel, again, is Anthony Dixon, Victoria Phillips, Andre Ward, Robert O'Connor, and 5 Mualamak. Mr. Dixon, you may begin.
Something so shaky.
Thank you. Dear members of New York City Council, Committee on Criminal Justice, I'm honored to provide testimony to you today. Today I stand as part of a growing movement that is looking to see this bill passed today. Let me first say I was incarcerated for 32 years, and for several of those years I was in solitary confinement that you guys call solitary confinement. We call it the box, the Bing, the hole. My testimony before you today summarized 3 things that I learned from the box. It's immoral. Mounting studies, you already know. I personally witnessed the box kill people. My best friend was 17 years old. After 3 weeks of being inside there, he committed suicide. After he was let out, I know another individual that I was placed next to, a young man who had a violent past because the pressure of not having a family and being let down so many times, he was cutting himself in the box. And I didn't find out that after he had almost mutilated his arm. And I talked him out of it. Second thing I learned about the box. As a director of community engagement, I come in direct contact with people that come home from long-term incarceration. These individuals are permanently damaged by the box. They're not better, they're worse than how they went in. In terms of having a healthy, qualitative life is zero. Employment is difficult for them. Repeatedly, I have talked to homeless people and found out that over 60% of them have been incarcerated, and while there, a high percentage of them tell me they was in the box. We are manufacturing homelessness and unemployment and damaging people for lives. That's what we are talking about today. The third thing that I learned about the box, it has a lockstep implication of profound racism. There's a scourge of racial bias in the use of solitary confinement when it comes to people of color, black and brown people in New York City jails. It is well documented that racial bias against people of color and in favor of white people in New York State has a strong effect on who is arrested, prosecuted, convicted, and issued longer sentences. In a city that is home to the Statue of Liberty, our jails have become filled with the poorest, most marginalized, most powerless American citizens in the country. Rather than become principled in redeeming human lives and investing in underrepresented communities, in restoring broken families, and in modeling leadership to the rest of the nation, we are here today because some New Yorkers want others to be rolled back into a hole of hopelessness, a hole that we have already learned failed us for decades, and they are here as gatekeepers to keep us in that same culture of punishment. The only solution they have for us today is punishment. I am in line with consequences, but let me tell you something. Consequences are not always negative. They can be positive consequences. Consequences is not always lock them up. There can be learning consequences. Separating people do them no good if you're not also trying to heal them.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Ms. Fee, if you like, yeah.
You can hear me? Oh,
Yes,
okay.
ma'am.
Peace and blessings, everyone. It's Chaplain Dr. Victoria A. Phillips. And I say that because I also carry a badge, but I'm not a bully with my badge. And I want to say that on the record. And I just, I'm a member of Jails Action Coalition and Justice for Women Task Force and many, many coalitions. I don't want to waste time eating up, but I just want to point out several things. I had something written, but with the nonsense today, you have to point out what you hear. And so I just want to first highlight that the commissioner, we had a first in person this month for Board of Corrections. First out of the whole year, out of his whole time as being commissioner, and he was too busy to attend. And I want to highlight that on the record because he has not missed one New York City parade yet. And you can go to his social media to check that out. And so where is his concern for what is going on under his leadership? And I point that out because as former federal monitor, and any council members who aren't aware that he used to be the former federal monitor over Rikers, look him up and look what he wrote about Rikers, and look what is continuing in 2022 under his leadership. Nothing has changed. And I want to point out that today, DOC, the unions and the commissioner and his staff would have you think that the most absolute barbaric humans go behind walls. And at times that might be true. But here's the thing, they all have a heartbeat. And they're all behind detention walls, not prisons. He brought an expert of prisons, and I was waiting to hear what he was an expert of jails across the nation about. But he brought an expert of prisons, right? And prisons, you usually are convicted, whether rightfully or not, you're convicted. But in Rikers and New York City Department of Corrections, majority of people are still waiting their day in court. And I wish the council member was here that made comments earlier, but I approached her outside in the hallway. Vicky, I don't know her last name, don't want to be disrespectful on the record, but I want to highlight her. And so when she was speaking today, everything was about criminals. And working behind the walls, I know that's not always the case. And working behind the walls with a mother buried in a military cemetery for us all to have human rights on domestic soil, it is my duty to make sure that anyone sitting in a seat don't bring bigotry. They make sure they're looking out for all the constituents. And really quickly, I just want to say, you know, Commissioner Molina, I am the co-chair for the New York City Department of Corrections Young Adult Task Force. And I actually told DOC earlier this year they need to bring back the Suicide Prevention Task Force. Guess what? A month and a half later, Mr. Carter died. And I want to point out to this city council how many other individuals have died in specialized units since Mr. Carter's death this year alone. And so the commissioner, he always likes to attack the former administration. Oh, well, I took over and we doing this. And I just want to point out, this commissioner has had 16 deaths alone on his watch. Last year, 16 people died in New York City's Department of Corrections custody, but we had 2 commissioners. Now we have the former federal monitor being the commissioner, and the culture has just to shift. And I say that because last month, there was a unit with 2 officers, 1 captain, and they was on video allowing a constituent to bleed out before offering help. And so the culture has not shifted. So I am scared to even allow y'all to tell him that he has more time to come up with any type of plan. His plans are faulty. He does not utilize the experts that he has at his hand right here today. And Priya, last thing. Last year, y'all had a hearing on corrections, right? Criminal justice. And the entire hearing, you allowed the officers to take up and complaining at their right. Yes, but they have unions for this. We advocate for those who don't have unions.
Just wrap up, Ms. V.
Okay.
You gotta get to your
3 council members spoke and questioned 3 women and 1 man, the whole entire hearing around officers being assaulted. We have yet to hear any PREA results. The commissioner fired 3 chiefs that were trained on this. Who has he replaced that are trained to make sure his officers adhere to PREA standards? And I'm still waiting for the DA's office to submit the over 560 sexual assaults that occurred in 2019 that she testified at the last in-person hearing at BOC before the pandemic shutdown. 60% of those sexual assaults was against officers. So it goes both ways behind the walls, and everybody needs to be protected.
Thank you. She's right.
Well, she's right. Good afternoon, Council Committee Chair Rivera. Just want to thank you for your tireless efforts, right, for advancing these issues and continuing to amplify them and keep them in existence, as well as you, Councilmember Caban, who stayed all this time. I know your colleagues, some of them had to leave. My name is Andre Ward. I'm the Associate Vice President of the David Rothenberg Center for Public Policy at the Fortune Society, 55-year-old organization that's been around doing this work. And we believe in the power of people to change, building lives through service programs shaped by the experiences of the people that we serve, and changing minds through education, advocacy, and promoting fair, humane, and truly rehabilitative criminal justice system. Just want to talk briefly at everything that was said here by my colleagues and my partners is in my testimony, so I'm just going to touch on a couple of things. But solitary confinement is simply torture by another name. I'm a person that's directly impacted. I was on Rikers Island over 30 years ago. The conditions that existed then are still there and existing now. And as someone who served 16 years in prison, has been home 15 years, I understand all too well what the conditions are like in prison and in jail. But solitary confinement is simply torture by another name, and it's well documented. And in the context of committing humanitarian crises in our city jails, as with Mr. Rodriguez and Mr. Muhammad, solitary confinement is deadly. Banning solitary confinement, as proposed by this important bill, Intro 549, is critical to save lives. And I'll touch on this brief thing. One of the things that is well documented that before this committee, in the Board of Corrections hearings, federal court proceedings, and reports about the deaths of 14 people who have been held at Rikers Island, the culture of neglect and dysfunction in our city jail has reached what should be an unthinkable level. This is reflected in the continuing crisis of uninformed staff and uniformed staff not reporting to work. And I'll close with saying this. We urge this committee to follow the facts and not fear, and not baseless claims that solitary is necessary for maintaining order in a disordered system. In addition, as described above, simply ensuring that uniformed staff are at their assigned posts, performing their assigned duties, in an obvious and critical first step to monitoring order is important. Opponents of this bill may claim that DOC needs more staff and more financial resources, but that is simply not the case. And as of the last month, 12% of DOC staff were out for medical reasons. That is double the percentage who were out for nearly the entire year before the pandemic. And 8% of staff have been designated as unable to work directly with people in custody. And this is no disrespect to officers who are actually unable to work due to illness or injury, but the abuse of overly generous sick leave has been well documented. For all those reasons, we support this legislation, and thank you for this time.
Thank you.
I want to thank you, Madam Councilmember, for hosting this. Thank you, Tiffany, for staying. You know, it's probably been like 12 years I've been coming back and forth to this room now. Every time I've been here, it reminds me of a government of the people, by the people, for the people. I have a new film out called The Box. I hope that you take some time to look at it. It's about solitary confinement. I also want to thank some of the officers that were here today who were screaming what we've been screaming for 10 years, inhumane conditions, treatment. Some of them I used to work for. A lot of us survivors had physical relationships with. I'm just going to be honest. It's not just that solitary confinement is something that started in 1650 when Alexander Riker created a slave-catching plantation to actually catch people who was coming to New York to be free. So people would pass the Statue of Liberty, seeing independence, seeing liberty, seeing freedom, get captured because of the color of their skin, held into confinement, and then sold back into slavery. This is the island that we uphold and defend. 400 acres of real estate in a country, in a state where we go against the United Nations recommendations. I happen to be a consultant for OPCAT, the Optical Protocol Against Torture. If you Google it, you watch the video, you can see about my case as well. But it's also that we are faced with ending a tradition that had started in America here. Before we built Auburn, we had Rikers Island. My testimony, which will include some documents from the Board of Corrections, I want to thank Amanda Masters for being able to get these documentations for me, because pre-hearing detention in my sentences and landed me in solitary was because I got stabbed. I also want to talk about the officer who wrote the report that said that the process is that the people who stabbed me are now the victims and witnesses of my injury. And they were allowed to testify by some of the people who are captains and now deps and wardens who I've seen today, some I sold cigarettes for, who literally charged me for being the victim. Of course, it took 2 days, and another 2 days for the BOC to look into, another 2 days for me to get the ticket. So for about a week, the entire tier was in solitary. Pre-hearing detention is everybody goes to the box, and we'll figure it out later on. The members of the old correctional staff who were here, I would love for you to look up Killing Rikers, which is a report that myself and Stanley Riches and Dart did, which included his own officers speaking on video about the brutality of that they would issue out. And so when we're speaking about ending torture, this is a perpetual punishment. I still live with solitary confinement impact in my life. I've created the supportive housing I live in. I'm the first case of person who is legally disabled because of solitary in the state from Social Security. But we've been doing this for years. I don't know what else to do. I done did everything. I done built cells outside. I have a personal relationship with the sergeant at arms. This is, this is my life here. And we have an opportunity to hold those accountable who are showing many methods and many ways of evidence-based that they are incapable of care, custody, and control. I spent a lot of my time on Rikers. Probably in every building, including MDC, then I was banned from Rikers. I got banned from every building because, once again, I was stabbed. This is how we address victimization, and this is how we address pain and punishment with more pain and punishment. I also want to remind the council that incarceration is the punishment. Me being away from my kids, me being detained because I couldn't afford bail was the punishment. It is not the duty to enact additional punishments and tortures. And finally, I just want to remind everyone that we do have a governor who signed a bill about language that I fought for about 8, 10 years. And the fact that we still list human beings as inmates, language is the first step to dehumanization. And so I thank you for your time. I'm actually tired of coming here, to be honest. And I'm tired of building new organizations and new projects to address these issues, but we have to. Because if we don't, if the government of the people doesn't do their duty, then who will protect those? Especially those laws that protect the people, made by the people, for the people. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you to this panel.
Hi,
Oh, okay.
my name is Robert O'Connor, and I'm on the policy advocacy team at Exodus Transitional Community. And this has been a heartbreaking day for me. I don't know anyone in the room whose heart has not been broken today by the testimony we've heard from all sides. And it's a sad commentary that Commissioner Molina left the room and that the room is so empty now. But if we could put that in a bottle, maybe if Commissioner Molina leaves Rikers, it could empty out the same way. This is about what's right. It's not about who's right. Okay, I've heard people, from both sides saying, oh, you want this bad thing to happen to the other person, from all sides. But I haven't heard one person say, I want bad things to happen to people. We have something innate in us that wants good, okay, on both sides. That's where we have to go. Rikers right now has a culture, a way of doing things, okay? Just like this room in City Hall has a way of doing things, the way things go. The only thing that's going to stop this ban on solitary confinement is Rikers. It's the culture in Rikers. It's not the policy. It's the management of Rikers that is having people who assault people be with them in the same block right afterwards. That's not a problem that has anything to do with solitary confinement. If we can't integrate people in a prison, in a highly controlled environment, if we can't integrate people into that environment, what hope do we have to integrate people into the community? We need to have the resolve to get this bill passed. If we don't, we're just going to go backwards and backwards and backwards. All the things, and it's been brought up, all the things we've been seeing, are the results of past policies. We need new policies. We hear about cover-ups, right? But I didn't hear anyone today talk about the over 2,000 cases of excessive force that Commissioner Molina wanted to disappear. Nobody else has asked for things to disappear, right? So with that, everybody have a good evening, and I hope your hearts heal before you go to sleep tonight.
I wish you all the very same. Thank you very much for being here. Thank you to this panel.
Thank you. Next, we'll do a Zoom panel consisting of Sharon White-Harrigan, Meek Kincaid, Mon Yak Yu, Jeanette Bocanegra, and Supit Gakal. After that, we'll have a live panel of Marco Barrios, Richenda Kramer, Douglas Powell, Vidal Guzman, Bharat Elman, and Alice Sutter. To Sharon White-Harrigan, you may begin when the sergeants call time.
Time has begun.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Chairwoman Rivera. Thank you so much, and to everyone else. I am the Reverend Sharon White-Harrigan, and I am the Executive Director of the Women's Community Justice Association, also known as WCJA. And I also want to highlight the disgusting display of behavior that happened this morning, where, people came like, the mob, right? And so when we talk about violence, who are the real violent ones here? That was really appalling, right? Especially when I have staff that's there as well that comes in peace. So, I, as a person who has a system affiliation, I speak from personal and professional experience when I say that solitary confinement is harmful. It's harmful to everyone, but in particular to women. The City Council must pass intro number 549 to end the harm that this isolation causes to our mothers, our daughters, our sisters, and our brothers and siblings. Our hearts go out to all of the families who have lost loved ones at Rikers. Over 3 years ago, Layleen Polanco died at Rosie's after being placed in solitary confinement, or the Bing, right, as we call it. Layleen should have never been at Rosie's in the first place. She was there because she couldn't afford a bail of $501. She should have been released to the community and given resources. Instead, Layleen was placed in a solitary cell, even though a doctor warned against it because she had a history of epilepsy. Her death never should have happened. She should be alive, celebrating her 30th birthday next month. And big ups to our sister Melania that has been a tireless advocate and making sure that Layleen has never been forgotten. So women and gender expansive people arrive at Rosie's with unique traumas that are made exacerbated by solitary. The women and gender expansive people are coming to Rosie's having already been through so much neglect, abuse, and trauma. Solitary disrupts treatment, healing, and services, and strains connections to their children and families. Keeping them in isolation compounds harm and leaves people worse off than when they're already alive. We shouldn't diminish harm on either side. However, we should elevate healing and safety for all. Come on, let's end solitary confinement now. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next, we will hear from Meek Kincaid.
Time has begun.
My name is Mick Kincaid. I use he, him pronouns. I'm a member of Jack and Cake, and I'm a transgender man with a history of advocacy work in the city jails. I'm speaking as an individual today. So many good points, so many important stories have been raised. I'm just going to raise a few more. I know Commissioner Molina emphasized that he's only been in charge for a short period of time. However, he is one in a long line of very short stints of commissioners at Rikers. Anything that he says he's implementing within the department can easily be unimplemented by the next commissioner. And our history with commissioners is of very short timelines as political winds blow. One of the reasons why intro number 549 is so important is that it would codify some of these issues and it wouldn't be based upon the individual whims of whomever is in charge. Commissioner Molina's already changed a lot at Rikers. I used to teach I used to teach a class once a week at the Special Considerations Unit at RMSC. I'm, as far as I know, the only person who is offering consistent trans-specific classes and Know Your Rights trainings. I have since been told by some of my former students that all of the tablets at RMSC have been taken away. I believe this has happened in other units, but I don't know because my volunteer pass still hasn't been restored. So the fact that all of the materials, all of the diversions, all of the resources that are available on the tablets, not to mention all the ways people have to anonymously connect to resources like PRIA, resources like the LGBTQI initiatives, have all been taken away. And the fact that my pass has not been renewed and some of these classes can't continue, it sends the message that TGNC and BI people's issues and needs do not matter. And the reason why I raise this in a hearing on solitary confinement is because all this stuff trickles down to issues of violence and control. When you're literally left alone in a cell for hours with nothing and no resources and no way to reach out, it is incredibly dangerous, not just for your own mental health and well-being, but also for your life. And we know this because
Time has expired.
Time and time again. I was going to read out some of the names. I know you all already know them, but Mr. Pagan, Mr. Diaz, Mr. Youngblood, they were all carried out of their cells by other incarcerated people, not by officers. So if people are in solitary-like conditions, it is more and more likely that they won't have their own other incarcerated people to save them the way that these three individuals had incarcerated individuals come to their rescue, ultimately not successfully, but officers should have been there. They weren't there. And if we put people in more restrictive housing, it again puts the onus back on the officers who have been showing them us time and time again they cannot do this. So I support the passage and thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we will hear from Mon Yak-yu.
Time has begun.
Thank you, Chair Rivera, for the opportunity to speak today in support of ending solitary confinement in our city's jails. And I want to thank you, Public Advocate Jumaane Williams and Speaker Adams, for bringing the issue forward. I am here to testify today as a policy director with Brooklyn Borough President Antonio Reynoso, and I will be speaking on his behalf today. You've heard it over and over today, but it can't be said enough. Solitary confinement is torture, and it's long past time for us to ban it. Keeping people isolated exacerbates existing mental health issues and triggers new ones, including anxiety, depression, and psychosis, and has led people to self-harm and tragically to suicide. 5 people have taken their own life in city jails just this year. For those who do get out, studies have shown that having spent time in solitary increases the likelihood of death by suicide, homicide, and overdose, as well as recidivism. My office hears often from New Yorkers who have loved ones in Rikers or other city jails, and they're scared. They've seen the news reports, detainees locked in shower stalls for hours, which you've heard about today, people with health conditions held in de-escalation units for much longer than allowed, forced to go without necessary medical care or prescriptions. Just this summer, the Department of Corrections Oversight Board found people being locked in solitary for 23 hours a day in violation of state law. Often, these are the same populations most at risk from confinement and isolation. It's part of a larger humanitarian crisis in our city's jails, and we need to fix it now. It's important to say that we can't just end solitary confinement by giving it a different name. Despite recent changes to state law and proposed city-level reforms, these abuses keep happening. Decontamination showers, de-escalation units, structurally restrictive housing, whatever they call it, it all has to go. We need to pass Intro 549 because it sets reasonable standards for out-of-cell time, legislates access to education and programming, limits
Time
the
has
use of
expired.
and requires staff to be trained in de-escalation and conflict resolution. And more importantly, it requires detailed incident reporting that will create an accountability structure that is currently missing from the system. And finally, by allowing for separation without isolation in order to de-escalate violent or potentially violent situations, it would actually make our jails safer. Thank you again for your time and for the council's strong advocacy on this effort. And I want to thank specifically all the advocates, especially the folks who have experienced horrors of solitary firsthand, for coming out today to share their experiences. And we look forward to seeing this bill pass quickly, and you can count on our office for any help that you might need from Brooklyn. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we'll hear from Jeanette Bocanegra.
Time has begun.
Thank you. My name is Jeanette Bocanegra. I am the Executive Director of Justice for Families, a national organization that works with families that have been directly by the juvenile justice system. The last time I spoke at City Council was couple of years ago when we were talking about raise the age of criminal responsibility. In 2010, my youngest son introduced me to the juvenile justice system. I'm a mother of 6, but I couldn't really understand how horrible the system was. I learned that they were putting young people in solitary confinement, and we have to sign this bill. I want to thank Honorable Rivera, Speaker Adams, Honorable Williams. I see correctional officers too. I see the harm that these policies and Rikers have created. I worked on a national research project, but I focused on New York. And it's appalling that for far too long, and for those who've been talking about working at Rikers since 1980, it's time to go. You've been part of these problems. How dare the commissioner? He don't believe what he read. These policies have been hurting us for far too long. We're still trying to recover from generational trauma that Rikers and these prisons have created. So whether they name it a special housing unit, restricted unit, punitive unit, the box, the hole, it's solitary confinement and it's breaking our families apart. If you don't go in with mental health issues, you're gonna come out with them. For far too long, even those who are working in there, I also understand you come from communities that have been impacted by these horrible policies and systems, but you also have a job that brings financial stability and you can fall back on a little cushion. But you're creating trauma and not for only yourself, but for the community. We're talking about what's happening inside. They show videos about these horrible things that are happening to our loved ones as well. Because I break bread with correctional officers. We have them in our families.
Time has
But
expired.
it's not okay. September 14, a young person went to visit a loved one at Rikers and he got assaulted. Look for that video. Show the community that video of how aggressively officers act with our loved ones. So please, I strongly encourage, not only as a mom doing work here in New York City, but as a national expert on family and community engagement of what incarceration has done to our families. Please sign that bill. The 549 bill has to be signed. We cannot continue these policies to hurt and destroy our families. My son also tried to commit suicide at Rikers. He didn't succeed. 7 years later, I'm putting those pieces back together because communities are not resourced to heal members of the family that have been touched by these horrible systems and policy. Change them. They have to be changed. The practices have to be changed. The cultural environment have to be changed. And Molina, don't yuck Vinny Schiraldi. He did a lot of community work. You talked about the credible messenger. That came from Vinny Schiraldi leadership. So let's continue working and be transparent about how your system is continuing to harsh our families. And don't flatter yourself nationally. I do national work too. And you're not a better system consultant because your outcomes here in New York are not glorifying. So as a family member who's still dealing with communities that are broken and dealing with generational trauma, this has to be changed. It's hurting both those who are working because of their financial stability and their little cushion, workers' comp, medical coverage. We're all in this same boat together. We want to heal. There's alternative ways of working with our young people and our families. Not a hammer any longer. That hammer became a sledgehammer. There's other ways to build community.
Thank you.
You have other tools. So thank you. I'm really honored and thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we will hear from Marco Barrios.
Time has begun.
Thank you, Chair Rivera and others. My name is Marco Barrios. I'm a criminal justice advocate with the Urban Justice Center Mental Health Project and a member of Freedom Agenda. Back in '91, I was a combat medical specialist serving in Desert Storm, working at a POW camp. Before we arrived, we received these booklets about the Geneva Convention and how to treat prisoners. And it definitely talked about not torturing them. Now, we have here in our soil, American soil, people being tortured. And I just can't believe it. Now, after I served, I did have an undiagnosed PTSD and was self-medicating myself, and I ended up doing 24 years and 6 months for a crime. Now, I would say that I'm fortunate to say that I never endured the horror and trauma of solitary confinement. The ability to stay away from this inhumane practice from the Department of Corrections had to do with a combination of luck, avoiding self-destructive activities, and utilizing my time for growth and healing with the help of God. What I want to share with you is simply my lived experience in correctional facilities, witnessing individuals going into solitary confinement and its effects. During my incarceration, many of the individuals I witnessed going to the box had either mental health issues, drug addiction, or both. Some did have behavioral problems. However, what I find hard to believe is the inconceivable notion that the use of solitary confinement kept people safe, deters individuals from committing misbehavior, or in any way address the issues that cause their behavior. Often what I witnessed when there were physical altercations was the individuals that went to the box and come out were much more bitter and mentally unstable, and at times even more violent. This certainly did not make me feel safer. And I wonder if the correctional staff felt the same. The fact that certain individuals kept going to the box convinced me that this was the wrong way of going about correcting behavior, making the facility
Time has expired.
safer, and certainly treating the individuals as human beings. I just want to say, we've been going back and forth with this for years about solitary confinement. And I can't see what the evidence shown where the chair spoke about it. Why can't we come to an agreement that we want to make everyone safer? And I just want to say, I do find promising possibilities for the culture change in the jail system, because back in 2019, I was a member of the Mayor's Office of Criminal Justice Implementation Task Force for the subcommittee for programming. And I think it could be done. And I urge and I beg the council to pass Intro 549 without delay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we'll hear from an in-person panel consisting of Rashenda Kramer, Francis Gatellis, Donna Gould, Vidal Guzman, Barat Elman, and Alice Sutter.
Thank you.
My
so
name,
Yes.
my
please begin.
name's Rachenda Kramer, and I've been I worked for the Halt Bill for 10 years. and I worked for the prison project with the American Friends Service Committee. The DOC claims that the HALT Act does not apply as they have real alternatives to end solitary. But building a cage which extends 2 feet in the corridor in front of the cell door, with only a small backless stool to sit on, and changing the name of solitary, are heartless tricks to maintain the status quo. If you think this is justified, I would ask you to visit one of the places where DOC has already put this into practice. We are always, sorry. We're always hearing about the need to contain people in prison, but if they're treated like caged animals, that is how they will behave. Can you imagine spending even a few hours in a place the size of a bathroom, with no phone, no social contact, nothing to do, and often no window? And can you imagine that for weeks, months, years? When released, Khalif Browder committed suicide after spending 3 years in solitary because he would not plea bargain when the NYPD falsely accused him of stealing his own backpack, a case that was dismissed in minutes when he finally got to court. There is no oversight for solitary confinement, and COs can put people there without any justification. It is easy to get in, hard to get out. Please sponsor and vote for int number 549. And also, I think that some retraining for COs should also be included. Thank you.
Go ahead, you can go next. Yep.
Okay. Hi. Thanks. My name is Fran Gatellis, and I'm a clinical psychologist. And since my retirement in 1992, I have been a volunteer with Physicians for Human Rights, their asylum network. And that means that I've been providing psychological evaluations for asylum seekers who are victims of torture and persecution for all this time. I've also am a member of the CAKE, the Campaign for Alternatives to Isolated Confinement, which is another name for the Halt Solitary Campaign, and the Jails Action Coalition. Rather than deal with what I had written, I turned in a copy of that. I wanted to address one of the things that came up this morning, which was the question about the decontamination showers in which people have died. And the response of Commissioner Molina was, we're not going to use it to decontaminate people anymore. He didn't say he's not going to use it as a form of solitary confinement. And the same thing happened last week when I was attending the hearing of the Board of Corrections. That is, he wasn't there, but he had a representative there, and she kept saying the same thing. And every time the people on the Board of Corrections would say to her, then why not get rid of it? She would say, we're not going to use it for decontamination anymore. And then they would say it again, and again she would say that. Finally, about the 5th time that she was questioned, she actually said, okay, we will get rid of it. But when I was in the elevator later with the woman who kept asking those questions from the board, the staff of the board, she said, we've talked to her many times, we've talked to them many times, and they finally did promise to get rid of it, and they still haven't done anything. Now, in my mind, what that says is that, well, it raises serious questions when Commissioner Molina says to you he seriously agrees with the need to get rid of solitary confinement. It seems to me by saying we're going to keep that cage, it tends to suggest that there's an element of untruth to what he's saying. Okay. Now getting back to what I was going to talk about. We've had some discussion today about programs that work, and one is the RSVP program out in California. Another one here is the CAPS program, which focuses on people with mental health problems. But there's one program that has not yet been mentioned that I wanted to bring to your attention. That's the Merle Cooper program at the Clinton Annex Prison upstate. And one of the key things that was said about that program was that the staff that was working, that was leading the program, fostered maturity, empathy, and self-respect, rather than feelings of deprivation and degradation. Now, it seems to me that particular concept has been missing from all the discussion here today about useful programming. What we heard was, oh, it's got to be professional. Well, what we've learned from both the Merle Cooper program and also from another program called MAN,
if you could just wrap up.
which basically I think is I forget the word, okay. But essentially, it's a program that focuses on peer counseling, the interaction of people who are incarcerated with other people who are incarcerated. And one of the things that...
If you could just wrap up, because we're at time.
Will do. One sentence. Is that the when the expert gave his opinion and he talked about the need for professionalism, what he left out is that, like many of the people I've spoke to who have been formerly incarcerated, they say that the programs were often not that helpful. Where they were able to grow and change was from the counseling and advice that they got from other incarcerated people. And I think we need to keep that in mind as well. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hey, how you doing? My name is Vidal Guzman. I am one of the founders for the Fix the 13th NY campaign that works to make sure people are not coerced and forced against their will. And I'm also a part of the a national movement to end legal slavery in this country. Right now, there is 5 states with slavery on their ballot, and I'm gonna compare it to why it's important for us to talk about that. On November 8th, the voters in Alabama, Louisiana, Oregon, Tennessee, and Vermont will be voting to eliminate the slavery clause off their state constitution. And a lot of times what happens is, when I heard a lot of people talk about programs, what happens if people don't want to take programs, there's a very important flaws that we need to actually talk about. ACLU just came out with a report said that there are 800,000 detainees that had reported that they was coerced and forced against their labor. And what happens is, majority of times, as we're talking about solitary confinement in the state in New York, is that, solitary confinement is used for power struggle. I'm an individual who, I have 2 minutes to fit in close years of solitary confinement. But also, I have seen other programs as alternative to violent program that help people to understand critical conditions, critical conversations. And I also was an individual who was a higher-ranking member of the Bloods. A lot of people in the city know that I was a very active part of the gang lifestyle and the gang culture. But one thing that I understood, even being still gang-related when I was a facilitator with the AVP program, was that people needed resources, people needed exposure to feeling like they had something to come home. And how solitary confinement is being used now, if we don't end this now, we'll keep talking about how many other people we have lost. We'll keep having more family members up here. And the last thing I say it's a very important time for us to really figure out what is our legacy. And our legacy has to begin by ending the issue about that solitary creates. And I think one thing that I really care about this bill is because it addressed the issue from happening, right? From violence happening. And one thing that I'm very happy about, that cure violence is back, that cure violence is in the jails, because that was something I said 2.5 years, 3 years ago, and a lot of directly impacted people said, because we understand that to attack violence, we got to attack it from a health crisis. So thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
So I'm Alice Stern-Sutter. I'm a retired family nurse practitioner and nurse, and I'm also a member of Uptown Progressive Action, which is one of the chapters of New York State Progressive Action, and they asked me to represent them as well. Yeah, it's been kind of a traumatic day with the testimonies we got, and I've seen a lot, but I'm really shaken by the attitudes of the people who work in the prisons and the police officers, because they're the people who basically have our lives in their hands, and they have the people in prison's lives in their hands, and they were threatening the city council, they were threatening people outside, they were threatening Jemani, and it's really wrong and it's really scary. So I'll give what I can of my testimony. I handed it in. So we call on the city council to pass intro number 549. The bill calls for an immediate end to the forms of solitary confinement and to instead use, when necessary, other forms of separation that don't cause trauma and dehumanization. The bill calls for at least 14 hours of real time out of a cell every day, with at least 7 hours of activities with other people. These activities would include participation in programs which help people to be together in positive ways. We strongly favor these changes because, through our experience working closely with the Nycc, that's the Hold Solitary members, we've learned that solitary confinement brings unbearable trauma to those enduring it and to their loved ones. This trauma brings about multiple mental and physical illnesses which cause irreversible damage, making us all less healthy and safe as a society. Furthermore, the majority of people who endure solitary confinement are Black and Latinx. Our most vulnerable communities are being harmed even more. Too many people have already died after enduring solitary confinement. Some died while inside due to negligence. Others were so traumatized that they later committed suicide. Solitary confinement contributes to the sickening brutality of all of our city jails, and as New York taxpayers, we watch with horror, knowing that we are responsible for the deaths in our city jails, now occurring on a regular basis. We do not need to continue this way. There are examples of programs that work, such as the CAPS program in New York City, the Marie Cooper program in New York State, and the RSVP program in San Francisco. There's data on the successes of these programs. Safety is increased for both staff and the people in prison. Violence is decreased. These programs can help people turn their lives around. So we ask only that we start acting with humanity and with practicality and pass intro number 549. Hey, I made it. Okay.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
I just wanted to say the MAN program is called Mentoring and Nurturance, and those are key issues.
Love it.
Thank you. Thank you very
Mentoring and
much.
nurturing, yes.
Thank you to the panel.
Thank you.
Next, we're going to have another Zoom panel consisting of Andrea Lambanti, Kimberly Blair,
If you could.
Ramos Gaston, Natasha White, Kelly Grace Price, and then Victor Pate. Andrea Lamberti, you may begin when the sergeants announce the timer.
Time has begun. Time has begun.
We'll come back to Andrea Lamberti. Next, we'll hear from Kimberly Blair.
Time has begun.
We'll come back to Ms. Blair. Next, we'll hear from Ramos Gaston.
Time has begun.
Okay, next we'll hear from Natasha White.
Time has begun.
Hello? Can you hear me?
Yes, we hear you.
Hi, good afternoon, good evening. My name is Natasha White. I am a former organizer for the Halt Solitary campaign, a former leader of the Close Rikers campaign, and the current director of community engagement at Interfaith Action for Human Rights, serving the DMV area. But most importantly, I'm a survivor of solitary confinement. And you know, I listened to a lot of what everybody said today, and I realized that people keep talking about violence. Well, I was in Rikers Island 26 times, and I've never seen a woman with a razor blade, and I've never seen a woman stab a correction officer. But I have seen women held in solitary for so long that they begin to spit on themselves and at other people, end up wearing masks over their faces, going to court in front of their children, looking like animals because you have been treating them as such since they've been there. It also is very funny that the Department of Corrections has all of the video footage of incarcerated individuals harming an officer, yet when they attack an incarcerated individual, the camera doesn't work. I'm trying to figure out why I relocated from New York after passing the whole solitary bill a year ago, and we're still having this conversation. What if it was your child? What if it was your wife? People come home and never are the same again if they make it. Mutilizing themselves just to get a trip to the infirmary or just to see a doctor. This does not work. It does not work. And you cannot say that you are even human to think that this is okay. I am happy that at this time I was not on the steps of City Hall when correction officers or people that are supposed to uphold the law are acting violent and vulgar towards freedom fighters. We truly care.
Time has expired.
Please pass if Intro 549. This has been going on way too long. Enough is enough.
Thank
Thank
you.
you.
Thank you.
Thank you. We're going to try Andrea Lamberti again. We see that she is now back on.
Time has begun.
Thank you. Thank you to City Council and Committee Chair for holding this hearing today. My name is Andrea Lamberti, and I represent American Institute of Architects, New York, as 2022 Board President. We represent the city's architects who are employed throughout professional service firms, government agencies, and academia. Some of our members are employed in the design of criminal justice facilities, including jails in New York City and other areas. Many of our members have spoken out against the design for spaces of incarceration. Others, when called to design such spaces, have advocated for revising traditional designs to consider the mental health of occupants. For years, AIA has taken strong positions, both locally and nationally, against the design and construction of spaces for solitary confinement. AIA New York strongly supports Intro 549's prohibition of solitary confinement in city jails. Solitary confinement is not an effective strategy for the reduction of violence in detention facilities. Spaces for solitary confinement are designed to be punitive to detainees. Those we have seen in New York City are usually windowless boxes or cages crafted to be oppressive environments that are intended to harm occupants' psychological well-being. This is particularly troubling considering that a majority of detainees in New York City suffer from mental illness. It is cruel and poor policy to further strain the mental health of those who are already suffering. In fact, forcing mentally ill detainees into solitary confinement further aggravates their well-being, making them even more likely to resort to violence and putting guards and their fellow detainees in greater danger. Nevertheless, we recognize detainees should have an option to spend time alone. For safety and comfort, it is important to allow for individual living quarters. Justice Facility Design Standards in Local Law 194/2019 mandate individual occupancy housing units for detainees. If new jails legally require individual living quarters, there is no need for solitary confinement as a safety measure at all.
Time has expired.
Consensus of architects is that design and construction of spaces for solitary confinement is a bad policy. We need laws that reflect the best architectural practices. We believe our city can serve as a bellwether for the country on this issue. We ask you to pass Intro 549. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next, we'll hear from Kimberly Blair.
Time has begun.
Okay, we'll move to Kelly Grace Price.
Time has begun.
Hi, good afternoon. It's Kelly Grace Price from Close Rosies. Thank you so much, Councilmember Rivera, for this hearing today. I'll turn in my written testimony. I'm not going to read it all, but I do just want to add, I only heard one person say that a reporting requirement should be added to the Intro 549. I always ask for reporting requirements from the council. I specifically always advocate for a template to be passed along and mandated in the bill. I want to just quickly give you a little bit of data because we never get any data about solitary on Rosies. Over the last 10 years, and this is from 2011 to 2020, I have not foiled the new DOC, but I will. The old DOC, I was able to eke out a little bit of data about women in the Bing on Rosies. From 2011 to 2020, 1,524 people on Rosies were put in the Bing. Of them, one woman was 117 years old. I cannot imagine that this is a typo from the DOC. Maybe it is. I doubt it though. Of that, women that are under 18, girls, there's 78 of them. 3 of them were 15 years old. 15 years old in the Bing. And the average amount of time for girls in the Bing under the age of 18, all 78 of them, was 23 days. I could go on. The data is horrifying. Please take a moment to read it. Councilmember Rivera, I know you always read my testimony. I'm very grateful for that. We definitely need this kind of data coming out of whatever reporting amendment gets stuck onto this bill. Thank you so much for hearing from me. That's all I have to say verbally. Please read my written testimony. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we'll hear from Victor Pate.
Time has begun.
Okay, next we will hear from Ramos Gaston.
Time has begun.
Rich Dollars and he was talking to me and Kurt that Jack wedding and he made a record.
Mr. Pate, I hope I'm pronouncing it correctly. Victor?
Ain't no reason.
Victor, Victor.
She be saying something different.
We're hoping you can testify at this time if you are available.
Was rubbing her leg and telling me you still love her and stuff like that.
Okay, maybe not right now.
Okay, we're going to move to Kimberly Blair.
Time has begun.
All right, we'll try to return to these folks after our next in-person panel. Next up, we will have Scott Paltrowitz, followed by David Delancey, Fleming Smith, Jennifer Parrish, and Mercedes Gillum. And if you're still here, Sarita Daftari, Darren Mack, Christopher Boyle, Carmen Pinheiro, Carney Lee, and Kulju, you guys are on deck. And then there's a couple more: Lori Mestre, Douglas Powell, Bharat Elman, and Donna Gould. I think that's everybody.
We're just going to go through the names one more time for anybody that's left in these chambers right now. Scott Paltrowitz, David Delancey, Fleming Smith, Jennifer Parrish, Mercedes Gilliam, Sarita Sarita, I'm sorry, I know your name. I'm so sorry today. It's just been 6.5 hours. Thank you, Sarita, for your graciousness. Darren Mack, Christopher Boyle, Carmen Pinheiro, Carney Lee, Kuliju, Khulijou. Okay, and then just in case, Lauren Mester. Douglas Powell could not stay. He's from Boca, New York, and I thank him. Barrett Elman, Donna Gould. And we will go back to the people on Zoom for one last call. Definitely not, right? Okay. Okay, we are going to start with Sarita.
Thank you, and thank you. I know it's been a long day, and I'm going to share words from one of our members who couldn't be here, and I promised that I would make sure they were heard aloud in this hearing. So I am co-director of Freedom Agenda. We're members of the Jails Action Coalition, and our members have lived through solitary confinement and seen its effects on their loved ones, and they believe that passing this legislation is urgent. I'm sharing testimony on behalf of one of our members whose son is currently on Rikers. She asked to be identified only as Ms. Gomez to avoid further endangering her son. I'll begin her words now. Solitary confinement is a violation of human rights. It is torture. My son is a 22-year-old. He's been held at Rikers since he was 18. The last time he was in solitary confinement was a month ago. He spent almost 3 months there, where he caught a stomach infection for being placed in a cell with a broken toilet. Due to the harmful punishment he received there, he's experienced visual and auditory hallucinations, insomnia, paranoia, back pain, neck pain, weight loss, and many more uncontrollable feelings like fear and anxiety. He feels the whole atmosphere is closing in. It's such a horrendous feeling. The fact of being isolated from people is just so traumatic, degrading, and humiliating. To only get an hour of recreation in a cage is just so insane. There's a lack of mental health care in the facilities and a lack of educational programs. The law library is closed most of the time. Besides being restricted from the rest of the population residing inside, the people in solitary are also restricted from hygiene supplies like toilet paper and sometimes food. He was also restricted from televisits and in-person visits and phone calls for 4 months. The effects of solitary confinement on mental health can be lethal. The irreparable damage caused by solitary confinement is unjustifiable. Most of the time he's been in solitary, it's just for fighting for his rights. While DOC says they do not have solitary confinement right now, only punitive segregation, it is in practice the same punishment. There is enough proof that solitary confinement doesn't help anyone. Solitary confinement can cause permanent psychological damage and may lead to self-harm, psychosis, and suicide, and I don't want my son to be the next. I'll end there with her words and just emphasize, I can't imagine having to write that sentence that she wrote about my loved one and how she must feel and how worried she is. And so we cannot do enough fast enough, and this is one of the things we must do. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Jennifer Parrish, and I'm the Director of Criminal Justice Advocacy at the Urban Justice Center Mental Health Project and a member of the HALT campaign and the Jails Action Coalition. Thank you so much for giving me an opportunity to testify in support of this bill and for having this hearing and for staying so late. This is a critical piece of legislation that needs to be passed right away. I mean, the horrible pain that solitary confinement inflicts while a person is subjected to it and the scars of trauma it leaves afterwards are well documented. You've heard it here. And the research backs that up too. We know that from studies in the New York City jails that people are 7 times more likely to harm themselves or attempt suicide if they've been in solitary confinement. Given that the crisis of suicides in the jails right now, it seems like ending solitary confinement should be of the utmost concern for everybody in the city. Intro 549 bans solitary confinement completely, but it also puts limits on de-escalation, emergency lock-in, and any other type of restriction that the department develops. These limits are so critical because the department has a history of responding to any sort of limit on solitary by creating something else that is degrading and dehumanizing, like locking young adults in shackles to restraint desk. And we know that this commissioner is no different. His testimony demonstrates exactly why this bill needs to define out of cell. He sat here and told you under oath there is no solitary in the city jails. He went through this wordplay of involuntary protective custody and private day rooms. It was not until you and public advocate Williams questioned him again and again about, oh, you mean the cage outside the cage? You're saying that's not solitary confinement? That's when he finally had to say, oh, that's what I mean, and stopped using these euphemisms. And it shows you exactly why we need to define what solitary confinement is. And I'll just end by saying, solitary, like the public advocate said, solitary is just one part of this dysfunctional system, but it's a place where this council can have a meaningful impact. By passing Intro 549 and requiring this department to stop using solitary confinement in all its forms by whatever name, the council can compel this department to turn away from barbaric practices that rely on use of force and isolation to control incarcerated people, and instead move toward a more effective, humane approach for everyone, both people confined in jails and those who work there. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Fleming Smith, and I'm a legal intern with the Urban Justice Center's Mental Health Project. I'm here to share testimony from a person incarcerated on Rikers Island. It includes discussions of self-harm. I was in solitary and GRVC for 3 months this winter. I did 30 days in solitary and a little over 2 months in enhanced supervision housing. But ESH, to be honest with you, is the same thing as a box. It's mentally draining. It's physical torture. I wasn't allowed outside my cell. Sometimes we get showers, some days we don't. The only time I was let out of my cell was for the shower or for recreation, and they barely called rec. I remember there was a time where I went 2 months without having any rec just because the officers would say they were short on staff, or they would take a list for rec at 6 o'clock in the morning when nobody's up. A lot of times the officers don't want to do their job. They'll just do a round so that the camera can see them. But rec is mandatory, and everyone is supposed to be entitled to 1 hour of rec a day. Even in AMKC, I'm out of ESH and I'm out of the box, but they don't even call rec every day here. The last time I had rec was a week ago. Staffing is the main excuse. They say we're short on staff. Especially when I was in the box, they always said they were short on staff. I was in a cell where the windows didn't open and it was constantly hot. I was there in the winter, so it was cold and they had the heater running. But my window didn't open, and the heat was blasting so hot that I couldn't wear clothes in my cell. At night, I sweated myself to sleep. It would be so hot that I couldn't sleep. I would complain, but no one would say they could do anything. They tried to see if they could put me in a cell where the window opened, but the box was always full. My time in the box started after I was blamed for something someone else did. I and one other person went to the box for it, even though other people were involved. Our tickets were written by the same officer, but they said different things. Mine said that I alone did it, and his ticket said that he alone did it. I told the hearing officer about the tickets, but they found me guilty. I appealed that over 5 months ago, but I haven't heard anything from anybody. No one answered my appeal. They put me in ESH after I did 30 days in the box. I was supposed to have an ESH hearing to explain why they put me there, but I never had a hearing. ESH is no different from the box because you don't get out of your cell at all. I was in ESH for over 60 days. In total, I did almost 100 days confined to a cell. The captain said the reason I didn't have a hearing was because my house was asymptomatic for COVID-19, but they never did any adjournment. They just never gave me a hearing. 2 months after the incident, I was just given a disposition that I was guilty, but I'd never been to a hearing. I appealed but haven't heard anything back. How do you find me guilty if you never gave me a hearing? I grieved both dispositions, but never heard anything back. On Rikers Island, they're saying the most time you can be put in the box is 30 days. But what they're actually doing is putting people in ESH, making you do more time confined. So you're going to do the max of 30 days, but they're going to put you in ESH, and you could be in ESH for months. My mental health was affected by not being able to leave my cell, being cramped in small quarters for weeks at a time. I have a bad history where I try not to indulge in hurting myself, but I did before. I've cut my wrist before, and I've had episodes where I really tried to hurt myself badly. I always try to talk to people, and I take my medication. I have been diagnosed with anxiety, PTSD, and depression. AMKC is much better than the box or ESH because I actually see mental health professionals there. When I was in solitary and ESH, I didn't see anybody. Nobody came to see me. I always thought that mental health would come check on me and all the other people here, but they didn't come to see me at all. In AMKC, I go to see them every 3 weeks. We all know about so many people who killed themselves on Rikers last year. A lot of those deaths were people going through something mentally where they felt like they weren't getting the help. I think if they were getting the help that they needed, a lot of these deaths would not have happened. Rikers is a horror. People aren't getting the bare basic necessities that they need. In the box, there's people going days without showering. It's hard for people to use the phone. Guys aren't getting the rec they're entitled to. People don't even want to come here to visit a person. That puts a person in a messed up space when your loved one doesn't even want to come see you because they will be treated like an inmate just because they want to come visit you. I know they are talking about shutting it down. I hope it really happens. I just pray that I can make it home safely because I know that this can be very traumatic on anybody. It is sad that people lost their lives by coming here, but it just goes to show that Rikers Island should be shut down. This ends the testimony. Thank you for listening.
Thank you. Just click the little button so we can hear you loud and clear.
Thank you, Chair and committee members, for this hearing today. My name is Darren Mack, co-director at Freedom Agenda and member of the Jails Action Coalition and a survivor of solitary confinement. I want to share a quote from a jail guard speaking about violence on Rikers Island. They said, quote, "Today, these guys are younger, more vicious, and they don't listen to nobody, and they make weapons out of anything," unquote. While that statement sounds just like what we heard from Koba today, that statement was made in 1994, quoted in New York Magazine a few months after I was detained on Rikers Island for 19 months as a 17-year-old when the population was over 20,000 people. I can verify that Rikers was a wildly violent place as it is now. And like they are now, Koba is gaslighting us by trying to blame everyone but themselves and trying to convince us that somehow the guards are the victims, not the people being tortured in solitary confinement, who rely on those guards for everything from a breath of fresh air to court transport. Today, you heard Benny Basio make several statements. I hope this council is informed enough to see through the lies. But if you have any doubt, let me remind you that in 1994, they were making the same excuses for their neglect, indifference, and violence. It seems Koba would only be satisfied if they had complete impunity to abuse incarcerated people in whatever way they want. The same article noted that in 1994, when there were almost no restrictions on solitary, quote, "COs would like to see inmates kept in their cells 24 hours a day," unquote, instead of getting out to shower and use the law library. But what they never seem to see is that even if they had that, it would not end the violence on Rikers Island. This council knows that ending solitary confinement is the right thing to do for human rights and for safety. COBA are doing their members a disservice by clinging to a, quote, "make Rikers great again," unquote, fantasy, and insisting that they cannot catch up with the rest of the civilized world and learn new approaches that focus on de-escalation and addressing root causes of violence. New York City has committed to closing Rikers Island, and that must mean leaving behind its most brutal practices, like solitary confinement. And I urge the council to pass the legislation without delay. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair, and everyone. Can get lost in a long day of testimony, but this is so urgent. every day that goes by is a day like today where people are being tortured by our government and facing the risk of death. It has been 7.5 years since Khalif Browder died because of solitary confinement. It has been 3.5 years since solitary killed Layleen Polanco. And instead of heeding the cry of countless New Yorkers demanding an end to this practice, the city jails continue to inflict this torture by various names in various units, but they continue. They even lock people in shower cages and try to defend that. They killed Brandon Rodriguez in a shower cage last August. When there was massive public outcry, did they stop using the shower cages? No, they kept using them. And they locked Elijah Muhammad in the shower cages, and who knows how many other people, because they wouldn't even give numbers on it. And they killed Elijah Muhammad. What is it going to take? It's going to take this city council to step in and say no more. You all have the awesome power and the awesome responsibility to step up to the plate and end this practice once and for all. By all names, no matter what it's called, no matter what unit it is in, solitary confinement has to end fully and finally in New York City jails. And we know from the evidence, and you know, Chair Rivera, that the exact opposite of solitary is not only what will keep people better, healthy and well, but also improve safety for everyone involved. And so I ask you urgently, have a committee vote. Let's have a vote of the full council. Let's pass this bill. The mayor must sign it into law and do what your predecessors have failed to do to finally and fully end solitary confinement, to save lives, to stop torture, to make everyone healthier and safer, and to put this dark history behind us. Thank you.
Thanks. My name is Christopher Boyle. I'm the Director of Data Research and Policy at New York County Defender Services. My office handles thousands of cases for indigent clients charged with criminal cases each year. Many of those clients have spent a considerable amount of time in Rikers Island and have been held in some form of solitary confinement, whether that's referred to as enhanced segregation or solitary confinement by some other name. Thank you for having this hearing related to these issues. In December of 2021, myself and members of the other defender organizations were in meetings with the Mayor's Office of Criminal Justice and the Department of Corrections about the implementation of the changes to the minimum standards that had been duly passed by the Board of Corrections. Specifically, these changes known as the Risk Management Accountability System, or RMAS. This sought to end the use of solitary confinement and to ensure due process at disciplinary hearings on Rikers Island. A major component of the new system was the right to counsel in any disciplinary proceeding that could result in placement in segregated housing. Defender organizations were, of course, to play a critical role of implementing this hugely important component of the new law, and it was this role that defender organizations met with MOCJ to discuss. As such, disciplinary hearings at Rikers have never involved the right to legal representation before, so not a lot of details of the hearings were known by the defender community prior to December of 2021. When asked about the volume of the hearings, DOC reported to the defenders that they were currently conducting thousands of disciplinary hearings at Rikers, which basically meant that each hearing lasted about 10 to 15 minutes. The picture of the current state of affairs that this evoked was shocking. They were churning through hearings at such a rate, and you would hardly consider that due process. It was clear implementing the new right to counsel made it would be more important than imagined. Yet, so much remained unknown to the defender community and how it was going to be carried out. The understanding at the time is that we were going to get information concerning the following: how we would be alerted to how when our clients were being charged with the infraction, getting the paperwork for that charge, getting the discovery, specifically the video footage, where the hearing itself would take place and whether it would be in person or virtual, and access to the actual list of the rules and charges and the penalty grids. I believe at the time we went to 2 meetings prior to January 1st, and none of this information was conveyed or resolved. We then spent the next approximately 6 months in limbo. We were told in late June that we would have additional meetings for a startup time of July 1st of 2022. The 1 or 2 meetings that did occur during that time period were even worse than the December meetings. Instead of feeling like the meeting was a way for the Department of Corrections to slow walk the initiative, It was clear now they didn't want it. They were actually openly hostile and obstructionist during the meetings. We were asking about the information. We were told that we would have to foil it. We asked about the video footage. We were told we would be shown when we were actually doing the hearing. We were also actually told we couldn't actually talk to our clients until the hearing was happening, and maybe we would have a discussion then. In other words, the plain intent of DOC appeared to be that these hearings under the new rules would provide just as scant nod to due process as they always had. Those on this council should know that besides the obvious psychological damage that solitary does to our clients, those infractions are used against our clients in multiple ways. First, our clients are being produced for in-council visits and video conferences. Once DOC places the clients in enhanced segregation, many officers are needed to escort the client wherever they need to be. But because DOC has a short staff, this inevitably leads to clients missing court, council visits, or medical appointments. Second, at least here in Manhattan, on many occasions, the district attorney gains access to this infraction information and makes real-time decisions on offers and sentencing recommendations based upon the infraction that our clients are found guilty of without any representation or due process. This leads our clients to have ramifications that go above and beyond the immediate segregation into the housing decisions. Lastly, these infractions follow the clients if they end up in upstate prison and most assuredly have an effect on the parole releases and program access. It's vitally important that representation at these hearings is not just a rule, but a legal requirement. Otherwise, DOC will never do it. Thank you.
Thank you very, very much to this panel. Thank you for being here and for what many of you experienced this morning, which was absolutely unacceptable, and for your testimony. And I really do value our partnership. Thank you.
It looks like we have one more live panelist.
Oh, okay. Yes, please. Of course. I'm so sorry we missed you. And while you're getting settled, I'm just going to make the call to our folks on Zoom. We're going to make one more call after this. Make sure we get everyone. Please begin. Thank you.
Greetings. Good evening to everyone. Please allow me to thank Chair Rivera and each and every member who sits on this imperative committee. My name is Kameli. I am a New Yorker who uses the voice that I have been given to bring awareness and attention to diverse injustices. Why should Intro 549 be signed and passed in the city of New York? The vital necessity to provide a legal safeguard for our fellow New Yorkers who are incarcerated creates a plan of action that will mandate the New York City Department of Corrections to enforce and to act in accordance with. Many of us comprehend the fact that human isolation is torture. As we know, torture is prohibited in the U.S. by public officials. The City of New York allows the Department of Corrections to carry out human torture to the men and women who reside in the custody of corrections. New Yorkers are released daily from the custody of corrections, suffering from ailments that they never suffered from upon entry into the custody of corrections, while living out the aftermaths of fatal restrictions caused by solitary confinement. The use of torture destroys people, corrodes the rule of law, undermines the criminal justice system, and erodes public trust in public platforms and the state that they represent. It causes severe pain and suffering to victims, which continue long after the act of torture stopped. Furthermore, the passing of Intro 549 will offer not only safeness and protection for the human lives that are now placed inside of solitary confinement, Intro 549 also establishes an armor of protection for our New Yorkers who live with mental illness. We cannot, as a city, continue to talk about those infected by mental illness until we do more to provide and protect them. In closing, as diverse as New York City is, the truth is everyone in our city is not granted the option of humanity. If so, then we as a city would not continue the practice such as the deplorable act as solitary confinement and resume the horrific journey of the death sentences. My last quote. The system of constant separation even when administered with the utmost humanity, produces many causes of insanity and of death, as to indicate most clearly that its general tendency is to enfeeble the body and the mind. Thank you, and I respectfully yield back. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Thank you for being with us this long.
Thank you. We're going to try one more time on the Zoom for Kimberly Blair. Kimberly Blair, you may begin when the sergeants announce the time.
Time has
Can you hear
begun.
me now?
Yes,
Can
we
you hear
can
me?
hear you. Yes.
Yeah. Okay, here we go. Good afternoon, Chair. And I don't think anyone's left but the members who heard us today. My name is Kimberly Blair, and I'm the Director of Public Policy and Advocacy for the National Alliance on Mental Illness of New York City. And I'm here to emphasize the dire need to vote favorably upon Intro 549 as written, in order to prioritize the health and the safety of people who are incarcerated, especially those with underlying mental health conditions. NAMI NYC and our umbrella organization NAMI both staunchly oppose the use of solitary confinement and equivalent forms of administrative segregation. Ample evidence shows that solitary confinement and isolation as punishment have particularly devastating impacts on causing new or worsening pre-existing mental symptoms of mental illness. Immediate psychological consequences include increased anxiety, depression, and hallucinations. Such is evident in correctional facilities across the U.S., where people in solitary confinement account for approximately half of individuals who die by suicide each year. And such is evident in our city, as heard by advocates today. However, the risk of premature death does not end when someone leaves a correctional facility. To the contrary, new data released during the pandemic shows that solitary confinement increases risk of premature death even after release. Specifically, people with one placement in solitary are 55 times more likely to die by suicide, especially within the first year of their release. Furthermore, individuals with multiple placements in solitary are 129 times more likely to die by suicide after release. We place special emphasis on the data here so that this committee understands that continuing the practice of solitary confinement in New York City jails is equivalent at this point to imposing the death penalty on individuals. Moreover, NAMI NYC has extra concern due to the disparity of people already
Time
living
has
with mental health.
expired.
Well, I will submit the rest as written. I just want to say that we have been helping Elijah Muhammad's family with mental health services due to the tragedy that has been imposed on him. And I hope that you all will read their written testimony when they submit it this week. Thank you.
Thank you. And we're going to call one more time for Ramos Gaston. If you are available, you may begin when the sergeants call time.
If there's any members of the public left who wish to testify, we're just going to give you a couple more seconds. That concludes the public testimony. Thank you so much to everyone who is still here. I want to thank all of the committee staff, everyone at the City Council for staying with us. Today's Committee on Criminal Justice, this hearing has been years in the making and almost entirely thanks to the advocates who have led the way. The crisis within our jails is a stain on this administration, and it has cost New Yorkers their lives. While there is nothing we can do to bring back the lives lost as a result of solitary, we can prevent this inhumane practice from harming others. DOC owes it to incarcerated individuals as well as their rank and file correction officers to end this dangerous and fundamentally ineffective practice. Solitary confinement does not keep anyone safe inside or outside of city jails. Continuing to subject New Yorkers to a torturous practice that has proven time and time again to produce devastating consequences for people's physical and mental health and then releasing them back to their communities is not a sound public safety strategy. Intro 549 will ban solitary confinement under any and all definitions by following evidence, not rhetoric, and reinstating due process for anyone placed into some form of restrictive housing while incarcerated. Contrary to threats we heard today of violence without consequences, this bill does not prevent separation when there is an imminent threat. It does, however, ensure that all incarcerated individuals have access to at least 14 out-of-cell hours every day, as well as regular assessment by medical staff and access to appropriate services and programming. And we do take the recommendations to strengthen the legislation seriously from all who testified today. Thank you for that. As the chair of the Committee on Criminal Justice, I'm honored to have had the opportunity to hold this hearing, and I thank all of you who remained here through the challenges we saw, especially those of this morning, which I want to reiterate were completely unacceptable. Alongside Speaker Adams, Public Advocate Williams, and a majority of my colleagues, we are now one significant step closer to passing the legislation that will finally end solitary confinement in our city. Thank you, and with that, I adjourn this hearing.